Host, they say this little Lou band lock is the gold standard of lock picking. Can you really open it? Tens of thousands of viewers in the livestream held their breath, and the chat was flooded with skepticism. Lin Xia looked at the intricate mechanism lock, then calmly pulled out a thin piece of wire. With a quick flick of his wrist, the lock clicked open instantly. The entire room fell silent. Immediately after, the chat room was spammed with messages of pure amazement. But just as Lin Xia was about to end the stream while riding this wave of traffic, his phone rang. It was not a confession from a fan, but a summons from the police. We have received reports that you are using your lockpicking skills for illegal activities. Come in and assist with our investigation. Good grief, I was just earning some extra pocket money, and now I am being treated like a master thief in hiding. Seeing the chat room still teasing that he was about to be sent away to do hard time, Lin Xia sighed helplessly and propped his phone up on the desk at the police station. This ridiculous side hustle saga all started on that afternoon when he went in to give his statement to the police. Lin Xia had transmigrated. He became a D-list celebrity in the entertainment industry. He had thought he could easily reach A-list status by plagiarizing lyrics and scripts from his past life, then win a Golden Horse Award, marry a big star, navigate the industry's unspoken rules, and reach the pinnacle of life. But reality gave Lin Xia a polite yet smiling slap in the face. He had transmigrated, yes, but the level of pop culture development in this world was pretty much the same as before he arrived. In the music scene, stars like Jay and Jolin were already household names, and even some viral internet songs were already widely known. In film and television, hits like Wolf Warrior and The Wandering Earth were already famous. In animation, classics like Pleasant Goat, Peppa Pig, and Boonie Bears had already taken over the entire children's market. So, if he wanted to go from D-list to A-list, he would have to rely on his own hard work. That said, he did possess a handsome face that was only second to the readers themselves. But when it came to singing and acting, he was truly hopeless, and do not even get me started on his creative skills, they were unspeakable. The company had originally signed him entirely because of his good looks. Later, when the company realized he sang off-key and his acting was best left unmentioned, Lin Xia was essentially put on the shelf right after signing the contract. His daily job was just to check in at the office and collect his minimum wage. As for any gigs the company had, unless the top artists got into some kind of scandal, it would never be his turn. Frankly speaking, he was not even qualified to be the office water boy. If nothing unexpected happened when his contract expired, that would be the time he and the company parted ways. This sort of thing is actually common in the entertainment industry. It is just standard procedure. Lin Xia could not say he did not accept it. At least he still had a base salary to fall back on. It is just that the salary was a tiny bit low. As everyone knows, the treatment of a D-list actor in the entertainment industry is actually worse than that of an ordinary salesperson. Of course, except for female actors who have all sorts of channels for side gigs. They fly all over the world, and their daily schedules are no less packed than A-list celebrities. But they are earning hard-earned money. It is exhausting, so there is nothing to envy there. So to make ends meet, Lin Xia had to start looking for other part-time jobs. And when he started his first side job, the essential golden finger for a transmigrator finally arrived. Lin Xia activated the lottery system. Every day he could draw a skill, including but not limited to creation, singing, acting, and so on. Lin Xia shook with excitement, his heart was racing. This was clearly a recipe for taking off right. Winning the Golden Horse Award, marrying a star, handling the industry's rules, and reaching the peak of life seemed right around the corner. However, after his first draw, the system gave him another hard slap in the face. The first skill he drew was mastery in dishwashing. That was just ridiculous. Mastery in dishwashing, who are you looking down on? But when Lin Xia went to test this skill, you have to admit it was actually pretty useful. Every gesture he made screamed two words: professional. Even the aunties who had been washing dishes for years were stunned. But Lin Xia only did this job for a day. It was way too hard on his back. He is still young, he cannot afford to burn out like that. If he ruins his health, how is he supposed to give shots to the girls in the future? He had aspired to be a great family doctor since he was a child after all. Luckily, the system was thoughtful enough to let him draw a new skill every day. Just wait, I am sure I will draw an entertainment-related skill sooner or later, Lin Xia thought confidently. But after a month, Lin Xia was completely numb. In a month, he had drawn 30 times, and all 30 were life skills. Not a single one had anything to do with the entertainment industry. How is he supposed to play this game? Life is hard, so Lin Xia had to hustle. To maintain his life, Lin Xia had to find other ways. While using his drawn skills for part-time jobs, he also started live streaming on a platform. Since he had a new skill every day to experience different professions, it actually brought a lot of freshness to the audience. After accumulating all this time, he had far more fans on his stream than he did in the entertainment industry. His daily check-in task at the company was finished. After leaving the office, Lin Xia initiated today's lottery draw. "Oh universe, please give me a master-level singing voice or acting skill. If that fails, composition or screenwriting would work too." Ding, lottery successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining lockpicking mastery. Lin Xia. Thanks, I am dead inside. I never want to go back to the entertainment industry. Lin Xia had completely given up. Back then the system said it included, but was not limited to creation, singing, acting, and so on. Now it seems that so on was incredibly literal. He even got lock-picking mastery, but still not a single useful skill for the entertainment industry. However, Lin Xia was used to it by now. He found that experiencing different jobs was actually quite nice. After all, acting comes from life. He was confident that if it were just about the act of washing dishes, he would absolutely crush those popular idols in the industry. And do not even get me started on dancing. So he took out his phone and started today's stream. No choice, a guy's gotta eat. Day 33 of experiencing 360 professions, today's part-time job for the host is. Following the notification, fans poured into the stream one after another. Wow, 33 days already, what job are you doing today? I think you should go be an extra, you're so good looking it is a waste not to be an actor. Do not start that. Last time the top donator asked the host to show off his talents, and after seeing his improvised performance, the donor almost had to be carried out. Haha, is it really that good? How about a part-time job at the funeral home? I heard the pay is good. Yes, this is great. I love these down-to-earth jobs. Look at you stirring up trouble already. Count me in. Seconded on the funeral home gig +1. Plus do. Lin Xia looked at the comments scrolling by. His mouth twitched slightly. A funeral home? Are you kidding me? That place has too much negative energy. He could not handle it. As for being an extra, he was too embarrassed to say that he was technically already a registered artist. It is just that he had never appeared on the big screen. Talking about it is just painful. Lin Xia looked into the camera and smiled. The profession I am experiencing today is lockpicking. Any viewers nearby who forgot their keys? It is a small business, no scams, 200 per visit. As soon as he finished, the chat went wild. Wow, for real, 200 for a house call, I want one. Honey, come over fast, I forgot my keys and my drain is clogged too. To the person above, is this drain you are talking about legitimate? To be honest, let alone whether it is legitimate, is it a bit weird for a bunch of guys to be playing this joke? Who are you calling a guy? Your whole family is guys. I'm a lady, long legs and everything. My god, there are actually female viewers in this stream. Inserting an ad, I have been a professional drain cleaner for 20 years. 200 for one time, 500 for three. DM me if you need it. Seconded the guy above +1. Seconded the guy above +1. The old security guard, I heard there is someone here who cleans drains. The public restroom over here is clogged, can you come fix it? Viewers, looking at the screen full of dirty jokes in the live chat. Lin Xia rolled his eyes in helplessness. The viewers these days are really getting more and more eloquent. Every sentence is full of sophistication, yet perfectly easy to understand. From flying across the globe to pay in person, to repairing water pipes and unclogging sewers for $200 a pop, they really know everything. Is not this much happier than wallowing in the entertainment industry and playing petty mind games? Although, it seems he has not even stepped foot through the door of the entertainment industry yet. However, when he saw the last comment from the security guard character in the chat, Lin Xia could not hold back his laughter and he teased the chat, why is everyone so quiet all of a sudden? Viewers, quiet your butt. Are you really going to act all innocent here? When we said we wanted to fix the sewer, were we talking about the sewer belonging to the security guard? It seems today's side hustle will not be very smooth. I would better just head home and rest. Seeing that nobody in the chat was talking about lockpicking, Lin Xia sighed helplessly. Although his main goal is to experience a new profession every day, sometimes the skills he draws are not exactly suitable for a side job that day. Like milking. How is a grown man like him supposed to find a job like that? He cannot just walk up to a woman with a child and ask, "Excuse me, do you need milking services?" He is looking for a side job, not trying to get labeled a pervert and go to the station for a chat with the police. When the viewers saw that Lin Xia was heading home, they immediately panicked. Hey streamer, are you really just giving up? Everyone lock your keys inside quickly, otherwise the streamer is going home and ending the broadcast. Who is going to sponsor me $200? I will do a show where I forget my keys right now. By the way, can you even do lockpicking as a side job? We have never heard you mention knowing how to pick locks before. Yeah, does not that sort of thing require registration at the local police station? I heard it is a huge hassle. Lin Xia looked at the chat and did not bother explaining much. He just said with great confidence, "There's a lot I can do, how could you possibly know everything?" ignoring the comments drifting by saying, then sing a song or do a dance. Lin Xia continued, last call, is there anyone nearby who needs a lock picked? If not, I am really going home. If that happens, today's professional experience challenge should not count as a failure. I am just too invincible, that is not my fault, okay. A quick wave of shifting the blame, a lazy day is about to begin. Although Lin Xia still had his previous skills, he was used to changing to a new profession every day. He had no interest in repeating a profession he had already done. Just then, a noticeable comment finally appeared in the chat. Streamer, can you open a Lu Ban lock? Lin Xia froze for a second. A Lu Ban lock? Oh boy, is this viewer trying to stir up trouble? Everyone knows the hardest lock in the world to pick is the Lu Ban lock. And just how hard is it? Basically, locksmiths and thieves turn and walk away the moment they see one. And although this miniature Lu Ban lock is not as complex as the full-sized one with its 200 steps, it still takes over 100 steps to open. Under normal circumstances, very few people use such complicated locks. But with the system's lockpicking mastery skill, Lin Xia could actually open it. However, if you can open it, I will give you 500. Another comment drifted by in the chat at that moment. Lin Xia replied immediately, of course I can, send me your address in the private messages. Before long, Lin Xia received the address from the user in his streaming dashboard. He checked the navigation, it was not too far, about a half-hour bike ride. With a flick of his wrist, he had a bike ready. Welcome to Hello Bike, please follow traffic regulations. Unsafe riding brings tears to your family. Lin Xia, I am just riding a bike. There is no need for that. The streamer can actually open a Lu Ban lock, he is bluffing, right? It is a script, this is definitely a script. Alright guys above, it is not like you have not seen the streamer's acting skills before. If this is a script, I will cut my head off and give it to you. I just baited it, even dogs turn around and run when they see a Lu Ban lock. Can the streamer really do it? Hey, watch your language or I will go check out your house. Thieves do not leave empty-handed. Oh man, police officer, come quick, there is a thief here. Ignoring the skepticism of the viewers in the chat, Lin Xia biked for about half an hour following the navigation, and finally arrived at the residential complex. He found the building and unit number sent by the user. Lin Xia finally met the viewer from the chat. My god, it is actually a pretty girl. Wow, I would love to meet her, I would never stop all night. I'm borrowing this space to advertise myself. I am an expert in all kinds of repair tools, specializing in unclogging all kinds of sewers. Is the P Brigade here? Quickly shoo the guy above away. Do not do that, why not just let that security guard from earlier come over? Tahaha, you are a real piece of work. Lin Xia was also surprised. The viewer from earlier was actually a pretty girl, maybe in 4/5 the cute and petite type. However, Lin Xia was not as pathetic as the viewers in the chat. He looked at her and asked, you are the viewer who contacted me, right? The girl nodded, yes, that is me, come on in. Viewers, he is just going inside like that. You are so naive, girl. You are inviting the wolf right into the house. If it were anyone else, they would definitely take this opportunity to get cozy with the girl and get her contact info or something. However, Lin Xia went straight to business. The lock you need opened is. Oh, just a moment. The girl ran into the inner room and soon came back with an old box. Looking at the box, it seemed to have quite a history. The girl explained, this was left to me by my grandfather when he passed away, but I was so busy with family affairs that I forgot about it. Then I found it while cleaning today, but I could not find the key. My grandfather said this Lu Ban lock was very hard to open and only the original key could open it. Can you open it? Lin Xia took the box, studied it for a moment and nodded, I can open it. Seeming to remember something, the girl added, oh right, you cannot damage the box. She had not even finished her sentence. Click. Lin Xia had already opened the lock and handed it to the girl, being concise, 500 bucks. Girl, viewers, the atmosphere became incredibly quiet. It stayed like that for quite a long while. Only then did a tidal wave of comments start flooding the chat. What the heck was that? My god, I just saw the streamer's hand twitch and it was already done. To the guy above, you better mean a regular hand twitch. Damn, did not they say a Lu Ban lock had over 100 steps? He opened it in less than a second. Awesome, the streamer is seriously fast. While the girl stood there looking completely bewildered, Lin Xia collected his 500 bucks and simply turned around and walked away in style. As for what was inside the box, he did not want to know and he did not need to know. That was the client's privacy and it was none of his business anymore. And as Lin Xia left the girl's home, the viewers in the live stream started flooding the chat with messages. They still had no idea what had just happened. Wait, was not the Lu Ban lock supposed to be super tough? What is going on? How did it just snap open like that? What about the over 100 steps? Did I see that wrong? My god, less than 3 seconds and he pockets 500 bucks. Watching this makes me want to learn lockpicking too. Do not bother, I am a professional locksmith, and even I cannot open a Lubin lock like that. Whoa, are you saying the streamer's lockpicking skills are actually insane? I do not get it, but I am totally blown away. Seeing the curious crowd in his live stream, Lin Xia explained as he walked out of the residential complex, actually, the Lubin lock is not as complicated as you think. Theoretically, there are only 2 ways to open this lock, using the original key or following the 100+ steps to unlock it manually. But there is actually a third way. As Lin Xia spoke, the fans in the live stream all pricked up their ears, terrified of missing a single detail. The viewer who claimed to be a locksmith even pulled out a notebook to take notes. This was a secret technique his own master had not even taught him. He had to get this down. Then everyone heard Lin Xia say, "Actually, the third method does not require much technique. I just happened to have seen this type of Lubin lock before, so one look was enough to know how those 100+ steps were designed, so I just opened it directly." After all, as you know, for a locksmith who understands the specific model, a lock holds no secrets at all. A lock holds no secrets at all. Lin Xia's final sentence gave the livestream viewers goosebumps. My goodness, why did that suddenly feel so epic? Damn, I am giving you full marks for that flex. Do not let it go to your head. To be fair, even though it sounded a bit dramatic, the streamer is truly legit. Streamer is the best, so strong. I guess even in the most ordinary professions there are hidden masters. Never mind anything else, just remembering those 100+ steps is amazing. I cannot even remember all 26 letters of the alphabet yet. Ignoring the chat, Lin Xia said while riding his bike home, anyone else needing a lock picked, contact me anytime. As long as it is not an overly difficult lock, I can open it. The price is always 200, but if it is something tricky like the Lubin lock, that will cost extra. Forgetting your keys might be a common occurrence globally every day. But in a specific neighborhood in a specific city, it is actually quite rare. So Lin Xia did not get any new orders after that. Plus, since he was just doing this as a side job, there was no need to set up a shop or have a dedicated business phone. It is already afternoon, looks like there will not be any more jobs today, so I will end the stream here. Just as Lin Xia was about to close the stream to take a break, suddenly his phone received an unknown call. Lin Xia's eyes lit up. Is this a new order? He picked up the phone, but the next second, his expression became complicated and eventually began to stiffen. The viewers in the stream saw this and were incredibly curious. What is going on? The streamer's expression looks off, does not it? Did not he say he got a new order? What kind of lock is it this time? Streamer, speak up. Do not look like you just swallowed something awful. Now the way he is looking, it is more like he made 500 bucks and then lost it. A few minutes later, Lin Xia hung up the phone and told his audience helplessly, "Guys, I think I am in trouble. The police officer wants me to come over for a cup of tea." Hello. The live chat exploded in laughter. You opened a lock and got yourself locked up. That is absolutely ridiculous. At the local police station, Lin Xia was assisting the police with his statement. Name: Lin Xia. Registration number: I do not have one. If you do not have one, how did you dare to open locks for people and charge for it? Lin Xia. It was his first day doing this part-time. How was he supposed to know someone would report him? Thinking about how this all started, Lin Xia felt wronged. After he finished the job and left, some kind viewer had clipped that video and posted it online. Maybe that viewer was a master of clickbait titles, and the video went viral. In a very short time, it hit over 1 million views. After that, some concerned citizen called the police, claiming Lin Xia was lockpicking without a license. Actually, that citizen was just guessing, but who knew they would actually be right? And that led to the current situation. Fortunately, Lin Xia had the whole thing recorded in his live stream, so it was not a huge deal. Now he just had to file for the registration. Alright, have your guardian come over to witness and sign and you can leave. A guardian's signature, but my parents passed away when I was very young. The officer was silent for a moment and said, it does not have to be a guardian. Your lockpicking mentor can come instead. Lin Xia went silent too. Where was he supposed to find a lockpicking mentor? A moment later, Lin Xia whispered, can someone from my company come? The officer assumed Lin Xia's mentor had also passed away, so he offered a silent moment of sympathy, thinking this young man had it tough. Sure, someone from your company will do. About half an hour later, a woman with a stunning appearance walked in hurriedly. Hello officers, sorry for the trouble. It is fine, just sign this and you can go. Sure. The woman scribbled her name and gave Lin Xia a fierce glare. Then she led Lin Xia away. But just then, among the laughing viewers in the live stream, a smart one realized something was not right. Wait, does not that woman look familiar? Is not that, the agent from that entertainment company? Oh, right, I remember now, it is Tianwai Entertainment. What is going on? Why is the streamer working for Tianwai Entertainment? No way, right? Have you ever seen someone with a day job working a part-time gig as a locksmith all the time? That is true, so what is going on here? Could it be a former company? Guys, just what if, the streamer is actually an artist signed to Tianwai Entertainment? Well, as that final message floated by, the entire live stream fell into an eerie silence. This streamer is a star. Are you kidding me? Once they realized the gravity of the situation, the viewers in the chat spontaneously started searching the internet for any information about Skyward Entertainment. And to their surprise, they actually found some key information. My god, this streamer is actually an entertainer, holy cow. No way, I have been watching a celebrity livestream every single day. Entertainer, celebrity, lockpicking, working a side job every day, what kind of dramatic script is this? Are you kidding? Could it be just a shared name? Not kidding at all, I have seen people with the same name, but have you ever seen someone with the same name in the same photo? Lin Xia photo.jpg. Oh my god. The live chat was in total shock. And just then, Lin Xia finally finished seeing off the company's chief manager. From the conversation they had just now, the viewers were even more certain that the information they found was correct. Lin Xia really is a celebrity signed with Skyward Entertainment. It is just that he is a bit unknown. So unknown that he has barely appeared on the big screen. I feel so bad for the streamer, the entertainment industry is brutal. I feel bad for him too, he is having such a rough time. Same here, D-list celebrities have it rougher than a stray dog, no wonder he has to take a side job. Adding to the pity, looks like the streamer is about to have his contract terminated. The streamer is so miserable, so why can I only laugh? To the guy above, you're not alone, I could not hold it in anymore. I am dying of laughter, a celebrity gets himself arrested for lockpicking. This is definitely headline news. Reserved for the trending search, I can already see a new star rising. Streamer, do not forget about us when you hit it big. Seeing the joking comments in the chat, Lin Xia could not help but twitch his mouth. Like hell, a celebrity got himself arrested for lockpicking. That might be true for an A-list star, but for an unknown D-lister like him, what kind of heat could he possibly have? Alright guys, no more lockpicking for today, I'm going home to rest. After saying that, Lin Xia turned off the stream and went home to slack off and sleep. But what Lin Xia did not know was, during the time he was asleep, one video after another about him appeared all over the internet. Jaywalk Studio. Yang Mi finished her day's work. She habitually opened short video apps to find something fun to watch. After a busy day, this was the only time she could truly relax by scrolling through videos. Sometimes, if she was lucky, she could even find some good talent. Several artists in her company were discovered by her on short video apps. Celebrity gets himself arrested for lockpicking, opened the lock in the morning, got locked up in the afternoon. Seeing this notification, Yang Mi clicked on it instinctively. She wanted to see which celebrity in the industry was so talented. However, with her eye for talent, she figured it was most likely just a publicity stunt. As she opened the video, Yang Mi's eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, this handsome guy is quite good, but I do not think I have seen him in the industry before. Yang Mi knows quite a few people in the circle, but after searching her memory several times, she could not place Lin Xia's face. As the video played, Yang Mi saw the scene where Zhang Xia picked the Lubin lock in a second. Immediately, she could not help but exclaim, "This handsome guy is too amazing, right?" Actually, Yang Mi had watched similar videos before. In fact, she thought those people who could pick locks were very skilled. Just a piece of wire or a needle was enough to open a lock. It was like magic, it could not be cooler. Besides that, Yang Mi also watched all kinds of stunts and performances. There is a master in every trade. Sometimes an accidental discovery might just bring a good talent to Jaywalk. That is why Yang Mi could become the boss of Jaywalk. When other people relax, they really relax. But while she relaxes, she is also looking for potential stars for her company. Then Yang Mi continued to watch. The second half of the video was edited by netizens, which was the segment where he was giving his statement at the police station. Name: Lin Xia. Registration number: do not have one. If you do not have one, how dare you open locks for others and charge money for it? Vdah. Seeing this, Yang Mi could no longer hold it in. She grabbed her stomach and started laughing out loud. This handsome guy is just too funny. And at that moment, Rabaz suddenly ran in from outside looking panicked. Boss, it is bad. Boss, what are you watching? Why are you laughing so happily? Rabaz asked, looking confused. Yang Mi glared at Rabaz. What is the matter, rushing around like that? Oh right, Rabah finally remembered the important thing and immediately lowered her head, admitting her mistake. Boss, I accidentally lost your car keys. Yang Mi, what did you say? Lost the car keys again. Why did I say again? Because Rabah had lost them once before. There were only 2 car keys and now they are all gone. This girl is just beyond ridiculous. Just I had them a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, I do not know where they went, Rabah explained with a red face. She knew herself that this was not the first time she had done this. Car keys, front door keys, dormitory keys. Anyway, it seems like Rabah has a vendetta against keys. She has lost every kind of key imaginable. The uncle who picks locks nearby has almost become a regular at Jaywalk. Every time the uncle comes, he would always smile at Rabah and say, "Oh girl, lost your keys again." That scene, man, Rabah was so embarrassed she wanted to crawl into a hole in the ground. Boss, I am sorry, you should hurry and contact the 4S dealership and have them send over a new key. Rabah kept her head down, apologizing very sincerely. However, Yang Mi did not answer but instead rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. After a moment, she said to Rabah, "Rabah, go ask Sister Zhao to find this person's information and get me his phone number." Rabah looked at Lin Xia on Yang Mi's phone and her eyes also lit up. But soon it turned into shock. "Oh my boss Mi, I am talking about something important here. How do you still have the heart to go look for men?" Yang Mi, look for men? When did she ever look for a man? She just wanted to see this man's lockpicking skills with her own eyes, okay. Forget it, what is going on in that little head of yours? Just watch this video and you will understand. 10 minutes later, after Rabah also finished watching the video, she was also grinning from ear to ear. Hahaha, this poor guy, it is too funny, but netizens say he is a celebrity, why have not I heard of him? Maybe he is just a minor artist from some company. That company really does not know how to operate. With this kind of trending topic, these unique skills, plus his looks, he could debut with just a little bit of packaging. Boss Mi, you are not thinking of poaching him, are you? It is not quite that far yet, but we can make contact and see. Oh okay, then I will go ask Sister Zhao to find his information. I will get it to you within 5 minutes. At the same time, on the other side, in a rental apartment in an ordinary residential area, Lin Xia was holding his phone and reading a novel. As for the fact that the videos about him were blowing up on the internet, he had absolutely no idea. And just then, his phone rang again. It was an unknown number again. This late at night, who could it be? Lin Xia had a strange look on his face. Could it be a viewer playing a prank and asking me to go lockpick something? Hesitating for a few seconds, Lin Xia decided to pick up the phone. Hello, who is this? Lin Xia hung up the phone. He suddenly felt a bit surreal. Is this for real? Boss Yang actually asked him to pick a lock. That is absolutely absurd. So does this mean he has finally gone viral? Still, there is money to be made. He would not hesitate to do it. He picked up his phone, rented an electric scooter, and started his live stream. Hey, what is going on? The streamer is live this late at night. Man, I was just in bed ready to treat myself to some me time, and then I got a notification. It is the ultimate reward guy, wow, incredible. By the way, where is the streamer going? Is he off to pick another lock? I do not know, but I know the streamer is famous now. Why? Because the streamer is a celebrity. Tell me a joke, the streamer is a celebrity, hahaha. Newcomer here, I do not get it. Why is the streamer doing a live show instead of filming? Are not celebrities supposed to be busy? To the person above, that hit a little too close to home. After what happened during the day, the audience in the chat now knows that Lin Xia is a D-list artist. This feeling is actually quite strange. You think you are watching an ordinary streamer, and this streamer is doing different odd jobs every day. He looks exactly like someone struggling to make ends meet. And then, suddenly one day, you realize that this beggar you are watching is actually a celebrity. That contrast is just kind of hilarious. Lin Xia glanced at the chat, but he did not really care. He has always been a flop, nothing to be ashamed of. As for his acting and singing skills, that is not a secret in the chat room either. Besides, who says a celebrity cannot have a side gig? Guys, I got a job. You will never guess how big of a job I got. The audience in the chat saw Lin Xia acting all cocky. They were all confused and did not know what was happening. But when they asked in the chat, Lin Xia would not explain, just saying they would find out when he arrived. Now the viewers' curiosity was fully piqued. They were all extremely impatient. In fact, many who were ready to go to sleep, just to find out how big of a job Lin Xia had accepted, made a decision that went against their usual routine. They decided to pull an all-nighter. The location of Jaywalk Studio was quite a distance from Lin Xia. It was basically one on the east side and one on the west. So it would take Lin Xia nearly an hour to ride his scooter there. Lin Xia made up his mind. Once he has a bit more money, The first thing he will do is buy his own scooter. After watching Lin Xia ride for over 40 minutes without stopping, the viewers were starting to lose their patience. Oh come on, you're just messing with us, right? This is too much. You kept us on the edge of our seats late at night just to watch you ride a scooter. If I do not see this huge order in a moment, I am definitely going to report you. Report +1. Report +2. Report +3. You guys are really something else, one after another. Are you trying to send the streamer to prison tomorrow? Just when the viewers were getting impatient, Lin Xia finally found a place to park his scooter. Alright guys, we are here. In a moment, you will see if this job is big enough or not. After saying that, Lin Xia sent a message to Yang Mi, letting her know he had arrived. Yang Mi received the message and walked out of the office with Reba. And the moment the two of them appeared, the chat went absolutely wild. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Holy crap. It is big, really big, huge, extremely huge. I thought the streamer was getting a big job, but I did not think it would be this big. Yeah, first time seeing one this big, and it is for real, boohoo. To the people above, I suggest you guys better be talking about the job. The viewers were beyond excited. These were real big-name celebrities. However, some were still skeptical. They felt this might just be a huge publicity stunt. A carefully calculated move by Lin Xia's company to make him famous. However, as soon as that message appeared in the chat, the viewers started laughing uncontrollably. Get real. Everyone knows what Lin Xia is capable of. The longtime followers know exactly who he is. Unless the executives at his agency have lost their minds, they would never make such a brainless decision. Compared to the viewers in the chat, Lin Xia was actually quite calm when he saw Yang Mi and Reba. He was quite composed. They are all celebrities, no one is better than anyone else. Lin Xia smiled and asked, "Are you looking to unlock a car?" Lin Xia's reaction caught Yang Mi and Reba slightly off guard. This handsome guy is actually quite calm. Just not sure if he is really calm or just acting. But that does not matter. Yang Mi only asked him to come over to open the lock. Of course, any other thoughts in her mind could not be shown. Yes, it is the car right there at the entrance. Following the direction Yang Mi pointed, everyone saw a black Mercedes G-Wagon parked at the entrance of Jaywalk Studio. Can you open it? Yang Mi asked. Lin Xia nodded without hesitation, sure, 500. Alright, no problem, just get it open. So I will open it now. Sure. Jiang Xia walked up to the G-Wagon and took a look at the lock on the car door. Then he turned to Reba and said, "Do you have a hair clip? Can you lend it to me?" A hair clip? Reba was stunned for a second, but she pulled one out and handed it to Lin Xia. Lin Xia took the hair clip and fiddled with it for a moment. And then the hair clip turned into the shape Lin Xia needed. Next, he inserted the hair clip into the car lock. A gentle turn. Click. The car door opened instantly. Yang Mi. Reba. Live stream. Oh my god, it happened again, the classic 1-second lockpicking. I do not care if he is a celebrity or not, man, this lockpicking speed is truly something to love. Man, is this guy really a celebrity? Why is his lockpicking so good? The one above is definitely a newcomer. That is nothing. The streamer even solved a Kongaming puzzle before. Really? You cannot be that good at lockpicking without 10 years of experience, right? I seriously suspect that the streamer has another identity. Everyone call the police. Oh, give it a rest, he just came out of the police station this afternoon. You guys are taking it too far. The viewers in the chat were completely shocked. Yang Mi and Reba were also left with their mouths agape. Watching this in person was too shocking, was not it? They had not even clearly seen what happened, and the car door was already open. If Lin Xia had any malicious intent, I'm afraid car dealerships all over the country would be panicking, right? Just as the two were still in a state of shock, unable to process what they just saw, a calm voice came from beside them. Alright, it is done, QR code or cash. Yang Mi. Reba. Live stream, classic you. Beep received 500 yuan. Hearing the pleasant notification chime from his phone, Lin Xia was absolutely thrilled. He suddenly realized, lockpicking is actually quite profitable. Maybe I should just open a shop. Just pick 2 or 3 locks a day and I will be living the easy life. Wow, holy crap, is it really that easy to make money as a streamer? Easy, here, take a hair clip and try it yourself. Ha, forget a hair clip, you could not even open a lock if I gave you a brick. Then how do you even have the nerve to comment here? Honestly speaking, I am genuinely jealous of this earning speed. Alright, stop being jealous and just stare at the goddess a bit more. This opportunity is not easy to find. Exactly, I have already gone through 2 packs of tissues. Holy cow, what a savage. Since the lock is opened, I will be heading off now. After collecting the money, Lin Xia got ready to go back and rest. He has to wake up early tomorrow to clock in at work. That is his guaranteed salary, cannot afford to lose that. Although it looks like he will not be able to keep it for many more months. As long as he can collect his perfect attendance for one more day, Lin Xia will not give up. Wait a second, Yang Mi suddenly called out to Lin Xia. Anything else? Lin Xia asked, turning around curiously. Yang Mi asked, I heard you are an artist at Tianwai Entertainment. Lin Xia paused, feeling a bit curious. How did Yang Mi know he was an artist? And even knew his company? Have I become that famous already? Could it be that I am on my way to winning a Golden Horse Award? Seeming to see Lin Xia's confusion, Yang Mi smiled and explained, do not you ever go online. You did not know your lockpicking video is trending. Lin Xia's expression froze. Wait, so everyone knows about me going to the police station too? What else do you expect? Yang Mi replied with a laugh. Lin Xia covered his face with one hand, crying out in grief, my reputation is ruined. I heard your contract with Tianwai Entertainment is about to end. Yang Mi ignored his dramatic act and asked again. Lin Xia nodded, yeah, a few more months. So what are your plans for after that? Lin Xia pointed to his phone, just keep live streaming. The viewers in the chat are so funny and talented, I love them. Yang Mi and Rabao burst into laughter. We just looked through your stream records and it does not seem like you get many tips. Are you sure you can make a living off this? As soon as they said that, the viewers in the live stream were instantly enraged. Oh my god, even if you're my goddess, I do not like hearing that. Who says no one tips? I am sending out a wave of fish balls right now. Stop talking, take all my monthly flowers. Female streamers, get out of here. Brothers, let us show them what we are made of, send those gifts. Exactly, do not look down on us. The host even said we are all talented and he loves us. The chat scrolled rapidly as everyone started airing their grievances, accompanied by a flurry of small gift tips. However, Lin Xia took a quick look and could not be bothered anymore. Good grief. Truly, they are talented viewers. They talk a better game than anyone else. They are only sending free gifts, right? Are they really just blowing hot air? But Lin Xia did not really mind. He never intended to make a fortune from live streaming anyway. Getting a few tips occasionally is just a nice bonus. Overthinking it would only be counterproductive. He just thinks that constantly experiencing ordinary jobs in life is pretty good. At the very least, it is fulfilling. Any interest in joining Jaywalk Studio? Yang Mi's words suddenly brought a hush to the livestream. Did they hear that right? Yang Mi is actually inviting the host to Jaywalk. Join your company. Lin Xia was also full of surprise. But soon he joked, do not tell me your company is short of a lockpicker. Of course not, seriously, how about becoming an artist at our company? I think you have the potential to be a star. Lin Xia fell silent at Yang Mi's words. Let alone her, even Lin Xia himself felt he had the potential. But over this period, he no longer had the same hunger for show business as he once did. So better just let it go. Thank you for the offer, but I do not really want to be in show business anymore. In one sentence, he expressed the helplessness of an 18th-tier celebrity. Seeing this, Rabao felt a bit of sympathy for Lin Xia. She had actually been like him before. Then Yang Mi discovered her and gave her an opportunity. That is how she got where she is today. Thinking of this, Rabao prepared to step forward and persuade Lin Xia. But Yang Mi stopped her and walked up to Lin Xia herself, offering a huge temptation. Join us, you will not need to clock in or sign in. You can continue your live streaming, you will be completely free and the pay will be double what you get at Tianwai Entertainment. How about it? Still going to refuse? She did not believe Lin Xia could refuse after an offer like that. Sure enough, the next second, Lin Xia immediately turned back, his eyes lighting up. So what about my contract breach penalty? Do not worry about the penalty, I will handle it for you tomorrow. The boss is amazing. Just like that, in the most inexplicable way, Lin Xia was about to become a member of Jaywalk. The viewers in the stream were all a bit confused. What is happening? He went to pick a lock and ended up finding a sponsor. Is the host's luck really that good to be scouted by Jaywalk? But what does Yang Mi see in him? Is she after the host's looks? Oh, that is not impossible. I heard Boss Yang keeps quite a few young idols on the side. That is completely absurd, but I have to admit, Boss Yang really knows how to package those young idols. That might be true, but you all know how good the host is at singing and acting. That is true with the host's actual talent. Being a star is the same as not being one. Exactly as his viewers, we far outnumber his fans in show business. Here is a joke, this host is a celebrity and is soon to be an artist at Jaywalk. Ha ha ha. Facing the ridicule in the livestream, Lin Xia did not care. He just took it as the viewers being jealous of him. After saying goodbye to the audience, Lin Xia ended the stream and went back to sleep. However, the series of events from tonight started fermenting on the internet again. If it were just a simple lock picking, it might not have had such an impact. But the person picking the lock just came out of the police station in the afternoon. That added quite a bit of traffic. Add in the keywords Yang Mi and Rabat. The traffic was definitely going to explode. Consequently, after one night passed, Lin Xia trended again. Except this trending topic had nothing to do with his celebrity status. In fact, his celebrity identity actually seemed a bit of a burden. Lin Xia was woken up the next day by a phone call from Yang Mi. She told him that the contract had been finalized. Upon hearing this news, Lin Xia could not quite put his finger on how he felt. He remembered that in his past life, it was a huge pain for celebrities to switch agencies and deal with breach of contract settlements. Why was it so easy for him? Perhaps they were just won over by his good looks. Yeah, but honestly, this is fine too. It saves a lot of trouble, and it even got him a higher guaranteed salary. As for using a major agency like Jiaxing to fight for resources and climb the ladder, to be honest, Lin Xia had no interest in that. Not to mention how terrible his own abilities were. Even if a big agency has plenty of resources, they have even more talented artists competing for them. In that case, there was no way it would be his turn to snatch resources as a C-list celebrity. Besides, he truly could not compete with the others based on merit. He sings off-key, his acting is abysmal, and he has no creative talent. What right does he have to fight for resources because he has no shame? Rather than that, it is better to just be a minor, background artist and collect a guaranteed salary. Truth be told, being able to sign a contract to get a salary without interfering with his side jobs. It seems like there is no better job than being an obscure little celebrity, right? Oh wait, being a benchwarmer for a professional gaming team might work too. But professional players still have to train and practice. They do not have that much free time at all. Of course, if one day he actually draws enough entertainment industry skills, then he might consider giving the entertainment scene a real go. After all, he could live without a Golden Horse Award. He could live without marrying a queen of entertainment. He could even live without reaching the pinnacle of his life. But the ubiquitous unspoken rules of the industry. Sorry, that temptation, for any man, is just too hard to resist. He got up and freshened up. Lin Xia rented a shared bike and headed to Jiaxing. Yang Mi had mentioned on the phone that he needed to stop by the company. After all, it was his first day of work, and he had intended to go anyway. Yang Mi knew about Lin Xia's live streaming and did not oppose it. So as soon as he stepped out the door, he started his stream. But when he saw the number of viewers, he was completely taken aback. Lin Xia was a bit confused. How come there are so many followers in the stream? Although he had some popularity before, he actually only had 20 or 30,000 followers. And in just one day, it had actually surged to 200,000. That is a full 10 times increase. That is just ridiculous. As the stream went on, the chat box also started scrolling like crazy. Wow, host, you finally started streaming. We have been waiting for you forever. Newbie here came from the trending topics. May I ask if this is the Celebrity Locksmith stream? Hahaha, Celebrity Locksmith, you have got to be kidding me. Have you ever seen a celebrity moonlight as a locksmith? Is this the celebrity stream where the host gets hauled in for tea by helpful citizens? Is it true that you can see celebrities in this stream? Is this the drinking tea at the police station stream? Interrupting for an ad, our shop just got a fresh batch of new tea. Private message me if you are interested. Where is the pee on it squad? Hurry up and give me. Wait bro, let us step aside and talk. Watching the chat start to troll again, Lin Xia said irritably, everyone just calm down, you're going to get this channel banned sooner or later. Then he explained to the new fans, this is not a celebrity locksmith stream, but if you need a lock opened, you can contact me. Also, today's career experience session is TBD because I need to clock in at my new company first. After saying that, Lin Xia stopped paying attention to the stream and focused on his writing. About half an hour later, Lin Xia arrived at the entrance of Jiaxing. Looking at the rows of pretty girls at the entrance, Lin Xia was startled again. What is going on? It is his first day today. A welcoming party this big. This is actually quite embarrassing, is not it? Lin Xia scratched his head and walked over with a shy smile. Then, Rabat rushed out from the crowd and waved wildly at him. Lin Xia, hurry up, I lost my keys again. You need to come and open the door. Open this door. Lin Xia froze in his tracks, his expression gradually becoming blank. So all these people were not standing at the door to welcome him, but because they forgot their keys. Then Lin Xia felt a breeze of perfume as she rushed into his space. And he was dragged and pulled to the front gate of Jiaxing. Hurry, open the door. Lin Xia. Well, this just feels pretty rude. Did not they say yesterday that signing him was not for lockpicking? Lin Xia gave Yang Mi a somewhat resentful look. Boss Yang smiled and said, all right, hurry up and open it. I did not expect Rabat to lose the keys again either. Lin Xia muttered, since she loses them so often, why do you keep giving them to her? Because she arrives early. Lin Xia, fine then. Saying that, Lin Xia turned around and walked around the roadside. Then he came back with a piece of wire. With a quick flick of his hand, click, the gate lock opened easily. Seeing this scene, all the artists at Jiaxing were stunned. They did not believe it when Rabaz said earlier this morning that the boss had hired an artist with a special skill. Now that they saw it for themselves, it is actually pretty damn impressive. Unlocked in a second. Is not that too fast? It is just. This lock has zero defense in front of him. What if he sneaks into their dorms in the middle of the night? But after these girls observed Lin Xia closely, they suddenly felt that if Lin Xia was willing to come open the door in the middle of the night, it might actually be quite nice. Meanwhile, the viewers in the stream were also laughing their heads off. Hahaha, the host definitely thought those girls were waiting to welcome him. Where does he get the nerve? A new artist making veteran artists wait for him, hahaha. I am dying of laughter, social death, total social death. Host, I really appreciate it. By the way, there are so many pretty girls. Jiaxing really does sign people based on looks. Who would have thought, hanging out with the host, I would get to see so many big celebrities. I announced that starting today, this is a celebrity host stream. Yeah, right, with the host's lockpicking speed, who knows when he will end up inside a jail cell. That depends on if the helpful netizens are doing their job, hahaha. Ignoring the stream's chat, Lin Xia had already entered Jiaxing with everyone. Then he handled a series of contract details. Of course, this part was not streamed. After signing the contract, Yang Mi said to Lin Xia, alright, you're free to go now. Huh, really? Lin Xia suddenly felt like he was in a dream. Is this money really that easy to make? Yang Mi cupped her delicate chin and smiled. Of course it is real. When have I, boss Yang, ever gone back on my word? You said you did not hire me to pick locks, Lin Xia whispered. Yang Mi felt awkward. That was just an accident. I will try to make sure that girl Rabat acts more reliably in the future. Alright, so I can leave now, right? Yang Mi, if you want to tour the company, that would not be a problem since you are now an artist of my company anyway. By the way, when I was talking contracts with Tianwai Entertainment this morning, they said you are very deceptive, that your appearance does not match your singing or acting skills at all. Could you give us a live performance so I can see just how mismatched they are? Lin Xia's expression stiffened. Are you sure you want to see? Just give it a try, you are my artist now anyway. A new Jiaxing artist acting like a diva, they actually made the whole company wait on their first day of work. An outrageous topic is rapidly trending on social media. And after watching the edited video clips under that topic, the netizens were all cracking up. Tahaha, so they were only waiting because the keys were lost. Jiaxing is too absurd, they can even lose their keys, it must be Rabaz doing. I really thought it was some new talent backed by big money that even Boss Yang could not handle. Holy cow, I mean seriously, what kind of artist did Jiaxing sign? A wire? No, that is a lockpick. Damn, you cannot open a lock that fast without 10 years of experience in prison, right? To the person above, you are thinking too small. If you had seen this guy pick a Lu Ban puzzle or open a G-Wagon door, you would not think it was a big deal. For real, so is he a celebrity or a locksmith? That is actually hard to say. The story about Lin Xia, the celebrity locksmith, has been making quite a stir over the past few days. However, Jiaxing has managed to gain quite a lot of buzz because of it. Even though it did not really help with anything substantial. At least it made the company a little more famous, did not it? What company would complain about being on the hot search too often? Especially since some netizens, after watching the video, went back to dig up Lin Xia's previous videos. And suddenly, they developed a strong interest in Lin Xia. For no other reason than the fact that this guy's lockpicking speed is insane. Meanwhile, on the other side, in Boss Yang's office, at Yang Mi's enthusiastic invitation, Lin Xia had no choice but to demonstrate his full range of abilities to her. However, after the demonstration, Yang Mi looked completely dazed. Boss, if there is nothing else, I will be going now. Seeing Yang Mi stay silent, Lin Xia started to feel a bit nervous. Do not tell me Boss Yang is going to regret signing him and decide to terminate his contract right here. Mainly because his performance just now was so bad that even he could not watch it. Damn it. 3 notes, 2 were out of tune and 1 was the wrong lyric. He never knew he was this bad. It must be because he was a little nervous. Hearing Lin Xia's voice, color finally returned to Yang Mi's hollow gaze. She started to speak but stopped, wanting to say something but felt like it was stuck in her throat. In the end, all those words turned into sigh. Just make your own arrangements, I want to be alone for a bit. Lin Xia. After leaving the company, Lin Xia did a bit of prize drawing. Lin Xia regretted it a little. He should have drawn before performing for Yang Mi. If he had gotten an acting or musical instrument skill, he would not have embarrassed himself so badly. Ding, draw successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the cloud-stealing hand skill. But facts proved, Lin Xia should not have held any expectations for the system. Damn cloud-stealing hand, that is too much. Why does he feel like his life is getting increasingly criminal? He even had a premonition that he might meet some familiar faces today. Meanwhile, Lin Xia restarted his live stream. When the viewers saw that Lin Xia had already left the Jiaxing studio, question marks instantly filled the screen. Wait, what is going on? Did not the streamer go to sign a contract? Did he get kicked out? As expected, I knew Jiaxing would not sign someone just for picking locks. So is the streamer still considered a celebrity? Does it even matter if he is or not? I just want to see the streamer pick more locks. Watching the various speculative comments in the chat, Lin Xia explained, guys, do not guess blindly. I am indeed a signed artist at Jiaxing now. It is just that my situation is special, so I do not need to stay in the studio all the time. When the company has resources suitable for me, they will contact me. He added the last sentence on purpose, afraid that the viewers would call his bluff. But the veteran viewers in the stream knew exactly what level Lin Xia was at. So after hearing this, they immediately started exposing him in the chat. Seeing this, Lin Xia got a bit anxious. Alright, let us move on from this topic. Even if I am not popular, I am still a celebrity. Viewers, yeah, you are a celebrity. It is just that the things you do have nothing to do with being a celebrity. Have you ever seen a celebrity spending their whole day washing dishes and picking locks? I heard the streamer experiences a new job every day. What is it today? At this moment, a new viewer in the stream successfully changed the subject. Lin Xia thought about it and said, today's job is a bit special, you guys can take a guess. As he spoke, Lin Xia unlocked a shared bike again. He pedaled off in a certain direction. Yeah, I definitely need to buy an e-bike. Otherwise, renting these shared bikes every time actually costs quite a bit of money. Lin Xia thought to himself. The viewers in the live stream were a bit curious. Where is the streamer going, being so mysterious? I do not know, looking at this route, it is a bit like the direction of the train station. Train station, do not tell me the streamer plans to experience being a ticket inspector. Impossible, ticket inspectors have it really tough. The streamer would be late if he went at this hour. Well, he could not be going to beg for food, could he? Do not say that, it is not impossible. Every time I go to the train station, I encounter a lot of beggars. I think he is going to pick locks. Stop messing around, what kind of locks are there to pick at the train station? Of course, it is the lock to my heart. The atmosphere in the live stream suddenly turned awkward. Arriving at the train station, Lin Xia did not hesitate. He went straight to the square with the highest foot traffic. Then he found a bench, sat down and started looking around. Whether a city develops well or not, transportation is one of the biggest factors. As a relatively important transportation hub, the daily foot traffic is terrifying. And the square right now confirmed this. It was packed, looking even livelier than during the new year. But precisely because of this, train stations are labeled with many negative traits. For instance, there are many scammers at train stations. For instance, there are many ticket scalpers at train stations. But if we are talking about the most numerous and detestable thing at a train station, then it is definitely the pickpockets. According to relevant statistics, at a train station with an average daily traffic of 100,000, thousands of mobile phones are stolen by pickpockets every day. What does this figure mean? It means about 1 out of every few dozen people will have their phone stolen. And the number of electronic products flowing from pickpockets into the second-hand market every day is countless. Some complain that the police are not doing their job well enough. But this really cannot be blamed on the police. Actually, there are quite a lot of police officers patrolling the train station every day. It is just that the number of pickpocket gangs is even higher. There are always places they cannot cover. Suddenly, Lin Xia's eyes lit up. It seems he has spotted his prey. Seeing Lin Xia's eyes locked onto his target, the viewers in the live stream were completely confused. And the chat began to scroll rapidly once again. What is the streamer trying to do? Is he trying to pull off some kind of scam? No way, for real, a live stream scam, he has some guts. I do not think so, the streamer just got out of detention yesterday. Committing a scam today, that is just asking for trouble. Not to mention, if Mimi finds out the streamer is running a scam here, she will probably come after him in the next second. That is true, the streamer is an artist under Jaywalk Studio now, so every move he makes could affect them. I always feel like Mimi picked up a ticking time bomb. I do not know why, but I always feel like the streamer is headed for trouble. Wrong, it is this celebrity who's headed for trouble, hahaha. Right, streamer, I am a celebrity. At this moment, Lin Xia was not paying attention to the discussion in the chat. His gaze was locked tightly on someone not far ahead. A young man wearing a baseball cap and carrying a black canvas bag. He looked to be in his 20s, no different from any other passenger. But if you looked closely at his actions, you would notice he was staring at a girl in sportswear who was talking on the phone to his front left. Before long, the girl hung up the phone with a smile and prepared to go through the ticket gate. And just at that moment, the guy in the baseball cap tugged at his hat. He suddenly walked toward the girl. As luck would have it, they bumped into each other. "Oh, excuse me, I am so sorry." The guy in the baseball cap apologized quickly. The girl in the sportswear did not seem to mind. She just nodded with a smile and did not say anything else. However, if anyone were observant enough, they would notice that the phone the girl had been carrying was now gone. My god, a thief, that man is a thief. Streamer, stop him, he is a thief. Hey, what are you doing, why are not you moving? Is the streamer so busy looking at the girl that he did not even see the shot? This is so frustrating, I wish I could jump in there and stop him myself. Streamer, I am begging you, please stop him. I hate thieves more than anything in this life. Same as above, I have lost at least 3 phones at the train station. I get scared whenever I go to a station now. As a newbie, I am curious, why do not you keep your phone in your hand? Do not be curious. Once you experience having your phone stolen while it is in your hand, you will not ask that question. Okay, are thieves really this crazy now? Look, all of you, stop chatting and call the police already. It is useless, he's wearing a hat, you cannot see his face, they will never catch him. These people are habitual offenders. Because of the angle of Lin Xia's livestream, the viewers in the chat saw the incident very clearly. But the viewers were very anxious, because the thief was already heading in Lin Xia's direction. But Lin Xia did not seem to react, he just stood there without moving. The fans tried to warn Lin Xia through the chat. Unfortunately, it did not seem to work. Lin Xia remained completely still. Excuse me. Just then, that person accidentally bumped into Lin Xia too. To be accurate, Lin Xia had been waiting for him from the start, but no one noticed that small detail. No problem. Both of them apologized to each other and went their separate ways. The viewers in the livestream saw this, and their hearts were ready to explode. Oh my god. I am losing it. It is like watching a TV show. You clearly see the killer walking right past the police officer, but you cannot jump into the screen to warn them. That feeling of total helplessness, who can understand? However, in the next second, the fans in the chat all had their eyes wide open. They wore expressions of pure disbelief. Because just as the girl was about to head through the ticket gate, Lin Xia walked over with a smile. "Miss, is this your phone?" The girl turned around instinctively, glanced at the familiar phone case and said uncertainly, "It seems to be." "It is not just seems, it definitely is. The person who bumped into you earlier stole it, please check." After hearing this, the girl first touched her pocket. Sure enough, the phone was gone. The girl's heart skipped a beat. She had not even noticed when it went missing. She had just been holding it to make a call. And just then, she took the phone back from Lin Xia. She entered her password and unlocked it. It really was her phone. The girl looked relieved, almost to the point of tears. "It really is my phone. That was so close, I did not even know when I lost it." "Young man, thank you so much. I have an important document on my phone. I would have been finished if I had lost it." "Young man, I do not know how to thank you. How about I send you a red envelope?" Lin Xia waved his hand and grinned. "No worries, just be careful in the future. The train station is chaotic and full of pickpockets." After saying that, Lin Xia turned around and strolled off to look for his next victim. He was not trying to make money today, just looking for a spark of justice. Yeah, this counts as bringing honor to Jaywalk Studio, right? They're artists doing a good deed on the very first day. Should not they give out a bonus or something as a reward? Just as Lin Xia was happily daydreaming, the chat in the livestream exploded again. What the heck, how did the phone end up with the streamer? Is it possible the thief is working with the streamer? To the person above, you would have to be pretty delusional to come up with that. Could it be scripted just so the streamer could hit on the girl? And then what? The girl offered her WeChat in a red envelope and he turned her down. What kind of hitting on is that? Then what is going on? Why was the phone in the streamer's hand? I really want to know, but there only seems to be one logical explanation. Which is that when the streamer bumped into the thief, he swiped the phone right back. Damn, that is too absurd, I do not believe it. I would sooner believe I am the first emperor of Qin. Are you asking for money? The viewers in the livestream were completely bewildered. They really could not figure out what was happening. And at this moment, Lin Xia finally had the time to respond to the chat. Alright guys, stop guessing. Did you forget I said I was going to try out a new profession today? Ever heard of an anti-pickpocket scout? I'm just doing it part-time, not professionally. As he was speaking, Lin Xia's expression suddenly stiffened. Just as the viewers were wondering what was going on, Lin Xia said with a bitter look, "Damn it, I think I overdid it. I accidentally swiped the thief's phone too." Trouble? Big trouble? You are really in big trouble. Everyone, please be my witnesses. I'm an anti-pickpocketing volunteer, not a thief. Once I finish working later, I will hand over all these phones. I guarantee the whole process is being live-streamed. Lin Xia's desire to survive right now is at its peak. He is desperately explaining himself to the livestream chat. And the audience in the livestream, seeing this scene, are laughing their heads off, clutching their stomachs. Haha, what the hell do you mean, casually swiped? Anti-pickpocketing? Are you sure this is anti-pickpocketing? It looks more like you're making some extra cash on the side. This is actually terrifying. If the streamer had not told us, who would have known he already lifted 2 phones? Wait, what the heck? This is literally hair-raising. So is this guy really a celebrity? Why would he even want to be one? According to him, his main job is indeed a celebrity artist, and this daily gig is just his side hustle. The classic side hustle outshining the main career. He is talented. Just as the audience was debating this, Lin livestreaming seemed to spot a familiar comment in the chat. But the viewers did not notice, and Lin Xia did not say much about it either. He just emphasized one more time that he would hand them over when he finished. Then he shifted his gaze and started looking for the next pickpocket. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the Xingfu Road police station, this kid's hand speed is incredibly fast. 2 veteran police officers were studying the video clip of Lin Xia. As veteran officers with years of anti-pickpocketing experience, they have caught hundreds if not thousands of thieves. But in that video just now, they did not even see how Lin Xia made his move. What is even more outrageous is that Lin Xia managed to lift 2 phones at once. That is truly terrifying. Old Zhang, old Lei, what are you two studying? At that moment, the station captain, Captain Zhao, walked over. Captain Zhao, come take a look at this video. This kid is a natural. The 2 veterans handed over the clip they had taken from the stream. After Captain Zhao finished watching it, his expression started to get a bit strange, because he recognized Lin Xia. He had just taken Lin Xia's statement yesterday. Who exactly is this kid? Captain Zhao muttered to himself. The 2 veteran officers were confused by their captain's reaction. What is wrong, Captain Zhao? Do you know this guy? Captain Zhao paused. I would not exactly say I know him, it is just. Forget it, you two should come take a look at another video. Then Captain Zhao showed them the video of Lin Xia picking a lock from yesterday. After the 2 veterans finished watching the clip of Lin Xia unlocking the door in seconds, they looked at each other, both quite shocked. This kid, he looks like he is destined for trouble. Jiaxing Media. Yang Mi was in her office planning a new show. Reba suddenly ran in, making a scene. May. Seeing Reba like this, Yang Mi glared at her and snapped. What is going on? Why are you being so rowdy? What is wrong? Did you lose your keys again? Reba made a pained face. No, I just want you to watch this video. Fine, are you slacking off during work hours again? Yang Mi teased. Reba stuck out her tongue. Oh no, me, I just happened to scroll past it. Look, Lin Xia is stealing things. What the heck? Yang Mi's voice jumped several octaves. What did he steal? Just watch it yourself. Reba was having trouble explaining. She passed Lin Xia's livestream over to her. She also played the clip the viewers had edited for Yang Mi. Once Yang Mi finished watching the video, the expressions on her face were a mix of shock, confusion, bewilderment, and frustration. In short, every expression within the scope of Mi's acting skills had basically appeared on her face. What is going on with this guy? Does he have a criminal record or something? Yang Mi suddenly lost her confidence. She kind of regretted that before signing the contract with Lin Xia. She had not investigated his background thoroughly. How reckless of me. A moment later, Yang Mi looked up and told Reba, do not rush home after work, come with me to the police station. Reba's little face froze and she almost cried. Me, is it really that serious? I was just slacking off, do I really have to go to the police station? Yang Mi gave her a fierce look and was amused by her. What are you thinking? I am asking you to go with me to pick someone up. Pick someone up who? Never mind, with that brain of yours, just go back to slacking off. Okay, then I am leaving me. Go ahead, and send me the link to his stream. I want to see what else this kid can stir up. Okay, back at the train station, with a flick of Lin Xia's wrist, another pickpocket had their bag and phone lifted by Lin Xia. Good grief, this bag is full of cash, this kid is pretty ruthless. Lin Xia muttered to himself, then returned the bag to the owner. The owner of the bag was a laborer. He brought this money to pay for his wife's medical treatment. He actually realized it the moment the bag went missing. When Lin Xia brought it back to him, he was already on the verge of tears. and when he realized Lin Xia had retrieved his lost money and bag. The man was so emotional that he immediately wanted to kneel down to Lin Xia. A simple working man, honest and without any hidden agendas. It was completely an instinctive reaction. After all, for him, Lin Xia had just saved his life. Fortunately, Lin Xia was quick and helped him up. Sir, it is the right thing to do. Be careful from now on. Watch your bag. There are a lot of dishonest people at this station. Young man, thank you so much. Good people will be rewarded. You will definitely become rich in the future. Lin Xia rubbed his nose and nodded. I will take your word for it. You should hurry up and board your train. It is almost time. Okay, thank you so much, young man. After finishing this job, Lin Xia looked around and it seemed like there were no more pickpockets. So he found a quiet spot to sit down and rest, and took the opportunity to take stock of his haul. You would not know until you checked. And after checking, good grief, in this short hour, he already had 10 phones in his hands. It seems this pickpocket organization has a massive presence. And at this time, the viewers in the livestream saw Lin Xia's haul through the camera. They all started flooding the chat. The streamer is actually amazing. In just over an hour, he took down 10 pickpockets. I cannot imagine just a single station square 10 pickpockets in such a short time. My heart, I did not realize we lived in such a dangerous environment. There is no such thing as a peaceful life. It is just that others are carrying the burden for us. Yeah, actually in places we cannot see at the train station, many anti-pickpocketing police are doing the same things as Lin Xia. We just cannot see them. So the question is, what is the standard for this kind of anti-pickpocketing speed? To the person above, since you asked so earnestly, I will tell you out of mercy. According to statistics released online, the best anti-pickpocketing officer dealt with 20 incidents in a single day. My God, the streamer got 10 in just 1 hour. Is not that too amazing? Wrong, although that officer handled 20 cases, it was all preventative, not using their own tricks against them. There are not many people in the force who could do what the streamer is doing. Besides, the streamer is not a police officer, he is just a celebrity. Viewers, a celebrity? Is this guy really a celebrity? How come now he looks more like a criminal expert to me? Damn it, seriously, I ran into some tough guys today, my phone even got stolen. Same here, is it possible the higher-ups are doing another sweep? Is this a warning to us? No way, if they were really sweeping we would have heard about it. Besides, I did not see any familiar faces today. Maybe the precinct's anti-theft unit has some new recruits. Could it be some other crew breaking the rules and sending us a challenge? Hard to say, let us go back and ask the boss. You guys go find the others at the station, tell them to pull back and keep our losses to a minimum. Got it, I will go notify Yellow Hair and his group. I will go find White Hair and Red Hair. In a quiet corner of the train station, a few punks looking anywhere from 18 to 20 were grumbling and complaining. Clearly, these were the same pickpockets Lin Xia had just encountered. Except they all looked absolutely miserable right now. Not only did they fail to steal anything, but they also lost their own phones. However, none of them suspected Lin Xia. There were so many people at the train station, they could not possibly remember everyone they had bumped into. The only ones they recognized clearly were the veteran anti-theft officers who patrolled the area daily. That was exactly why they were familiar. And that is also why the 2 veteran officers from the police station had the luxury of watching the live stream at the station today. The officers sent out on patrol had been replaced by their apprentices. Because if the 2 veterans showed up, the thieves would just run away. They would never have a chance to catch them in the act. Even though this could keep one area clear of pickpockets, the thieves would just go somewhere else and keep stealing. With so many thieves out there, the 2 of them just could not keep up with everyone. Looks like there are not any left. It seems the pickpockets at this station are all part of one ring. They must have realized their own stuff is missing and are calling their partners to retreat. After taking a break, Lin Xia walked around the station again but could not spot a single pickpocket. Lin Xia said, all right, that wraps up our anti-theft side gig for today. Let us head to the police station to hand these phones in. As he spoke, Lin Xia rented a shared bike. Still streaming, he rode toward the police station. The viewers in the live stream saw this. They started posting jokes in the chat. All right, we know you are handing them over. You have said it so many times, his survival instinct is off the charts. I bet the host is saying that for the benefit of the helpful viewers, just so the edited clips do not get taken out of context again, hahaha. Do not worry, these days you do not get famous without being controversial. It is definitely gonna get distorted. Let us take a guess, will the host trend on social media again? That is a given, even among a group of pickpockets and anti-theft experts with 10 years of experience. The host's moves today were absolutely insane. So if the host cannot control himself and accidentally slips something into his own pocket, what then? Hey, that is a pointless question. There are so many locksmiths out there, you are not worried about them picking locks randomly, are you? They are all registered, okay. Ha, as if our host is not registered. Do not you know he only just walked out of that station yesterday? Exactly, I am dying to see the look on the officer's face when the host shows up with those phones today. If I can totally picture it, I am already laughing ha ha ha. When Lin Xia arrived at the police station, he was actually a bit confused. Because the officers at the station acted as if they knew he was coming. As soon as they saw him, they immediately ushered him into the office. Then they started serving him tea and fruit. It gave Lin Xia a strange feeling. He felt as if he had just walked into his own home. What is more absurd is, just as Lin Xia met Captain Zhao from yesterday, the man walked right up to him with a form in his hand. Come on Lin Xia, just sign this and you can go. Lin Xia took the form totally baffled. But he instinctively looked down and signed his name. And just as he was about to put the pen down, he noticed that the guarantor section on the left had already been signed. And it was signed by Yang Mi. Lin Xia looked up completely stunned and said, Captain Zhao, what is going on? How is the paperwork all done before I even got here? I feel like you guys were just waiting for me to show up. And I have not even told you why I came yet. Hearing this, Captain Zhao asked in surprise, are not you here to turn in those phones? Lin Xia. It was true that he was here to turn in the phones. But this whole process does not seem right, does it? Why does it feel like I committed a crime and am being released on bail? I did such a good deed, should not I be getting a commendation? Why is the procedure exactly the same as yesterday? At this moment, the viewers in the live stream also realized something was off. That familiar form, another guarantee letter, ha ha ha. Is not this the same as yesterday, but why is Boss Yang's signature on there? He clearly did a good deed, but it feels like he committed a crime and is getting bullied out. I am dying laughing. The funniest part is that the police already finished all the paperwork and were just waiting for the host to show up. Wait, how did they know the host was coming to turn in phones? Is it possible that the police officers are watching the live stream too? Whoa, is the host really that famous now? Think of it another way, maybe the officers are just worried and afraid the host might pick random locks, so they are monitoring him through the stream. If that is the case, the host is really in trouble. His performance today is way more criminal than just picking locks. That is why the forms were signed before he even got there. I give the police 100 points for this. Such high efficiency, truly a masterpiece. Clag, clag, clag. The sound of high heels clicking on the floor echoed through the room. Lin Xia looked up and saw Yang Mi and Rabas standing there. Boss, what are you guys doing here? Lin Xia was stunned. Yang Mi said, you just look at what you have done today. If I do not come to bail you out, how are you getting back? Lin Xia, are you kidding me? I clearly did a good deed today. What is with this talk of bailing me out, acting like I did something illegal? However, the very next second, Yang Mi continued, oh yeah, and I am here to check if you have a criminal record. Lin Xia felt like a knife had just been stabbed right into his heart. He is a model citizen, how could he possibly have a criminal record? What on earth made her think that? Is it jealousy? Regardless, Lin Xia went ahead and signed the papers. He knew deep down that his cloud hand skill was way too incredible. More than enough to get the attention of the local police. But he did not have much of a choice. It is all that damn system's fault for giving him such bizarre skills. But all in all, he was happy with what he had done today. Otherwise, he would not have gone to the train station to catch pickpockets in the first place. Sometimes helping others is an act that can truly elevate one's spirit. After signing, Lin Xia followed Yang Mi and left the police station. Actually, before they left, Captain Zhao wanted to have a private word with Lin Xia. But Lin Xia spoke first. If you ever need me, just say the word and I will be here to help in a heartbeat. But if you want me to be a full-time anti-theft officer, I am not really interested in that for now. The reason? To the shock of every officer in the room, Lin Xia said shamelessly, because my main job is being a celebrity, anti-theft is just my side hustle. The whole station, the whole livestream, Yang Mi, rebel, absurd. So you do remember that you are a celebrity. Although Lin Xia was doing the anti-theft work voluntarily, the police station still gave Lin Xia some cash rewards. This actually came as a surprise to Lin Xia. He originally went in with the pure intention of doing a good deed. Now it seems that what that old man said really came true. Good people get rewarded indeed. Lin Xia is definitely going to strike it rich in the future. Unsurprisingly, Lin Xia's explosive performance throughout the day was still edited by netizens and posted on all major video platforms. And so, yesterday's trending topic about lockpicking had not even cooled down yet. And today, another one about anti-theft went up. Are celebrities' side hustles this wild nowadays? And after netizens finished watching the video, they were all laughing uncontrollably. Damn, this guy is too awesome, right? Among so many people, he could accurately identify the thief, successfully stop them, and even swipe a phone back from them. The most absurd part is that the thief did not even notice. Is this something a carbon-based life form can actually do? Is this scripted? I heard he is a newly signed artist of Jiaxing. Are they starting to promote him already? Whether they are promoting him or not, the performance is definitely real. The police station even confirmed it. Really? A celebrity has such insane lockpicking and pickpocketing skills, and you are telling me he does not have a criminal record? Who are you trying to fool? Confirmed no criminal record. Boss Yang went to the police station to check it herself. This is ridiculous. Are celebrities this competitive now? Wrong, it is not the celebrities that are competitive, it is their side hustles. Besides that, the other three topics were also quite hot. Just one step away from reaching the trending list. Boss Yang personally went to check her own artist's criminal record. Thanks for asking, the process was already finished before I even arrived at the police station. Just ask yourself if that is not explosive. This incident is absolutely explosive even in the history of crime and police stories. Under this topic, it was naturally a series of videos of Lin Xia entering the police station. From being welcomed into the police station by officers as if he were coming home, to Lin Xia finishing his paperwork and leaving. Everything looked so natural. There was no awkwardness at all, it really felt like him coming home. And this video also proved that the earlier story about Lin Xia fighting theft and swiping 10 phones from thieves was true. But even so, at this moment everyone still had a lingering question in their minds. Is this guy really a celebrity? And a celebrity signed by Jiaxing? Some friends in the industry noticed this. They messaged Yang Mi one after another to ask what was going on. Regarding this, Yang Mi did not offer much explanation. She only said, her company might have signed a treasure. Yeah, a real treasure indeed. In just 2 days, although Jiaxing's popularity did not reach the trending list level, it still enjoyed quite a few benefits from Lin Xia's popularity. It is like the ads for Taobao and JD that are everywhere in life. Some people might ask, these two giants already have such a massive user base. Why do they still keep running ads? The principle behind this is actually quite simple. To maintain brand awareness. To give a simple example, if someone wants to buy something, without seeing ads, they might compare products before buying. But if they see a brand's ads all day long, then when they actually need it, their first reaction is to use that brand. Because it is always appearing right in front of your eyes. It is already deeply ingrained in your memory. The current relationship between Jiaxing and Lin Xia is just about that kind of subtle state. Lin Xia seems to have become Jiaxing's advertising mascot. Of course, this mascot is just a little bit absurd. Running to the police station every other day. Not exactly a good sign. Tianwai Entertainment, the manager who previously went to the police station to pick up Lin Xia, was staring blankly at the phone screen at this moment. This Lin Xia, what exactly is his deal? She frowned, a bitter smile tugging at the corners of her mouth, unable to put into words what she was feeling. Back when Yang Mi came to help Lin Xia terminate his contract, she thought Yang Mi must have lost her mind. Who else could she have signed? Why would she sign an artist like Lin Xia who could not do anything? Although Lin Xia was somewhat handsome, but the entertainment industry has never been short of good-looking people. At the end of the day, management is one thing and being cooperative is another. And as for someone like Lin Xia who could not sing, could not act, and could not create, the company did not even have the heart to manage him. Why would you bother managing someone like that? Are you managing him just to wait for his downfall? That was exactly why. After finding out Lin Xia's true abilities, Tianwai Entertainment stopped paying attention to him, letting Lin Xia become a free agent. But due to the contract, they still had to pay his base salary. As for the side hustle Lin Xia was doing in private, they knew absolutely nothing about it. However, it would not have mattered even if they knew. That is the artist's personal business. They had no right to restrict it and might even support it. After all, the base salary for an C-list actor is not really much. Especially in a place like Shanghai where every inch of land is worth gold. It is barely enough to cover basic living expenses. But the current situation is very subtle. Ever since Lin Xia left Tianwai Entertainment and joined Jiaxing, the trending topics about Lin Xia have not stopped for the past 2 days. Although Lin Xia's name was not explicitly mentioned in the topics. But she was not stupid, she knew it was Lin Xia as soon as she clicked on the video. And while these trending topics did not make Lin Xia an overnight superstar, it brought Jiaxing's popularity up with him. That is what is so frustrating. Originally, this popularity should have belonged to them, Tianwai Entertainment. Suddenly, The head manager at Tianwai Entertainment felt a bit of regret for selling Lin Xia off. But buying him back now is not realistic. She could only silently pray that Lin Xia was just having a stroke of luck. Meng Meng is an intern reporter for the entertainment section of the National Daily. Today, her team leader gave her an important task. Because of the recent rampant and messy gossip news in the entertainment industry, leading everyone to become weary of the industry. So, in order to change this situation, her leader told her to find some positive news about the entertainment industry to publicize. Like a celebrity donating to a primary school, or a celebrity donating books, or calling for animal protection and so on. But Meng Meng searched the internet for a while and could not find a suitable candidate. There was plenty of similar news, but none of what Meng Meng wanted, because even as an intern she could tell. Actually, many young idols were just putting on a show. Those news stories on the internet were all bought with money. Using that material for promotion would probably only cause more backlash. Suddenly, Meng Meng's eyes lit up. She saw a short video title that was truly satisfying. Celebrity's absurd side hustle anti-theft, and swiped a few phones from a thief. Nice, well done, Meng Meng shouted instinctively in her heart. Speaking of thieves, Meng Meng got a bit angry. Due to her carelessness, she had lost her phone more than once at train stations. Even on the bus, she had lost a few. Now she even has trauma when it comes to those two places. Seeing a thief get punished by their own methods, she was naturally very happy. But in the next second, Meng Meng's eyes lit up again. Huh? A celebrity doing anti-theft. Something from the entertainment industry. Is not this a perfect positive news story? It is like heaven is helping her. Becoming a full-time reporter, this is a sure thing. Early the next morning, Lin Xia crawled out of bed at a leisurely pace. Yang Mi had mentioned before that Jiaxing Entertainment did not have any rigid clock-in requirements. In other words, as long as there was not anything specific for him to do at the company, Lin Xia could go an entire year without stepping foot in the office. But his salary would still be paid, which was quite comfortable. As for the stir caused online last night, Lin Xia was still completely oblivious to it at this moment. Even though he was a young man in the entertainment industry, Lin Xia did not have the habit of scrolling through Weibo or short video apps. He preferred reading novels or watching craftsmanship videos. No clocking in, what a beautiful day indeed. Lin Xia stretched and incidentally started his live stream. He had gotten used to live streaming lately. If he did not hear the banter from his followers in the morning, he would actually feel a bit out of sorts. However, when Lin Xia opened his live streaming software and saw the latest follower count in his channel, his pupils shrank violently and he was deeply shocked. What, they nearly 100,000 new followers overnight? What is going on? He remembered clearly that yesterday his follower count had just increased tenfold, crossing the 200,000 mark. Today it was already 300,000. If it keeps going at this rate, why would he bother being a celebrity? Becoming a million-follower streamer is right around the corner. Although not being a celebrity means missing out on the unspoken rules of being famous. But I heard some big streamers are actually in private. Off topic, totally off topic. He started the stream. The chat started scrolling like falling snow. While the streamer is finally live, we have been waiting for so long. Streamer, you're famous, you are genuinely famous now, haha. Who would believe it, a D-list celebrity actually set an industry benchmark. The streamer is too strong. All on his own, he's made the whole entertainment industry work harder. Newbie checking in, is this the celebrity lockpicking and anti-theft livestream? Newbie +1, is this the livestream with the most explosive cop and robber action ever? Newbie +2, is this guy really a celebrity? Newbie asking the same, will the streamer try a new side job today? I want to see if there is anything even more outrageous. Watching the tidal wave of comments in his livestream, Lin Xia scratched his head, feeling a bit confused. What are you guys talking about? What industry benchmark did I set? Seeing that Lin Xia still had that clueless look on his face, his enthusiastic followers started posting all sorts of links in the chat, and told him that if he clicked on them, he would understand. Lin Xia did not suspect a thing. He casually clicked on one of the links. Suddenly, the scene on the screen shifted. Explosive ads popped up one after another, accompanied by heart-pounding music. A familiar voiceover began to play. 20 Crown Casino. My goodness. Lin Xia was startled and quickly closed the link. He shot a resentful look at the chat. You guys are cruel, you are trying to get my stream banned in a heartbeat. The audience in the stream could not stop laughing at this. Who the heck was the backstabbing troll that snuck in that trash link? That is just terrible. But even as they said that, just after sending those comments, That bunch of weirdos started pausing the chat scrolling, slowly scrolling back to try and find that link. Actually, they had no interest in the link itself. They just wanted to see which follower was so mean, trying to backstab the streamer. Knowing his followers were not reliable, Lin Xia decided to check the hot searches himself. And look at that. The top 3 hot searches were all related to him. Hash are celebrities' side jobs this wild now. Hash boss Yang personally checks her own artist's criminal record. Hash People's Daily speaks out, suggests the entertainment industry learn from Lin Xia. The most outrageous one was the third one. Even People's Daily spoke out. Is not this getting a bit too ridiculous? Out of curiosity, Lin Xia clicked in to take a look. However, before he could finish reading, he was too embarrassed to continue. He directly clicked the back button. It was not that the article was poorly written, but rather it was written too well. Unlike entertainment reporters, who write however they can to exaggerate and make things sound sensational, People's Daily focused on a documentary-style touching narrative. In the article, Lin Xia was portrayed almost like an angel. How dangerous anti-theft work was. How despite that, Lin Xia feared no danger. With his small body he supported. It even highlighted how unknown he was as an D-list celebrity. It made Lin Xia so embarrassed that his face turned red. Anyway, it is absurd. Originally a completely mundane little thing, was somehow elevated into a story of a top 10 moving character. Everyone knows how hot searches work, do not overhype it. I am just a small-time celebrity, I cannot be any kind of benchmark. As for what happened yesterday, it was just an experience. As soon as Lin Xia said this, the viewers in the stream immediately became cheerful again. Alright, stop acting, your mouth is almost stretching to your ears. If you were not smirking, I might have actually believed you. This wave is really explosive. The streamer got lucky and actually got noticed by People's Daily. No kidding though, I think it was written quite well. It did not look dangerous to us yesterday, but it was actually quite dangerous. Yeah, if he messed up even once and got exposed, the streamer would have to face some serious retaliation. Speaking of retaliation, if the thieves from yesterday saw the news, will not they come after the streamer? This is streamer, you would better be careful lately. Watching the possibilities discussed by his followers, Lin Xia felt a bit uneasy himself. That should not happen, right? However, he was not really that worried, because he had been a fast runner since he was a kid. If those people really came for trouble, he would just turn around and run. As long as he runs fast enough, danger will always be a step behind him. Thinking of this, Lin Xia suddenly remembered that he had not done his draw today. System, I want to draw, Lin Xia thought to himself. Ding, draw successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Master Fortune Teller skill. Lin Xia, what on earth? This is getting more and more ridiculous, right? Master Fortune Teller too. However, that was not the end of it. As if to show the system's consideration, Lin Xia heard an additional prompt. Ding, fortune-telling related items have been stored in the system space. Lin Xia, I really appreciate it. Just at this moment, the viewers in the stream could not wait to ask Lin Xia, what part-time job are you experiencing today? Lin Xia took a deep breath. His little hand trembled as he modified the stream's title. And then, all the followers in the stream were shocked. Experiencing the 35th day of 360 jobs, not going to pretend anymore. I am showing my cards, breaking family tradition, setting up a fortune-telling stand. All the followers sucked in a breath of cold air. They exclaimed that the streamer is getting more and more illegal. Promoting feudal superstition will get you sent to the station to study. My God, what is going on? Is the streamer actually trying to tell fortunes? It is over, it is over, it is over. The streamer might be getting locked up again today. What year do we live in? Who still believes in fortune telling? Exactly, those fortune tellers on the street are all scammers just running their mouths. Streamer, why do not you go back to catching pickpockets? That was much better. I agree with the person above. I only followed this channel because of the anti-pickpocketing videos. Do not say that, do it, hurry up and do it. I love watching fortune telling. Seriously, it is criminal. I think the streamer is getting more and more into criminal territory. Guys, use your little fingers, hit that report button. We cannot have such dangerous talk here. Prosperity, democracy, civility, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, rule of law. Seeing Lin Xia change the title of his stream, the chat in the stream started rolling again. The viewers were not at all optimistic about the profession Lin Xia chose to experience today. However, some of them were just there for the chaos and loved the drama. They were quite curious to see how Lin Xia would go about setting up a fortune-telling stall. As far as they knew, the government's crackdown on this was still very strict. Back in the day, you could find fortune-telling stalls everywhere on the streets. Now you only find them in rare, remote alleyways. That just goes to show how restricted this industry is. Actually, you cannot blame the government for restricting this. It is just that the water in this industry runs too deep. Out of 10 people, 11 are scammers. Do not ask where that last one came from. If you do, it is just a hired plant. You could say, to scam people out of money. This group of fortune tellers would stop at absolutely nothing. Even after the industry was cleaned up. Some started using the internet to tell people's fortunes. They might as well have had the word scammer written on their foreheads. But even then, people still got conned. Especially the elderly, since that is just what they believe in. Lin Xia looked at the stream chat and smiled slightly. He could understand how the viewers felt. But he was nothing like those charlatans. Just a moment ago, his mind was flooded with vast knowledge about divine divination. He was now proficient in reading faces, palms, and the 64 hexagrams. You could say, now whoever stands in front of him, he only needs a quick glance to see their general fortune and the trend of their life. He could even see things that might happen to them in the near future. Off we go, guys, time to set up the stall and make some money. If any of you nearby are interested, come by. I'm offering a 20% discount for everyone. Lin Xia magically produced the necessary props from his system storage. Then he grabbed his gear and left the house. Meanwhile, elsewhere, news of Lin Xia going out to tell fortunes soon reached Yang Mi's ears. No need to guess, it was Reba who told her. Ever since she saw Lin Xia catching pickpockets yesterday, Reba had grown fond of watching Lin Xia's streams, especially the viewers in his chat. They were all so funny and interesting to talk to. There was a comment earlier about the streamer getting more and more criminal. Reba had actually picked that up from the viewers and was just typing it for fun. This kid. Yang Mi raised her hand and rubbed her temples, feeling a headache coming on. A second ago, she was happy that Lin Xia had accidentally brought quite a lot of traffic to Jaywalk Studio. What was even more absurd was that even the People's Daily had spoken up. She was just planning how to capitalize on this wave of popularity. Now this. The next second, Lin Xia is already starting to cause trouble again, right? It is perfectly reasonable for a celebrity to have a side hustle. But for some reason, whenever it comes to Lin Xia, the side hustle turns into a legal nightmare. If things go wrong this afternoon, she will have to go to the police station to bail him out again. Thinking of this, Yang Mi waved at Reba and said, Reba, keep an eye on Lin Xia's stream today and let me know the moment anything happens. You got it, my Jai, mission accepted. Being ordered to slack off, Reba could not be happier. Then Yang Mi added, also, do not rush to leave after work. I have a feeling we might need to make another trip to the police station. Huh, is it that serious? Actually, there are quite a lot of fortune tellers in those secret little alleyways. I do not know about others, but with Lin Xia I am not so sure, Yang Mi said honestly. Reba, this guy, to think he makes my Jai this worried. Back to Lin Xia. After riding his little bike for quite a while, he finally arrived at an old neighborhood. He looked around the old district and finally found a perfect spot. However, when the viewers saw the location Lin Xia had chosen, they all started sighing and lamenting in the chat. Man, the people in this old neighborhood just hit the jackpot. That big demolition character is just so eye-piercing. You can work a whole lifetime and still not compare to a single character painted on a wall. It is ridiculous. It is all fate. Why is not my house being demolished? Our ancestors did not do anything evil. I suspect the streamer is not here to tell fortunes at all. He is here to mess with our heads. Exactly, why go to an alleyway when you can just come here next to a condemned building? Whenever I see that demolition sign on the wall behind the streamer, I want to punch him. Come on, let us throw punches. Putting facts aside, is not the streamer at fault here. SSS, the person above, really has some expert punching techniques. At this moment, the audience in the stream was starting to get a bit angry. Actually, you cannot blame them for being angry. It is just that the background wall Lin Xia chose is a bit discouraging. Most fortune tellers go to back alleys to play the part of a master. He, on the other hand, went straight to the base of a wall marked for demolition. If that was not enough, he set his stream background right towards that giant demolition character, who would not get upset seeing that. Guys, do not be angry, there is a reason I picked this spot. Lin Xia looked at the stream chat and laughed. Let me ask you all a question first, do you believe in fate? Believe in fate. The viewers were stunned by the question. To tell the truth, as viewers who have gone through 9 years of compulsory education, their instinctual answer was that they did not believe in fate. But maybe the giant red demolition character on the white wall was just too striking. Right now, they were actually starting to waver. Could it be that everything is really predestined? Actually, I chose this place because the feng shui here is good. Just wait and see, within 20 minutes, someone will come to me for a fortune. The viewers did not believe a word of it. Some of the trolls in the chat even started making big claims, saying that if Lin Xia could get a client within 20 minutes, they would eat 5 pounds of it. And some even crazier viewers even claimed they would stick their head in a high-speed fan. As for the pledges the viewers made, Lin Xia did not care at all. He just sat quietly on the ground, holding a small fan and fanning himself. I have to say, at a first glance, he really did have the demeanor of a recluse master. Jaywalk Studio, Reba saw Lin Xia's getup and could not help but mutter to herself. If he were to play some kind of scam artist character, he would be so perfect for it, right? More than 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The street was bustling with an endless stream of passers-by. But Lin Xia's fortune-telling booth attracted no interest at all. Lin Xia, however, was not in any rush. He just sat there on his own, eyes closed to rest and gather his energy. On the contrary, the viewers in the live broadcast room were getting a bit impatient. It has already been almost 20 minutes, why has not anyone come yet? Is the host trying to scam us? Obviously, how could anyone possibly come for fortune-telling? Do you really think the police's daily public awareness campaigns were all for nothing? No way, so the host is just fooling us. Damn it, I came here to watch someone else get scammed. How did I end up getting scammed first? Unscrupulous streamer reported. Hahaha, alright, everyone stop stirring things up. What is wrong with giving him another 20 minutes? I'm curious, after today, what will the people's daily say? Say what? Just this morning they were calling on the industry to learn from Lin Xia, and by the afternoon he is already pushing feudal superstition. People's daily, thanks for the invite, I'm truly speechless. Glancing at the live stream comments, Lin Xia shook his head calmly. Everyone stay calm. I said 20 minutes and I meant 20 minutes. There are still 3 minutes left, no rush. Seeing how composed Lin Xia was, the viewers also quieted down. They wanted to see for themselves, after 3 minutes, whether anyone would actually come to Lin Xia for a reading. Time ticked away second by second. 3 minutes passed very quickly, just as the viewers were getting ready to spam the chat about Lin Xia being a fraud. Lin Xia's eyes suddenly lit up as he looked toward a certain spot. He said with a confident smile, "Is not this our customer arriving now?" However, when Lin Xia's so-called customer reached the stall and sat down, the viewers in the live room saw who it was, and the chat was instantly filled with countless question marks. Wait, what is going on? Where did this kid come from? Do not tell me this brat is the customer. Are you kidding? This is ruining the flowers of the motherland. I calculate with my fingers that this kid has not even finished his homework yet, right? I can calculate it too, he definitely went to play mobile games. By the way, what do you think this kid wants to ask about? It must be asking where his parents hid his lucky money. Could it be asking for the homework answers? So does that even need calculation? Seeing that the customer coming for a reading was a child, the live audience could not hold it in anymore. Lin Xia, however, was not surprised at all. Fortune-telling has no age or gender limits. Besides, whoever said children cannot get their fortunes read? But after the brat said what he wanted to ask about, Lin Xia and the live audience were all stunned. You said you want to ask about love and relationships. Lin Xia looked at the little boy with a strange expression. He instinctively took a look at the boy's physiognomy. Judging by his face, the boy indeed has the type of fate that attracts romantic entanglements. People like this from childhood never have to worry about the lack of girls around them. Everywhere they go, they seem to naturally attract girls. But at the same time, this type of person often encounters a lot of bad romantic connections. It is hard for them to stay committed to a relationship from beginning to end. Yes, cannot you do love readings here? The boy asked in a firm tone. A hint of melancholy appeared unconsciously between his brows. No wonder he is so popular with the girls. He is practically the white knight that girls imagine in their dreams. Just look at the female viewers in the chat, some are already calling him their little hubby. Alright, why do not you tell me the situation briefly? Also, do you want to calculate your own future relationship trend, or are you asking about a relationship with a specific person? Lin Xia asked. Upon hearing Lin Xia's question, the live stream chat erupted. Wow, what is the streamer talking about? The kid is so young, how could he possibly be asking about a relationship with someone specific? Exactly, he probably has not even hit puberty yet. He must have watched too much TV and wants to check his future love life. Or maybe his parents are too lovey-dovey at home, and he wants to know when his own love life will start. That is hard to say, kids nowadays are very precocious. Even if he is precocious, it should not be to this extent. The brat looks like he is only in the 1st or 2nd grade. The audience was sharing their own opinions. And at this moment, the child spoke up. I want to ask about the relationship with a specific person. Lin Xia was not surprised and smiled. Do you have that person's birth date? It would be best if you have a photo for me to see. The little boy hesitated for a moment and then nodded. He then reached into the small backpack on his back, took out a photo and handed it to Lin Xia. Lin Xia took it and looked. The little girl in the photo was actually quite pretty. But if looked at from the perspective of physiognomy, the girl's face was not very good. Let us start with the ears. The girl's ears are thin as paper, a sign of one who brings bad luck to their husband. Furthermore, the ear cartilage protrudes severely. This usually indicates a rebellious fate. Now let us talk about the eyebrows. For girls, eyebrows are quite significant. As they say, the face reflects the heart. From birth, a person's physiognomy is basically determined. This girl's eyebrows are thick and coarse like silk threads, and most women with this trait are greedy and lustful. In other words, they do not guard their chastity. Although it is not great to say this about such a young girl. Judging from the physiognomy, that is indeed the case. Especially after Lin Xia combined the features of her nose, lips, and eyes for the reading. When this girl grows up, she will likely enter certain special industries. So she is naturally not a good match for this boy. When the little boy finished listening to Lin Xia's interpretation, he was clearly a bit unsatisfied, but he did not raise any objections. A fortune teller understands the human heart best. Lin Xia just smiled and said, "You are still young, so many things in the future are uncertain. Instead of asking for a love reading now, you would be better off going home and finishing your homework." The little boy looked up at Lin Xia and said, "You are different from the others." Lin Xia became interested. How so? Everyone else says we are very compatible. That is natural. What those seeking a reading want is good news. As long as you tell them what they want to hear, you cannot go wrong. The little boy was curious. Then why did not you tell me the good news? Because I can actually calculate. Lin Xia's implication was basically that the people the boy had seen before were just con artists. The little boy hesitated for a moment and said, "Then can you help me do another reading?" Sure, Lin Xia nodded, but you must pay for the previous reading first. How much? Whatever your heart dictates. The little boy was silent for a while. Then he took out a 100 yuan bill and handed it to Lin Xia. Lin Xia did not decline, took the money and asked, "You still want to ask about love, right? Give me the other photo." After hearing this from Lin Xia, the little boy was stunned. The viewers in the live stream were completely confused. What on earth is going on here? Why are they so baffled by this? Is this little boy really a normal kid? Why does it feel like two brilliant minds are having a conversation? They sure have a way with words. About 10 minutes later, Lin Xia finished speaking. The little boy said thank you with satisfaction. Then he paid and got up to leave. And at this moment, the viewers in the live stream only then realized what had just happened. Oh my god, did I hear that right? This little kid is so young and already has several girlfriends. Damn it, I'm almost 30 and I have only ever had one girlfriend. To the guy above, you better mean a real girlfriend and not your hand. Damn it, I was disguising it so well, did you see through me? These two, one really dares to predict and the other really dares to believe. I'm just curious if what the host said is actually accurate. What are you thinking? It cannot be accurate. Have you ever seen someone settle their marriage while in elementary school? Exactly, and what is even more outrageous is the host judging her future career based on her face. Is not this already considered defamation? Trash host, I think you are just being disrespectful to women. Something strange seems to have snuck into the live stream. Looking at the comments in the stream, Lin Xia did not explain. He just smiled slightly. Whether it is accurate or not does not matter now. If you do not believe me, will not you know in a few decades? Lin Xia's calm response made those viewers who wanted to cause trouble in the chat instantly shut up. But at the same time, it made everyone's skepticism toward Lin Xia even deeper. After all, who can say for sure about things happening decades later? Besides, even if it is not accurate by then, I'm afraid no one will even remember this incident anymore, right? So to sum it up, Lin Xia is just making things up, just like other street con artists. This is just a scam. Sister me, this is bad. As Rebecca, who was ordered to goof off. When she saw this scene in the live stream, she reported it to Yang Mi right away. After Yang Mi watched the replay of the stream, she frowned unconsciously. As an artist, what you fear most is your words being misinterpreted, and then suffering because of what you said, affecting your entire career. Although Lin Xia does not have much fame in the entertainment industry right now, but the events of these past 2 days have really brought him a lot of attention, especially being mentioned by the National Daily. It has made even more people pay attention to Lin Xia. And at this time, if any of Lin Xia's actions go wrong, it will be exploited by ill-intentioned people to make a big deal out of it. then getting banned because of one sentence is not entirely impossible. Thinking of this, Yang Mi just felt a headache. What kind of person did she recruit into the company? Could not he just honestly do some reliable side job? Alright, go back and keep watching. I need to think about the possible negative PR that might come up, and I have to find a way to deal with it in advance. Yang Mi rubbed her temples and said. And just at this moment, Rabas suddenly said, Sister Mi, it seems like Lin Xia has another customer and it is a beautiful woman. Really, do so many people believe in fortune-telling these days? Yang Mi was surprised. Whatever happened to believing in science? Meanwhile, on the other side, Xingfu Road Police Station. Team leader Zhao and the two veteran officers from yesterday were also watching Lin Xia's stream. They had originally wanted to use the stream to study how Lin Xia could have such fast pickpocketing speed. As a result, they opened it and found that Lin Xia was fortune-telling for someone today. For a moment, the three looked at each other, not knowing what to say. This young man is getting more and more suspicious. The country is currently cracking down heavily on these kinds of fortune-telling stalls. And he is doing the opposite, deliberately breaking the law. But perhaps because of the shock from Lin Xia's lockpicking and anti-theft skills earlier, they actually did not choose to stop Lin Xia immediately. Then, like the viewers in the live stream, they also saw the scene of Lin Xia fortune-telling for the little kid. However, compared to the viewers in the live stream, their expressions were a bit grim now. Team leader Zhao, should we send someone to stop him? Yeah, fortune-telling for children and broadcasting it on a live stream, the influence is not very good. Team leader Zhao sighed, then I will contact my colleagues in the urban management department in the old district. This kid is really unfathomable. However, just as team leader Zhao was holding his phone and about to make a call, in the live stream, a voice suddenly appeared that sounded familiar to him. Team leader Zhao, is not that your daughter? At this moment, officers Zhang and Li exclaimed. Team leader Zhao leaned in to take a look. Oh boy, it really was his daughter. What a mess, why is my own family adding to the trouble? Team leader Zhao looked helpless. However, he put down the phone in his hand. Because his daughter's status is not ordinary. This matter does not need to trouble my colleagues in the old district. Anyway, back to Lin Xia. There is a new customer. And it is a beautiful customer. The viewers in the live stream immediately got excited. Wow, a lot of beauties have appeared in the host's live stream. The one who did the lockpicking was nice. The one who did the anti-theft yesterday was nice too, and this one today is even better. Big, very big, I like it. To the guy above, calm down. Why do I feel like this girl looks familiar? To the guy above, use a different line. This pickup method is outdated. No, I really feel like she is familiar, like I have added her somewhere. Oh my god, I took a screenshot and searched online. This girl is from the criminal police team. She is a police beauty. Really? I just said this girl's aura is unusual. She feels very imposing. Amazing, amazing, she is actually a police beauty. So the question is, how did a police beauty come here for fortune-telling? Oh, it feels like the host is about to be in trouble. Ha ha ha, tea and interrogation await. Why do I feel like the host just wanted to deliberately go to the police station for free food and drink? Host, damn it, you actually saw through me. Ha ha ha, you guys are too much. After learning that the new customer was a criminal police officer, the viewers in the live stream all laughed happily. Everyone was even looking forward to it. I do not know when Lin Xia finds out her identity. What kind of expression will he have? Surprised? Or flustered? Or turn around and run? Are you the fortune teller? Zhao Ruanen came to Lin Xia's stall and asked with a smile. Lin Xia saw this, his expression was calm as he nodded. Yes, do you want a reading? Zhao Ruanen pointed at herself, feeling it was a bit funny. She was actually out on a mission today. But someone let the news slip, which caused the mission to fail. Depressed, she had a belly full of anger with nowhere to release it. Coincidentally, she happened to see Lin Xia setting up a fortune-telling stall here. So she got the idea of catching Lin Xia. The police and urban management catch them every day but cannot finish them all. He actually dares to break the law openly. Is not this just delivering merit on a silver platter? Just send him to my cheap father to help him boost his performance. However, for now, she suddenly got the idea to tease Lin Xia. I will get a reading, but before that, I have to see if you have real skills. Can you tell what I do for a living? Lin Xia looked up and roughly glanced at her face. Then blurted out, you are in a special profession. Zhao Ruanen. Livestream. Damn. She is a police beauty from the criminal police team. You are saying she is in a special profession. You have gone too far. It looks like you are definitely going to be drinking that tea at the police station. Hey streamer, I advise you to watch your mouth. Do you have any idea who is standing in front of you? What the hell is a special profession? Just because she is pretty you call it a special profession. Is not that sexism? Wait, something is wrong, very wrong. Why do so many weird things keep getting into the stream today? Maybe the streamer is just too popular, and now the haters are getting jealous. Listen up, haters, I know you are in a rush, but hold your horses. Let us just say, is it possible that when the streamer says special profession, he actually means a criminal police officer? Now that you mention it, that is actually possible. The chat in the live stream started scrolling again. The netizens were all bewildered by Lin Xia's comment about a special profession. However, after hearing the analysis from the viewer in the chat, the netizens calmed down. Could the special profession Lin Xia mentioned really be a police officer? Maybe it is a sensitive profession, which is why he did not say it directly. But is that even possible? Let us look at Zhao Ruonan. At first, when she heard Lin Xia say special profession, she subconsciously assumed it was that kind of profession too. Suddenly, she felt both angry and annoyed. She, a dignified star officer of the criminal investigation team, was actually mistaken for a sex worker. But soon she realized something was wrong. Because from Lin Xia's eyes and expression, she could sense that was not what he meant at all. Could he have really figured out my identity? Zhao Ruonan started to feel uncertain and doubtful. As if to verify it, she immediately asked, "There are many types of special professions, which one are you referring to?" Lin Xia smiled and stayed silent, not answering. Instead, he made a saluting gesture with his hand. Seeing this, Zhao Ruonan's pupils contracted in shock. No way, seriously. Did he really figure it out? That is too absurd. He must have seen me in the news before. So he recognized me at first glance. It has to be that. Zhao Ruonan comforted herself with that thought. Meanwhile, the viewers in the livestream saw this scene, and it immediately sparked a heated debate. Oh my god, is it for real? Did the streamer actually figure it out? What the that is divine, does he actually know how to read fortunes? You are kidding, he can calculate this, I do not buy it. The streamer must have seen the officer before and recognized her immediately. I do not think so because this streamer's acting is terrible. I agree with the one above, +1. Agreed, +2. No way does this streamer really have so many fanboys. He is at least a celebrity, surely he has some basic acting skills. Someone above is clearly a new viewer, just keep watching. I cannot guarantee anything else, but this is definitely not scripted. His acting, well, let us just not go there. But as for how he guessed it, I have no idea. Lin Xia did not have time to look at the chat at this moment. If he had seen them questioning his acting skills, he would have performed a scene right there to scare the life out of them. A bunch of losers, how could they doubt him? He is a celebrity after all. Although to be honest, his acting is quite mediocre. Lin Xia looked at Zhao Ruonan's shocked expression and knew he had guessed correctly. Before Zhao Ruonan could recover, Lin Xia spoke up, "Tell me, what do you want to find out?" Zhao Ruonan was silent for a moment and said, "I want to find someone." Find someone, Lin Xia smiled, that simple. Think about the person you want to find and write a character on the ground. Even though she did not understand the purpose, Zhao Ruonan did as she was told. Because she felt, Lin Xia really seemed to have figured out her identity. Perhaps, does he really have some talent? Besides, their operation today had already failed. Might as well treat a dying horse like a live one. Thinking of this, Zhao Ruonan extended her finger and wrote the character inside on the ground. She did not know why she wrote that character either. It was just a subconscious reaction. Inside, Lin Xia paused for a moment after seeing the character, then could not help but smile. Zhao Ruonan asked out of curiosity, "Does this character have any special meaning?" Lin Xia picked up his fan and pointed to the inside of the character. "Look at what is in here." Following where Lin Xia pointed, Zhao Ruonan asked, "A person?" Lin Xia smiled and nodded. "Exactly, that is the person you are looking for." Zhao Ruonan was stunned. Then a trace of anger appeared on her face. "Are you playing with me? This person is just a brushstroke. I am looking for a real human being." Subconsciously, she thought she was being toyed with. But Lin Xia said calmly, "Don't be so anxious, I have not finished yet." Then continue. Lin Xia continued to explain, "Look at where this person is." On the ground, Lin Xia shook his head. "No, inside a surrounding wall." Inside a surrounding wall. Zhao Ruonan was confused and had no idea what Lin Xia meant. But after staring at the character on the ground for a while, she suddenly realized. "Oh, you mean the person I am looking for is hiding inside a room?" Lin Xia smiled and nodded. "Exactly, you could say that." The next moment, Zhao Ruonan's face darkened and she said irritably, "Is that all you have to say? Anyone who is a person is in a room, right?" No, Lin Xia shook his head. "This is not a fully enclosed room but a concave wall." "What do you mean?" Zhao Ruonan frowned slightly. She was getting really confused. Wow, streamer, stop being mysterious. Cannot you just finish your sentence? Damn, do you have to speak in pieces? Are you trying to be mysterious? This is so annoying. I want to jump in and hit the streamer. I know you are in a rush, but hold on, listen to the streamer first. Does the streamer actually know where the officer's target is? The audience in the stream started to get anxious too. Lin Xia could not help but feel a bit speechless at Zhao Ruonan's lack of perception. As the saying goes about women, large chest, small brain. He sighed and continued pointing at the character. Look at what the top part of the character looks like. It looks like nothing to me. Can you just say it all at once? Are you trying to mock my IQ? Zhao Ruonan could not take it anymore and just exploded. She hated it when people droned on and on. She never understood a single word those leaders said at meetings. Why cannot people just get to the point? She looked nothing like the cool female officer she usually was. She was like a hot-tempered little chili pepper. Lin Xia, Zui, Captain Zhao, Da Mimi. Does it look like an arrow to you? Seeing Zhao Ruonan like this, Lin Xia finally stopped beating around the bush and revealed the answer. And when Zhao Ruonan heard this, she subconsciously looked up at the wall behind Lin Xia that was marked for demolition. Suddenly, a flash of insight hit her mind. Then she finally understood what Lin Xia was trying to express. Zhao Ruonan shuddered, swallowed her saliva, and looked behind Lin Xia. Are you saying? Lin Xia saw this, smiled, and nodded. Exactly, the person you are looking for is right there. The moment Lin Xia finished speaking, the viewers in the livestream, who had been just as bewildered as Zhao Ruonan, finally came to their senses. In that instant, everyone felt a chill run down their spine. They all had goosebumps rising layer upon layer. Oh my god, is this actually for real? Just by interpreting a character, he actually helped the policewoman find the person she was looking for. I do not believe it, unless they storm in right now and let me see it. Holy crap, this is terrifying. Is this just a coincidence or is it actually real? I would rather believe I am the first emperor of Qin than believe the streamer can actually predict the future. At a time like this, stop trying to scam people for money, okay? No way, I am not donating a single penny. Damn, my skin is crawling. This is just too magical, right? Hold on, wait a second. Is not it still unconfirmed whether it is real or fake? But what if it is real? As the final comment drifted across the screen, the viewers in the stream went deathly silent. For a moment, they all felt as if their throats were being tightly gripped by an invisible hand. They could not utter a single word. Yeah, that is right. What if it actually is true? Was it just a coincidence? Or can the streamer actually divine the truth? If it is the former, it would be fine. But if it is the latter, are we supposed to stop believing in science from now on? The person on the scene, Zhao Ruonan, shared the same doubts. As the viewers in the livestream, she kept her eyes locked on the demolition building behind Lin Xia. For a moment, she did not know what to say. Should she believe or not believe? This was a question worth struggling over. If she believed, her own faith would collapse. But if she did not, Lin Xia's explanation earlier had sounded quite logical and grounded. Deep down, she was unwilling to let this opportunity slip by. Seeming to notice her hesitation, Lin Xia smiled and said, "Believe it or not, that is up to you to decide." A moment later, Zhao Ruonan gave Lin Xia a long look. Then she picked up her phone and sent a location message to their work group. Everyone get here and assemble as fast as you can. At that moment, the colleagues participating in the raid were on their way back. Suddenly, they received the message from Zhao Ruonan. Immediately, everyone became excited. Quick, turn around and go back. The captain says they have found the target's location. Are you serious? It must be for real. Go, go, go. Hold on tight, I'm drifting through this turn. We are taking them all down today. Screech. About 10 minutes later, the sound of emergency braking rang out on the side of the road. Then dozens of plainclothes police officers jumped out of the vehicles. They came to gather beside Zhao Ruonan. And when they saw Lin Xia's fortune-telling stall nearby, their expressions turned quite strange. Were not we here to catch criminals? Why are we coming to catch a fortune teller? Should not this be handled by the urban management or the local station? Lin Xia saw the looks from the group and gave them a disgruntled expression. He was just running a fortune-telling stall. There was no need for these people to look at him like he was a monster. It was as if he were the criminal. And just then, Zhao Ruonan as the captain took command. Groups 1 and 2 surround from the left, Groups 3 and 4 surround from the right. Group 5 move in through the center with me, move fast. The Zhao Ruonan at this moment was no longer the hot-tempered girl from before. Instead, she resembled a battle-hardened female general, commanding her team with effortless grace. After she gave the order, All team members showed excellent coordination. According to the assigned formation, they slowly closed in on the demolition building. Captain Zhao, your daughter is every bit as good as you were back in the day. Inside the Xingfu Road police station, Old Zhang and Old Li were watching the live stream. Watching the heroic and spirited Zhao Ryunan, they could not help but brag to Captain Zhao. Captain Zhao smiled and nodded. Do not get me started on this girl, she is great in every way except for the fact that she does not listen. Old Zhang said, come on, she is an adult now, she can walk her own path, stop meddling. But I am curious, the criminal that Xiao Nan and her team are after, could they really be in that demolition building? Hard to say, but I hope they are not. Why? Have you thought about how to handle Lin Xia if it turns out to be true? Ah well, Xiao Liu, go prepare some tea, we might have guessed later. Haha, typical you, Captain Zhao. Laughing and talking, the three of them focused their attention back on the live stream. But Captain Zhao let out a silent sigh in his heart. His hands slightly trembling behind his back showed that his inner thoughts were not as calm as his face suggested. On the other side, Jaywalk Media, Yang Mi and Rabao were also staring intently at the stream. They were also very curious. Was Lin Xia's fortune-telling really accurate? And would Zhao Ryunan and her team be able to catch the criminal? Back at the scene, after Zhao Ryunan took her team into the demolition building, Lin Xia's first reaction was actually to pack up and leave. But the viewers in the live stream were not having it. They insisted that Lin Xia follow them in to have a look. Reluctantly, Lin Xia followed far behind just to be safe and avoid any accidents. Fortunately, judging by Zhao Ryunan's physiognomy, she did not seem to be in danger of any violent bloodshed. So going over to see should not be a big deal. A few minutes later, with a call to close the net, the arrest operation seemed to go smoother than expected. By the time Lin Xia arrived, Zhao Ryunan and her team were already escorting out a few guys with scars. Seeing this scene, the live chat exploded once again. Everyone was questioning their reality. My God, they really caught them. This is just too absurd, how is it possible? My entire worldview is flipped, I cannot accept this. Damn, it is a script, it must be a script. To the person above, go check it out, you would have to be brain dead to think this is a script. Just regarding Lin Xia, I think it might be a script, but do you think Lin Xia has the ability to make real police officers act with him? Ah wait, so Lin Xia really can do fortune telling. Awesome streamer, help me read my luck, I want to find love. Stop it already, the P-Squad is here, get the guy above out of here. My urine is yellow, I will go first. Seeing Lin Xia, Zhao Ryunan had a strange look on her face, not knowing what to say for a moment. She could not believe he actually got it right. How did you actually calculate that they were inside here? Zhao Ryunan asked curiously. Lin Xia smiled and replied, it was not me who calculated it, you told me. Just because of that character, Zhao Ryunan frowned slightly. Lin Xia nodded exactly. Then can I have you divine another character for me now? Yes, but you have to pay for the last one first. Fine, money is not an issue, let us do it first, I will pay for both together. That works too, seeing how hard you are working I will make an exception. Lin Xia said, tell me what character do you want to test this time, and what are you asking for? Zhao Ryunan curled her lips and smiled lightly. Let us test the character for catch, I want to know who you really are. Lin Xia. Livestream. No surprises there. Lin Xia was taken away by the criminal investigation team. Just kidding. With just one character, he found the criminal's hideout. Whether Lin Xia actually calculated it, guessed it, or it was just a coincidence, they had to symbolically bring him back to cooperate. Otherwise, there was no way they could explain this to the whole internet. When Lin Xia was taken away by the criminal police brigade, the livestream was cut off. What followed was rather sensitive. It was quite different from being at the local police station. Therefore, it was not appropriate to continue the stream. The viewers in the chat saw the screen suddenly go black. And naturally, they realized what was happening. But at this moment, not a single person was worried about Lin Xia. No one even asked about the criminal or the police. Instead, everyone burst into laughter and kept flooding the chat with messages. Hahaha, does this count as the streamer digging his own grave? Seriously, he helped the policewoman catch a criminal, only to end up getting locked up himself. Hahaha, hilarious, the streamer is so pitiful. But he really is amazing, I still do not understand how he pulled that off. Mortal, do not think too much into it, maybe the streamer just got lucky. I do not think it was luck, if it was really a coincidence it was a ridiculous one. By the way, does anyone remember the streamer saying this place was profitable this morning? Could he have planned all this since he went out this morning? No way, heavens, hearing you guys say that, why do I feel a little creeped out? Is that scary? I think it is alright if we are talking about scary. I think the fact that this streamer is a celebrity is the scariest part. If you did not mention it, I would have almost forgotten he is a celebrity, haha. Just after everyone finished discussing, and felt that Lin Xia would not go live again today. Suddenly, the livestream screen lit up again, and the viewers, looking at the environment on the screen, felt a strange sense of familiarity. Why does this look so much like the police station the streamer was at yesterday? Hello everyone, do not overthink it. The streamer is fine, I did not get locked up. I was just helping them out by giving a statement. The first thing Lin Xia did when he went live was explain it to the audience, because he was worried that the viewers would clip today's events, exaggerate them and spread them around, and then end up with some headline about him getting arrested for the third time. That would be a huge misunderstanding. Of course, more importantly, it would damage his reputation. Although, technically speaking, in just 3 short days, he really has been to the police station 3 times. Speaking of the police station, by normal procedure, Lin Xia should have followed Zhao Ruonan back to the criminal police brigade. But halfway through, Zhao Ruonan received a call. And then, with a strange expression, she dropped Lin Xia off at the Xingfu Road police station. Same old setup. Familiar vibes. It is really starting to feel like home. And it was at this moment that Lin Xia found out. Zun Ruonan and Captain Zhao here are father and daughter. No wonder he felt she looked a bit familiar when he saw her today. Dad, I have brought the person to you, so I am off. You would better make him explain clearly what is going on. Uncle Zhang, Uncle Li, I'm going now. I will come see you guys another day. Zhao Ruonan greeted everyone and hurried away. She had to rush back to interrogate the criminal she caught today. As for Lin Xia, since he was an old friend of the Xingfu Road police station, the rest was easy to handle. Captain Zhao looked at Lin Xia and said, just wait a moment, your boss has already called and said she is on her way. Lin Xia almost spat blood. What kind of situation is this? Why does it feel like a grade schooler getting into trouble and having their parents called in? Not long after, Boss Yang brought Rabat to the police station. Just like before, signed some papers. And then they could take Lin Xia home. Except, both of them looked at Lin Xia with strange eyes today. Especially Rabat on the way back. She kept insisting that Lin Xia tell her fortune regarding love. Lin Xia said irritably, forget it, I just signed a guarantee letter, you are trying to force me to commit a crime. Oh come on, we are all family here, just do it for me. Rabat begged in a cutesy voice. This voice made Lin Xia shudder all over. Wow. No wonder most people cannot withstand the temptations of the entertainment industry. Seriously, any pretty star acting cute like this, who could resist? So Lin Xia directly turned off the video stream, leaving only the audio. This way there is no evidence, right? The viewers seeing this immediately started spamming comments to roast him. Wow, streamer, are you treating me like an outsider? Too narrow-minded, too narrow-minded. Streamer, you're narrowing your own path. Damn it, I announce from today on I am a former fan of the streamer. Count me in, I am turning into a hater. He will not tell my fortune, but he will for a girl. I am reporting him. Just as the viewers were having a blast in the chat, they suddenly heard Rabat scream in the dark screen. What the heck, you are saying I will end up alone forever? I will kill you. No, read it again. You have to tell me something I actually want to hear. Lin Xia. Livestream chat. Just absurdity. As expected of you. Little Rabat. Without any surprise, Lin Xia's actions today were still clipped into a video and uploaded online, accompanied by an explosive title. Spot on, a single word helped the police catch a criminal. National Daily. Entertainment Editorial Department. Meng Meng, because of her last viral news report, had just been publicly praised by their team leader. He suggested that Meng Meng do some follow-up coverage on Lin Xia. If conditions allowed, an exclusive interview would not be out of the question. The current entertainment industry really needs this kind of positive artist. So, after the meeting, Meng Meng volunteered to work overtime. She started searching online for news about Lin Xia. But she searched around, and there did not seem to be any previous news about him. Lin Xia starting to trend was only a matter of the last 3 days. This made Meng Meng feel a bit doubtful. Could it be that Lin Xia was just putting on a show? And just then, Meng Meng was suddenly drawn to a piece of news about Lin Xia. She checked the time, it had just been posted not long ago. Does not this mean the material for the follow-up report is here? Instinctively, Meng Meng clicked to take a look. She assumed it would just be another video of Lin Xia catching pickpockets. However, as the video played, Meng Meng's little face began to show visible shock. When she saw the end of the video where Lin Xia helped Zhao Ruonan catch a criminal with just one word, Meng Meng almost jumped out of her chair. Oh my god, is this guy a ghost? How on earth did he do that? After the shock, followed by pure ecstasy. She was worrying about not finding any new material. And here Lin Xia did something else positive. This has to be promoted well. Must make everyone in the entertainment industry follow Lin Xia's example. Only then, when people think of the entertainment industry later, they will not only think of the filth and chaos, but instead they will think, there is positivity in the entertainment industry too. As for fortune-telling and feudal superstition, small issue, piece of cake. Meng Meng had already thought of an excuse. She would say Lin Xia did it on purpose to assist the police in their law enforcement. What a great and humble spirit of dedication. The article had not even been written yet, and Meng Meng was already moved to tears. Boo-hoo. It is just too touching, Tilda. Kai Kai is an idol trainee. After his relentless hard work, just recently he finally successfully debuted, and he has attracted a large number of fans. Although he gained fame through being constantly criticized and trolled, he firmly believes that as long as he works hard enough, one day these haters will all become his true fans. Zoe. To this end, he often pays attention to some positive influencers in the entertainment industry. He wants to learn from these brothers and do more things that touch his fans' hearts. As time goes on, will those haters still continue to bash him? Who exactly is this celebrity? He was actually mentioned by the National Daily. Kai Kai, who was browsing the entertainment news section, naturally discovered Lin Xia's video. He opened the article to take a look. Oh my goodness. And it was not just one piece. It was actually 2 reports. And he was mentioned for 2 days in a row. Could it be that another big star has started to make moves recently? Kai Kai's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly opened the article to read it in detail. But after reading it, he was completely baffled. What on earth? A perfectly good celebrity going to catch pickpockets and pretending to tell fortunes, but actually working with police to catch fugitives. Have the requirements for positive energy events in the entertainment industry become this high now? Did not it used to be enough to just spend some money and do good deeds? For a moment, Kai Kai doubted his own life. But then he started thinking about the feasibility of such an approach. If he could do the same, those haters would definitely be moved by him. And then turn from haters into fans, right? Wait, turning haters into fans. It seems like some weird concept is snuck in there. Actually, it was not just Kai Kai. The rest of the entertainers in the industry were not doing any better. After reading this report from the National Daily, they were all exclaiming how absurd it was. Is this even something a celebrity is supposed to do? Instead of properly singing, acting, or rapping, you are out here catching pickpockets and telling fortunes. What is even more outrageous is that he went to the police station for 3 consecutive days. Do you really think the police station is your home? Also, whose celebrity is like you? They really could not do it themselves. However, there were also some celebrities who felt that Lin Xia did a great job, although they had not heard of Lin Xia's fame. But no matter who this person is, after he did these things, it was all worthy of everyone's respect and learning. So some veteran seniors in the entertainment circle started to speak up one after another. Jackie Chan, Lin Xia, good job young man, we should indeed respond and learn from you. Sammo Hung, Lin Xia, your hand speed is very fast young man, come and spar with me when you have time. Chen Kaij, Lin Xia, your acting in that fortune-telling segment was great. Maybe we can collaborate on a film about Taoist priests. Feng Xiaoging, a Chen Kaij brother, we had the same idea. How about we collaborate together? Zhang Yimu, Lin Xia, although you are unknown now, you will shine one day. Stick to yourself, keep it up. Also, your fortune-telling is good. Help me figure out what to shoot for my next film when you have time. To be able to get these big shots to respond, the rallying power of the National Daily is evident. And when the netizens saw this scene, they were all completely shocked. My God, who exactly is this Lin Xia? The National Daily has reported on him for 2 days in a row. I heard he is a newcomer just signed by Jiaxing. No way is this guy really in the entertainment industry. Why have not I even heard of him? Is it hype? What are you thinking? How much influence would you need to get the National Daily and a group of big stars to cooperate with your hype? But is this celebrity really a celebrity? Why do I feel like the things he does are more outrageous than the last? The most outrageous one is the National Daily, right? They do not mention the fortune-telling at all, only saying he cooperated with the police to find people. You are brave upstairs. I think you are looking to get a cup of tea, right? Interesting. Does anyone know where this Lin Xia is live streaming? I want to go take a look. Let us go together. It feels like an incredible mudslide has appeared in the entertainment industry. You are telling me, as a celebrity, others are busy filming and practicing singing every day, but he is good. He is doing side jobs every day. Is he retiring early or what? His retiring early, that idea is brilliant. Regarding the online buzz, The person involved, Lin Xia, was still completely unaware. It was not until Rabat told him about it excitedly that he realized he seemed to be trending on search again. What a mess. He really was just doing a side job. He never even thought about trending on search at all. But well, let it trend. What if some big shot is attracted to the live stream and starts sending crazy tips? Would not he be able to earn more money from his side hustle? Thinking of this, Lin Xia felt beautiful inside. For him right now, nothing is more comfortable than making more money. Right, I should go buy a small electric scooter first. Otherwise, riding back and forth every day actually costs quite a bit. After separating from Yang Mi and Rabat, Lin Xia headed straight for the shop that sold electric scooters. Arriving at the store, he randomly picked a scooter with good value for money. He paid, got the receipt, and happily rode it home. As for any soap opera scenes where the salesperson looks down on him, do not be ridiculous. It is just buying an electric bike. It is not worth going that insane over. Back home, he had something to eat. Lin Xia lay on the bed and fell asleep. Maybe things like fortune-telling take more energy. Lin Xia felt he slept very deeply and soundly today. Until noon the next day, Lin Xia climbed out of bed feeling dizzy and heavy-headed. He habitually opened his live stream to look. Oh boy! Lin Xia instantly woke up. He saw his followers had gone from 300,000 yesterday to 500,000 today. This is too outrageous. Is the power of trending topics really this strong? If he gets on the trending list a few more times, is not becoming a streamer with 1 million followers just around the corner? Tusk, no wonder so many people are willing to spend money to buy trending spots. Lin Xia did not quite understand before, what is the use of spending money on ads? Now it seems the ins and outs of this are completely beyond his grasp. Opening the stream, the chat screen started scrolling instantly, just like a Gatling gun shooting out blue light. And from this, one can tell these followers are real. Not some zombie accounts or anything like that. Wow, you streamer, you are getting cocky. You only started streaming at 12. I thought you were locked up again. Streamer, do you know you're famous again? The National Daily reported on you again and so many celebrities are tagging you. Yes. Damn, I was stunned when I saw the trending list this morning. Lin Xia's name was everywhere. Oh, entertainment news is boring. It is more interesting to watch the streamer do side jobs and then get taken to the police station. Tahaha, exactly. I came specifically to see how many side jobs you can do. By the way, what side job are you doing today? Catching pickpockets or fortune-telling? You are thinking too small, your perspective is too narrow. I think the streamer should go catch some real criminals today. My god, is it that exciting? Hurry up, my friend loves to watch this. Looking at the fans chatting in the stream, Lin Xia smiled slightly and started today's lottery in his heart. Ding, lottery successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the complete guide to street vending. Note, the relevant item resources have been stored in the system space. Listening to the voice echoing in his mind, Lin Xia put on an expression that said he had expected as much. He had completely accepted reality by now. Every time he draws from the lottery, the prizes are always from the wait and see category. There was no way he would ever draw something like acting skills or a beautiful singing voice, right? However, today's lottery result was not bad. At the very least, it was much more reliable than the prizes from the past few days. Street vending is something a perfectly normal person can do. This time, there is no way he would end up at the police station again, right? Besides, Boss Yang would not have to lecture him anymore. Yesterday, after bailing Lin Xia out of the police station, the thing Boss Yang said the most was for Lin Xia to just calm down a little. It is fine to have a side job, but try to do something normal. Do not do anything so criminal. If she had to go to the police station to bail Lin Xia out a few more times, Jiaxing would become Jia prison. Snapping back to his senses, Lin Xia glanced at the items in his system space. The next moment, he was struck by lightning and completely stunned. Lin Xia took a glance at the items in the system space. The next moment, he was struck like a bolt from the blue. He was completely dumbfounded in an instant. What the heck is that whole backpack full of women's cartoon underwear in the system space for real? It is not asking me to sell these, is it? Subconsciously, Lin Xia would rather go stock up on his own goods than experience social death by selling these. Lin Xia would rather go and buy his own stock than die of social embarrassment selling this stuff. But on second thought, does not buying stock cost money? Besides, these pairs of underwear are just sitting there. It would be a waste to just leave them be, right? After bowing his head in thought for a moment, Lin Xia finally made a bold decision to freeload. If he has stock in hand, why would he go out and buy more? Just freeloading is enough. Day 36 of experiencing 360 lines of work. Today I am doing some street economy, setting up a stall to sell clothes. With a quick flick of his hand, the live stream title had already been changed by Lin Xia. And when the viewers in the live stream saw the title, they were all stunned for a good while. Then they started typing in the live chat. Selling clothes, today's part-time job does not seem very criminal. Exactly, I thought he was going to catch criminals today. I really wanted to see the expressions on the police officers' faces when they saw the host again. Ha, you fans are too much. You are not happy unless the host ends up inside, right? Selling clothes is great. I happen to want to learn from the host. I stocked up on some goods a while ago and could not sell any of them. Me too, I followed the trend to do street vending and ended up hoarding a whole room full of stuff. The main thing is that this industry is too saturated, the competition is fierce, and so many people do it that it is hard to succeed. Is there a possibility that you chose the wrong category? By the way, what kind of clothes does the host plan to sell? Mini skirts or loose boxer shorts? Looking at the rolling comments in the live stream. Lin Xia first answered those who wanted him to catch criminals. Let me explain to everyone I am a celebrity. What I do every day is just my side job. I'm not a hero and I will not be catching criminals. Those things are done by the police, they are the professionals. After finishing, Xia answered those who asked what he was going to sell. As for what I am selling today, you will know once I get there and set up the stall. Keeping a little bit of suspense, Lin Xia quietly took the backpack out of the system space. Then he set off on his little electric scooter, with the street vending skills guide rewarded by the system. Lin Xia almost immediately thought of where to set up his stall. Wait, the host actually bought an electric scooter. He's gotten cocky, right? Just because he made some money fortune-telling yesterday, he is already inflated. Good heavens, and it is a scooter that gets you scolded. How much to get scolded? I will pay triple for you to be quiet. You guys in the chat are really good at talking. Seeing Lin Xia's new electric bike, the viewers in the chat could not help but tease him. Yulin Pedestrian Street, a not-so-famous little street. It is not exactly booming, but the daily foot traffic is quite high. The main thing is that the street economy on this street is very prosperous. Whether it is day or night, there are countless stalls peddling goods, if we are talking about spending power alone. This street is definitely the one with the highest level of consumer spending in the whole city. Of course, consumer level here does not refer to the volume of sales, but the desire to spend. Therefore, setting up a stall here makes it the easiest to sell things. Lin Xia was in luck. He found an empty spot as soon as he arrived. He parked his scooter and opened the backpack. He first spread out a blanket on the ground to claim his spot, then took out a small stool and set it up. Finally, he poured all the items from the backpack onto the blanket. The person setting up a stall next to Lin Xia was an older lady. The lady was selling some small accessories. Seeing Lin Xia so young and out here setting up a stall, she smiled and struck up a conversation. Young man out here starting a business at such a young age. Hey, is not at all just to make a living. Lin Su replied naturally. It looked as if he had already set up stalls here countless times. The lady nodded and said with empathy, that's true, but there are not many young people nowadays as hardworking as you. But as long as you work hard, there will always be a reward. Yes, exactly. The two chatted for a while, and when a customer came to the lady's stall, she went back to work. Lin Xia also started to organize the items in his backpack once more. As Lin Xia laid the items from his backpack out on the blanket, the viewers in the live stream. For a moment, they all doubted if their eyes were playing tricks on them. What the heck am I seeing? Things is the host, underwear, not just underwear but cartoon underwear, and judging by the style it is women's. My goodness, in this Peppa Pig underwear, what kind of brain circuit leads someone to sell this? What is wrong with this kind of underwear? I think it is actually quite cute. Exactly, I really want a pair. It is a shame I am not in the same city as the host. Honestly, I am 26 and I still wear cartoon underwear. That is normal, right? Hey girl upstairs, can I see your underwear? I want to buy a pair for my girlfriend too. Hey guy upstairs, you must be sick. Girl, do not believe him, he is a loner. I am the one with a girlfriend and my girlfriend says she wants to see your underwear, is that okay? I have discovered that this generation of viewers is truly shameless. By the way, as a big man, can the host actually sell a stall full of women's underwear? That's not the point. The point is, when did the host buy so much underwear? It feels like he is a creep. It really is a bit creepy, but I like it. The live chat was scrolling like crazy. The viewers were genuinely shocked by Lin Xia's bag of women's cartoon underwear. It was truly hard to imagine what kind of powerful mindset he had. For a grown man to go out and buy so much women's underwear, and what kind of powerful mindset he needed. He still dared to bring it out and sell it, the most ridiculous thing of all. This guy's identity is still a celebrity. Does he really not care at all? Jaywalk Studio, watching Lin Xia's livestream has now become a daily must-do for Rabat. Honey, Rabat hurried into Yang Mi's office once again. Seeing her like this, Yang Mi involuntarily shuddered all over. If nothing unexpected happens, it is probably because something unexpected happened with Lin Xia again. Go ahead, tell me what crime-worthy thing that guy did today. Having watched Lin Xia's stream for 2 days, Yang Mi also started picking up on the internet slang. Rabat blinked, looking at Yang Mi's hopeless expression, and suddenly found it quite funny. She smiled and said, today, he is being normal. He went to set up a street stall. A street stall? Is he really being that down to earth? Yang Mi raised an eyebrow. For a moment, she could not quite believe it. Could it be that what she said yesterday actually worked? Did this guy really change? But on second thought, that is not right. If it were really as simple as setting up a street stall, why would Rabat still be here reporting to her? Seeing Yang Mi staring straight at her waiting for the rest, Rabat did not drag it out. She handed her phone to Yang Mi and said with a strange expression, "It is just that the things he is selling are a bit strange." "What things?" Ladies' cartoon underwear. Yang Mi spat out the water she was drinking. "Do you really have to do this? Cannot you just set up a normal stall? You are selling women's cartoon underwear. Are not you afraid of social death? Even the female customers are afraid of social death, okay? Can you please pay a little bit of attention to your image as an artist? Even if you are not famous, you should not be playing like this." Yang Mi felt a bit frantic inside. She looked down at the draft for a show she had just started planning. She fell into deep thought. This was tailor-made for Lin Xia's situation. But now she suddenly felt a bit hesitant about whether to continue with it. Back to Lin Xia. When he dumped a large bag of ladies' cartoon underwear out of his backpack, the reaction was quite explosive. Not to mention the shock of the viewers in the livestream. Even the woman running the stall next to him looked at him with a weird expression. She could not help but mutter, "This young man's way of starting a business is really wild." As for the female customers at her stall, when they discovered that a grown man like Lin Xia was selling ladies' cartoon underwear, they did not know how to react for a moment. Anyway, to some extent, they all felt that Lin Xia might be a bit perverted, although you should not discriminate against business. But thinking that the underwear they bought might have been touched by a man's hands, Even though the man might not have touched them on purpose, many girls still could not accept this kind of thing. Lin Xia completely ignored the reactions of the passersby and the viewers in the livestream. Since he dared to come out to sell ladies' underwear, it proved that he was already prepared to face strange looks. Social death or whatever, it does not exist at all. Besides, selling ladies' underwear is much better than selling condoms, right? If he had dumped a pile of condoms out of his backpack at this moment, that would be the most explosive effect, would not it, without paying attention to the strange looks around him. Lin Xia set up his goods and sat down on a small stool as if no one else was there. He began to shout loudly, "Take a look, everyone, the bastard factory manager has run away with his sister-in-law. We are clearing out a batch of underwear at a low price. There is Peppa Pig, George, Kitty, Bose, Pikachu. We have got every style. 10 yuan for one, you will not lose money and you will not get scammed," as Lin Xia's passionate shouting rang out. Many people on the street gathered around, but when they saw that Lin Xia was selling ladies' cartoon underwear, they all ran away with red faces, although some girls were interested and wanted to come over to take a look. They were dragged away by their boyfriends before even reaching the stall. "Are you kidding me? You are going to buy underwear from another man right in front of me? That would make me feel like there is a third party between us, all right. Especially since this man is even more handsome than me, then it is definitely not happening." Meanwhile, the viewers in the livestream, hearing Lin Xia's shouting, could not sit still anymore. "Damn, streamer, even if you're not embarrassed, I'm embarrassed for you. This is too socially destructive. A guy shouting to sell ladies' underwear. And that line about the factory manager running off with his sister-in-law, what century is that excuse from? Ridiculous, it is just damn ridiculous, hahaha. Honestly speaking, social death aside, the livestream effect is maxed out. Say, it seems like the streamer's yelling is actually working. So many people have come over to look. What is the point of looking? Nobody is actually embarrassed enough to buy any. What a pity if the streamer had changed to something else. With this momentum, he might have made a lot of money. Change to what? Signed celebrity underwear. Tahaha, you are getting too ridiculous." The viewers in the livestream had the same thoughts as that woman next to him earlier, seeing Lin Xia shouting until he was red in the face. And not a single person coming to buy, she could not bear it and said, "Young man, drink some water and take a break. Although your attitude is good, the things you are selling." As she spoke, the woman glanced at the cartoon underwear and could not help but blush. But then again, these cartoon underwear are actually quite good looking, but in front of so many people who would be embarrassed to buy them, I think you should change to something else to sell, the woman suggested tactfully. Faced with the woman's kind advice, Lin Xia smiled and said, "Thank you, but this is my marketing method, you will know in a while." The woman was stunned for a moment, then shook her head helplessly. She really did not understand what marketing methods were. But she knew that if Lin Xia kept shouting like this, no one would come to buy his underwear. However, right at the moment the woman had this thought, suddenly a scream came from the distance. "Wow, it is actually Lin Xia. Everyone quick look, I'm at Lin Xia." Chu Xiaoyu like Lin Xia is a small streamer. The only difference is Chu Xiaoyu is a fan of Lin Xia. She has been following Lin Xia for a long time. It can probably be traced back to when Lin Xia first signed with Tianwei Entertainment. Today, after seeing from the livestream that Lin Xia was setting up a stall nearby, she immediately started a stream and came out of her house. She wanted to see if she could have a chance encounter with Lin Xia. Unexpectedly, her luck was not bad and she really met him. When Lin Xia saw this girl, he was slightly stunned. You are Chu Xiaoyu gave a sweet smile. Idol, hello, I'm your fan, you can just call me Xiaoyu. Oh, so you are a fan, Lin Xia realized. He had ignored this point. After all, he is now a big streamer with hundreds of thousands of fans. Is it normal to meet a fan on the road? Hee, Idol, if I buy your underwear, can I make a small request? At this moment, Chu Xiaoyu suddenly said shyly. So this is my little fishy's idol, he actually looks pretty good. I heard he is in the industry, but why have not I seen him before? What kind of work has he done? Not sure, I have no impression of this guy. Wait, what, guys, if I heard that right, is little fishy going to buy underwear? What underwear? Where did the underwear come from? Let me see. No idea, maybe it is something sold by her idol. Are you kidding me? He is a man and a celebrity at that. Why would he sell women's underwear here instead of acting? Is he crazy? Because of the camera angle. The viewers in Chu Xiaoyu's live stream could only see Lin Xia's face. They did not see the goods displayed on the street stall. At the same time, the viewers in Lin Xia's live stream saw Chu Xiaoyu. They started howling in grief again. Damn it, this is unfair. How come the streamer has such a beautiful fan? That is ridiculous. It feels like the streamer unlocks a new girl in every stream. I hope it is just unlocking, not unlocking. Hey, you up there, you better mean a proper unlocking. Did you guys notice? This girl seems to be a streamer too, right? Alright, is the focus on the girl right now, or should it be on the little request she made? Hiss, you guys say, could she be thinking of? Heh. Shut your mouth, that is definitely not what she is thinking at this moment. Lin Xia did not pay attention to the live stream. Instead, he focused his attention on Chu Xiaoyu. At least she is about to be his first customer, as long as the first sale is made. The later customers would be much easier to handle. That is why he was shouting his lungs out just now. He just wanted to attract someone. Tell me, what is your request, as long as it is something I can do. Chu Xiaoyu's eyes lit up and she said excitedly, really? Of course. Lin Xia smiled and nodded. He thought this girl was actually quite cute. Then could you sign the underwear before you sell it to me? As soon as Chu Xiaoyu said this, the scene fell completely silent. Everyone stared at them with wide eyes, their faces filled with deep shock. The lady next door looked at Chu Xiaoyu with an expression as if she had seen a ghost. She seriously doubted if she had fallen behind the times. Are young people nowadays this wild? Sign on underwear. What kind of new fashion frontier is this? And at this moment, the live streams of both Chu Xiaoyu and Lin Xia almost exploded simultaneously. They could not believe that what they just heard was real, damn it. Such a beautiful girl actually wants a man to sign his name on underwear. Is she crazy or is the world crazy? The fans in Chu Xiaoyu's live stream were absolutely furious. Damn it, their goddess actually wants to buy underwear signed by another man. They just could not accept it, honestly speaking. Lin Xia was also taken aback by Chu Xiaoyu's wild imagination. However, he quickly reacted, smiled, and nodded, sure, no problem. It was meant to be a simple transaction anyway, what could be the problem? It would not be right to look at this with a dirty mind. Then I want to buy 5 pairs, here this is 50 yuan, I want all 5 of them signed. As she spoke, Chu Xiaoyu took a marker out of her bag and handed it to Lin Xia. Lin Xia took the marker and quickly signed his name on the underwear Chu Xiaoyu had chosen. This was the first time Lin Xia had ever signed an autograph for someone. And it was his first time signing on underwear. For a moment, he really could not describe the feeling. However, with the completion of this deal with Chu Xiaoyu, people started to gather around one after another. That is the magic of the street stall economy. Once someone breaks the ice, there will be a steady stream of customers. It is a very magical phenomenon. One person might feel embarrassed, but a crowd would not. Hey, this Peppa Pig one is so cute. This Hello Kitty one is not bad either. I think the one with the bow is better. Why do not you buy the Pikachu one? The girls gathered around the stall started chattering away. Some young girls saw Chu Xiaoyu's behavior and asked curiously, Miss, do you know this person? Why do you want his autograph? Chu Xiaoyu held the underwear like a treasure and smiled. Yeah, he is my idol, he is a celebrity. What, he is actually a celebrity? Then I want an autograph too. After the first one came the second. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xia's small stall was surrounded by a group of girls. It was only at this moment that Lin Xia realized. Chu Xiaoyu said he was her fan. It did not seem to be from the streaming world but the entertainment industry. Lin Xia rubbed his nose and could not help but look at Chu Xiaoyu more closely. Could this girl be the only fan he had on Weibo back in the early days? At this moment, the lady next to Lin Xia was completely dumbfounded, watching the underwear on Lin Xia's stall about to be sold out. She suddenly remembered what marketing method Lin Xia mentioned earlier. Was the marketing just those lines he shouted? Subconsciously, the lady also started shouting. Take a look, take a look. The jerk sister-in-law ran away with the boss. Everything in the jewelry shop is on a massive clearance sale. You will not lose money, you will not be fooled, however. The lady had only shouted a few times when she suddenly looked panicked and started packing up her stall. Then she ran away without looking back. The other vendors did almost the same thing. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xia was the only one left on the street still running his stall. The viewers in the live stream were all confused and did not know what was going on. However, after a team of people in uniform walked over from a distance, they finally realized what was happening. Tahaha, run, streamer, the city management officers are here. It is over, the streamer is going to waste all his hard work today. Haha, I am dying of laughter. I was a little jealous that the streamer could even sell women's underwear just now, but now I am not jealous anymore. Officer, catch him. Quick, do not let him sign on my wife's underwear, I cannot take it. While you up there, you are really a cuckold, just as the viewers in the live stream were gloating. The team of city management officers also prepared to go up and make arrests. However, when they saw that what was being sold at the stall was actually women's underwear. For a moment, they felt a bit embarrassed. The few of them looked at each other and finally chose to stand aside and wait for a while. They would wait for the group of girls to leave before arresting the vendor. Otherwise, it would be very awkward for those girls, seeing this. The viewers in the live stream cried out, saying the officers were truly so considerate. About half an hour later, Lin Xia finally sold all the underwear. To be fair, today's sales completely exceeded his expectations. Speaking of which, he had that girl named Chu Xiaoyu to thank. If it were not for her, who knows when Lin Xia's first customer would have come, just as he got up from his small stool and stretched. Lin Xia met the polite yet awkward smiles of the city management team. Young man, why do not you come with us for a bit? Lin Xia, a live stream. Yang Mi Zruba. Name Lin Xia. Age 22. Occupation, I suppose I am an artist. Lin Xia hesitated and replied uncertainly, what do you mean you suppose? Lin Xia thought for a moment and said, well, I am an artist. The other person continued, Comrade Lin Xia, you are being fined 500 yuan for illegal street vending in an unauthorized area. Do you have any objections? No, good, then pay the fine, sign here and you can go. Thank you, comrade. Soon Lin Xia paid the fine and signed the paperwork. With the process complete, hello, here is your receipt, we look forward to seeing you again. The young officer said with a smile. His service attitude was incredibly good. Lin Xia twitched his mouth. See me again, no thanks. He never wanted to come back here again. When Lin Xia stepped out of the Urban Management Bureau, it was already afternoon. Lin Xia looked quite depressed. Who could understand the kind of divine luck he had? He just went out to set up a stall today and just happened to run into an inspection by the city inspectors. The most ridiculous part was, according to the staff at the Urban Management Bureau, because they know how hard it is for small vendors, they only conduct inspections at irregular times and whenever they go to inspect. They give the street vendors time to leave in advance. That is why when they went today, the street vendors had plenty of time to run away. As for Lin Xia, he was surrounded by a group of girls asking for autographs. He did not notice when the city inspectors arrived at all. Although Lin Xia was very suspicious now, those girls were just asking for his autograph. They might not even know who he was, but because of that he could not escape in time. This time he really lost a lot, but fortunately all his goods were sold out. Otherwise they would have been confiscated. That would have been an even bigger loss. This is just ridiculous. Do I really have a destiny with the station? I've been in here for 4 days in a row. Forget it, I must never come back here again. After complaining to himself, Lin Xia adjusted his mood and turned his live stream back on. He still had things to finish today. If he just ended the stream like this, what if some enthusiastic fan reported him later? He would have to come back again. That would be hilarious. As soon as the stream started, the viewers started teasing him in the chat. Oh, the streamer is back live again. Wow, amazing, you really treat the place like home, you come and go as you please. The guy above is going too far. The Urban Management Bureau is okay, you just get fined and lectured and it is fine. Although it is still hilarious, the streamer is really a criminal genius, haha. Criminal, truly criminal. I knew the streamer was headed for trouble since he was little. What kind of star acts like this every day? The place he knows best is not a film set or stage but the police station. Too funny. I really did not expect that even though today was the least likely day for him to get caught, he still did. I calculated it. The streamer has a karmic bond with the station, hahaha. Cannot say anything else, give him a 6. Lin Xia glanced at the chat and hurriedly explained, stop. I did not break any rules today. I just affected the city's management image and I have already reflected on it deeply. I want to urge everyone, do not learn from me, okay? After this burst of positive energy, Lin Xia continued, guys, our part-time job ends here for today. However, there are still some things to do. After we handle that, we can go home and rest. After saying that, Lin Xia stopped paying attention to the live stream. Instead, he hopped on his electric scooter and rode off, not knowing where he was going. The viewers in the live stream saw this scene. They could not help but feel curious. What is the streamer going to do? Is he going to go restock? Restock what? He just got out of the Urban Management Bureau. He is too bold to be thinking about restocking. By the way, are cartoon panties for women really that easy to sell? It makes me want to go restock too. Forget it, you're not going to restock. I think you want to hoard them. While you guys are weird, forget about women's panties. I have sold them, they do not sell at all. That is because you did not learn how to shout like the streamer. Look at how charismatic he was. Even the lady next to him could not help but shout along. Forget it, I could never do something so socially awkward. I swear I would rather sell condoms than sell women's underwear again. What are you afraid of? As long as you do not feel socially awkward, the people around you will. To the person above, I advise you to mean socially awkward, not something else, amidst the chaotic discussions in the live stream. Lin Xia rode for about 20 minutes and finally arrived at his destination. When the viewers saw the characters on the door, everyone was stunned. Because the characters on the door read, Tax Administration Bureau, oh my god. The fans were speechless. The streamer is in this situation. And he is still thinking about paying taxes. This is just too positive. Followed must follow, this is so honest. But the problem is, did the streamer earn enough today to meet the minimum tax threshold? As everyone knows, personal income tax in the country is actually. Those who know, formal registered companies are fine. Almost all have specific policies to regulate them, but individual businesses do not have such a perfect tax system. To put it bluntly, it is all about conscience, just like those small street vendors. They trade directly with customers, either in cash or online. But no matter which payment method, in fact, the entire process of the transaction does not go through the tax system. This means that whether to pay tax or not depends on their own sense of responsibility. Clearly, even though the country provides a lot of tax subsidies to individuals, very few people take the initiative to pay taxes. Some companies even deliberately evade taxes. In Lin Xia's eyes, this kind of behavior is absolutely unacceptable. Although he earned little money, his level of awareness is high. So the first thing he thought of when he got out of the Urban Management Bureau was to go pay his taxes. Walking into the tax office, he found a staff member and explained the business he wanted to process. When the person heard that Lin Xia was there to pay taxes, their eyes lit up. In their view, this kind of individual who voluntarily comes to pay taxes is either someone who got rich overnight or a big boss with money. Sir, please follow me to window number 3. Okay, thank you. After thanking them, Lin Xia went to window number 3. What kind of business are you here for? The staff inside the window asked. Lin Xia said, pay taxes. Which company? The other asked. Lin Xia said, personal. The other person was clearly surprised to hear this, because usually the people who come to pay taxes are the finance departments of various companies. Real individuals coming to pay taxes are very rare. I do not know if they were touched by Lin Xia's spirit. The staff member suddenly sat up straight, their attitude much more respectful. What is the tax amount? Lin Xia paused and said calmly, 1300, staff. Livestream streamer, good boy, let us go. Let us not embarrass ourselves here, shall we? The minimum tax threshold is 5,000 yuan. What on earth are you paying taxes on with 1300? Through the glass of the window, you could see the staff member's lips twitching slightly. Clearly, she was shocked by this massive tax amount. Speechless, she said, sir, you do not need to pay taxes on 1300 yuan. Our personal tax exemption threshold is 5,000 yuan. Sensing the unnecessary nature of this in her tone, along with an expression on her face that was 3 parts aggrieved, 3 parts helpless, and 4 parts resentful, Lin Xia patted his head and explained, sorry, I forgot to mention it. I meant I want to pay taxes on the income beyond 5,000. I have a salary and this 1300 is additional income, which counts as my personal earnings. After hearing Lin Xia's explanation, the staff member finally understood. She asked, so what is your salary at your company? It is exactly 5,000. All right then, let me calculate how much tax you need to pay on this extra 1300. Having said that, the staff member took out a calculator to figure it out, because different income levels actually correspond to different standards. Moreover, people are entitled to different benefits based on their situations, so calculating the tax amount is actually quite complicated. The staff member first asked Lin Xia several questions about subsidies, then verified the benefits he was entitled to. Only then did she begin the calculations based on the standards applicable to him, after about 10 minutes of calculating. She finally arrived at the tax amount Lin Xia needed to pay. However, upon seeing this amount, her face immediately darkened. But in the spirit of putting service first, she still smiled at Lin Xia and said, hello, sir. According to the latest tax standards and the subsidies you are entitled to, you need to pay a total tax of. The staff member paused and took a deep breath, clearly trying to compose herself. A moment later, she exhaled and said, you only need to pay a total of 10 yuan in taxes. Although the young lady had adjusted her state of mind, she could not help but look a bit resentful after saying that. After all that trouble, he was only paying 10 yuan. She really wanted to tell this young man. It really was not necessary at all, but as a government official, she could not say that, even if she spent all day working and the other person only ended up paying 1 yuan. She still had to smile and tell them, you are truly a good citizen. Of course, inside she had to add a silent comment. Thank you so bloody much. Meanwhile, Upon hearing this final tax amount, the viewers in the live stream could not hold back anymore. They flooded the screen with comments, hahaha. Oh my god, streamer, are you trying to laugh me to death? You made that lady work for 10 minutes just for you to pay 10 yuan, that is way too absurd, hahaha. I give up, I am truly defeated, this streamer is just too showy, I think the streamer did the right thing, it is just a bit unnecessary, hahaha. The lady at the tax office looks like she has lost all hope in life. Where did this oddball come from? Honestly, individual business owners earning tens of thousands do not even pay taxes, and here the streamer is worrying about tax on 1300 yuan. His sense of integrity is too upright. Love it, this streamer is so full of positive energy, I am a fan for life. Guys, who gets it? I am truly moved by this little treasure. I am crying as expected of an artist signed by Boss Yang, his actions are always so steady and reliable. Stop bragging, watch out, or the streamer will end up inside again tomorrow. Tomorrow is another day to look forward to. I do not know why, but I do not even want to see him doing side jobs anymore, I just want to see how many days he can last inside. You guys need to chill. By the way, is today the 4th day? Let me take a note. Ignoring the comments, Lin Xia finished paying the 10 yuan. With the tax receipt in hand, he finally felt at ease and left the tax bureau. It feels so good to have nothing on my mind, Lin Xia sighed while riding his e-bike. Do not underestimate this small amount of 10 yuan. If someone with bad intentions used it to report him for tax evasion, he would be looking at some serious trouble for the rest of his life. Besides, he is a celebrity now after all, and also a streamer with 500,000 followers. He is considered a public figure, so he really needs to pay attention to these fine details. That is it for today's stream, see you all tomorrow. After saying this to his audience, Lin Xia closed the live stream and headed home to rest. Anyway, there was nothing for him to do at the company. He could finally go home, eat something and sleep well. Life is looking brighter every day. That night, without any surprises, 3 trending topics related to Lin Xia went viral again, on how absurd a celebrity's side job can be, on how many times one person can be taken to the station, on how upright a person's values can be. I am crying. Under the topics, the content featured Lin Xia's live stream from today. The first topic was mainly about Lin Xia selling women's underwear on the street. Although compared to the drama of previous days, today's street vending was a perfectly normal industry, but it still managed to produce explosive effects from Lin Xia, a signed artist selling women's underwear on the street. This for a celebrity without enough mental fortitude. They really could not pull this off. What is even more ridiculous is, right after he finished selling, he was hauled off by the urban management team. That really tests one's mental fortitude. Is not that just too awkward? However, Lin Xia did not feel awkward at all. After paying the fine and coming out of the urban management office, he went straight to the tax bureau to pay taxes. This kind of spirit, damn. It is simply incredible. Under the 3 topics, netizens were laughing uncontrollably after watching the video content. Damn, where did this legendary celebrity come from? It is too absurd, hahaha. Honestly, it is absurd but righteous. What does the person above mean? He means that while the celebrity's actions are absurd, his moral values are spot on. Is it just me, or has the streamer been getting a lot of attention lately? Is this not some secret marketing by Jiaxing? Oh, give it a rest, do not be sour about it. If Jiaxing really wanted to promote him, would not they have him singing and dancing instead? I want to ask that too, why does not this celebrity focus on his work instead of doing side jobs every day? Is not this a bit neglecting his real job? Haha, what is it to you if he does a side job? Is there a rule that celebrities can only sing and act? Exactly, at least he does not steal or rob, his values are correct, he pays his fines when necessary and pays his taxes. Just think about the current entertainment industry, who knows how many are tax evading. Do not speak of it, do not speak of it. This streamer has slapped a lot of people in the face with this move, besides the hot searches. Lin Xia's incident was noticed by Meng Meng, an intern reporter at the People's Daily who had been following him. At first, seeing Lin Xia selling cartoon underwear for women, although she liked it a bit, it was definitely socially awkward, and it to some extent affected Lin Xia's image as an entertainer. Just imagine an idol in the entertainment industry, holding a pair of cute cartoon underwear, with a sunny smile on his face, asking if you want to buy some underwear. Just thinking about it makes me want to find a hole to crawl into. But afterwards, when she saw that the first thing Lin Xia did after coming out of the urban management office was to pay taxes, she was suddenly shaken and moved to tears. The current entertainment industry is exactly what is lacking, people with such upright values and positive energy. So Meng Meng worked through the night to dash off a report on taxes in the entertainment industry. And with this report from the People's Daily that night, the entire entertainment industry suffered a massive earthquake. However, this had nothing to do with Lin Xia. By then he was already clutching his phone, having finished reading his novel and some videos of folk crafts, and had happily drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, Lin Xia woke up naturally without an alarm. He had a delightful breakfast and started his live stream. As soon as he went live, countless comments flooded the screen instantly. Host, you are trending, you are seriously trending. Host, you are incredible, you shook the entire entertainment industry all by yourself. Holy moly, that was awesome. Do you know there was a massive earthquake on Weibo last night? Looking at your just woke up face, it is clear you have no idea. While the entertainment industry is in complete chaos, and you still have the nerve to eat here, nothing is more nonchalant than you are a legend. The comments kept rolling in, the viewers were incredibly excited. It was as if they had just witnessed something unforgettable in their entire lives, watching the comments in the chat. Lin Xia was left completely confused. What do you mean I shook the entire entertainment industry by myself? What happened to the entertainment industry? Out of curiosity, Lin Xia opened Weibo. He was afraid that if he asked the viewers directly, they would send him some sketchy links. After opening the Weibo homepage, Lin Xia's eyes widened in shock. He now understood what the viewers meant. Weibo today was exceptionally explosive. The top 20 trending topics were all related to the entertainment industry, as if they had collectively ganged up to dominate Weibo. But if you look closely at these 20 trending topics, they were all related to taxes, tax payments, or even tax evasion. Lin Xia clicked on a few topics just to see. The general situation was nothing more than this. Because of his actions yesterday, he was reported by the People's Daily. Then celebrities in the entertainment industry began showing their tax records to prove that they were also paying their taxes on time. But taxes are the kind of thing that cannot stand a thorough investigation. So following the celebrities who showed their records first, some stars started to realize the severity of the situation. At this point, if you do not show your tax records, people will definitely think you have something to hide. But here is the problem, some people did not pay their taxes on time. However, since they work in the entertainment industry, many things are handled by PR teams. So after some PR maneuvering, these people turned around and paid their taxes. Then they posted their catch-up tax records and claimed that they had been busy with their creative work and did not have time to handle it, so they usually process it at the end of the year. Although the netizens were skeptical of this excuse, it was barely passable, was not it? But for the other group, it was a bit harder to justify because they were genuinely evading taxes. And not just for 1 year, some resourceful paparazzi realized the heat of this topic, used all their connections and dug out several typical cases of tax evasion, and so that resulted in the scene on the trending list today filled with entertainment news. Right now, everyone in the entertainment industry is in a state of panic. Oh my, these people are having a rough time, are not they going to end up in jail? Lin Xia saw several stars he recognized among those who evaded taxes and felt a bit emotional about it. But what can you say, it all comes down to one's own integrity. Some mistakes once made have no point of return. So, regarding that little bit of tax money, Lin Xia would rather work a part-time job for an extra day to earn it back. Tax evasion is simply not worth it. Joshing media was much busier than usual today. Lin Xia's influence affected the entire entertainment industry, so Joshing was included and naturally could not escape. Fortunately, Yang Mi had long realized the dangers of such issues and was usually quite strict with her artists. Do not do anything else today, get your tax affairs cleared up first. If anyone is found to have issues, you can pack your bags and get out of here today. I told you about this when you joined Joshing. Yang Mi said to all her artists with a serious expression. The artists nodded like chicks pecking at grain, not daring to even breathe loudly. But inside, they could not help but complain. What kind of godly creature did they sign at Joshing? An 18th-tier celebrity with no works, yet he causes such a massive commotion. I really do not understand why the boss signed this ticking time bomb. Alright, meeting adjourned, go back to what you were doing. After finishing with her artists, Yang Mi rubbed her temples. Thinking about the scene Lin Xia caused last night, she did not even know what to say. In this round, Lin Xia had offended quite a few powerful people. He might face constant trouble ahead. But regardless, Boss Yang's eyes suddenly became firm. He is an artist at my Jiaxing, no one is allowed to touch him. An artist's future is important. But the most important thing is one's character, although Tianchai Huang is outlandish. His values are correct at the very least. However, remembering Lin Xia's crazy stunt yesterday, Yang Mi still could not help but twitch the corner of her mouth. Cannot this guy pick a more normal side job? Speaking of which, what is he planning to do today? Thinking of this, Yang Mi looked up and shouted, Rabah, go open the stream and see what Lin Xia is doing. Also, send him a message and tell him not to go to the police station today. Closing Weibo, Lin Xia tidied up a bit. He hopped on his electric scooter and left. Today he drew a very indescribable skill. He was now looking for work. He promised that today he would definitely not go into the police station again. Day 37 of experiencing 360 lines of work, heading out for a big job today. Note, I will definitely not be drinking tea at the police station again. Seeing the stream title changed by Lin Xia, the viewer's attention was instantly pulled back from the tax evasion drama. No matter how hot the entertainment industry's earthquake is, it is still not as entertaining as watching the host getting dragged to the station for tea. Challenging the fifth day of the host drinking tea, good luck. Tahaha, the guy above, you're too much. It seems the host has realized that constantly drinking tea at the station is a bit weird. What kind of side job is he experiencing today? Why has the host started being so secretive? I have a gut feeling that the host might go back in today. Surely not. I think the host looks very confident today. Wait, the host is about to leave the city. What on earth is he going to do? The chat was filled with joy. Everyone was discussing the possibility of Lin Xia having tea at the station again. However, as Lin Xia kept writing and was about to leave the city, everyone became curious. What on earth is the host doing today? Lin Xia was focused on writing, so he did not pay attention to the discussion in the stream. After writing for about an hour, Lin Xia had left the city and even the suburbs. He arrived at a small town below compared to the city. The small town was far behind in terms of foot traffic and prosperity. It did not look like there was any suitable side job here. So the viewers were even more confused. They did not understand what Lin Xia was up to. At this moment, Lin Xia finally started to look around, searching for his target. After searching for about 10 minutes, Lin Porsche's eyes suddenly lit up. Target found. Under the curious gaze of the livestream viewers, Lin Xia slowly walked toward a man wearing a mourning hood. "Excuse me, are you looking for a professional mourner?" Lin Xia asked softly, upon hearing Lin Xia's voice. The man jumped in fright. He quickly turned his head and looked at Lin Xia with a guarded expression. "Who are you? Do I know you?" Lin Xia paused slightly at the man's reaction. This guy, why does he act like he has done something guilty? However, he did not think much of it. Perhaps the man was just overwhelmed with grief. Lin Xia quickly explained with a smile, "Do not be nervous, I just wanted to ask, do you need any professional mourners here?" That is right, this morning the skill Lin Xia drew was exactly professional mourning mastery. For such an absurd reward from the system, Lin Xia had already completely accepted reality. Although the skill sounded ridiculous, it was undeniable that money in this industry is truly easy to earn, and it is simple work. Nowadays, a mourning session can earn several hundred. If you wear mourning clothes and keep vigil, you can earn even more. This is much more comfortable than running his street stall. At the very least, there is one thing he can be sure of. He definitely will not end up in the police station today. That is what matters most. Just for that reason, first thing in the morning, Lin Xia did not even hesitate to head out to the countryside to look for a funeral to work at, and at this moment, the viewers in the livestream, hearing the conversation between Lin Xia and the man, all reacted one after another. My god, the streamer is actually looking for a job as a mourner. What kind of logic is this? Riding a bike for so long early in the morning just to mourn for money. Honestly, this industry is quite profitable. The streamer really knows how to spot business opportunities. It is true, to be fair, with the many side hustles the streamer picks up, if we follow along we can all make some cash. But if he does this, how are we supposed to watch the streamer go drink tea at the police station? Woe is me, my youth is over. The streamer is not going to the station, I suddenly feel so bored. You group of haters, show some support for the streamer. Hey guys, I am new here, I heard this guy is a celebrity from the entertainment industry, is that right? Do not ask, because if you ask, you are definitely wondering why a celebrity would be a professional mourner, right? As a veteran follower, let me tell you on the streamer's behalf, is there any rule that says celebrities cannot have side hustles? Exactly, the streamer is a D-list celebrity, he cannot sing or act, so it is perfectly reasonable to have a side job, right? So mourning for money, it is very reasonable, right? The chat was filled with joy. Some were shocked by the range of side hustles Lin Xia took on. Others were disappointed that they would not see Lin Xia get taken to the station. 500 per session needs to be authentic. You in? If you are in, go assemble over there. Upon learning that Lin Xia was looking for work, the man quoted the price directly. He had actually come to hire mourners today. It is just that the shop did not have enough people, and he was worried about what to do. Lin Xia showing up unexpectedly caught him off guard, which is why he was startled. After all these days, who goes directly to the family to pick up a mourning job? It is usually outsourced to funeral parlors, but seeing that Lin Xia was just doing it for the money. The man finally trusted Lin Xia. Lin Xia nodded. All right, do you provide meals? Eat at the funeral banquet after you're done, do not worry, you will be well fed. The man smiled and said, all right then, I will go assemble over there. Saying that, Lin Xia acted as if performing a magic trick. He pulled a piece of white cloth from nowhere and tied it around his head. Then he trotted into the group, and honestly, in that instant, an atmosphere of sorrow naturally emerged. It immediately felt like someone in the family had passed away. The viewers in the livestream were shocked to see this. Good grief, how does it feel like the streamer's acting skills have improved recently? The man recruiting people was also stunned, muttering, this kid is a professional, even brought his own props. Shaking his head, he went elsewhere to continue recruiting. They still did not have enough people. They needed at least 20 more to make the crowd look decent. Lin Chen waited in the group for about 10 minutes. Then he saw the man return with a dozen more people. He shouted to everyone, get in the truck, we will bring you back when everything is finished. Everyone nodded and boarded the truck one after another, and to be safe, Lin Xia switched his livestream to hidden recording mode, sitting in the truck. They drove along a rugged and bumpy small road. The scenery along the way kept changing. He was not sure where they were being taken. Lin Xia was not familiar with this area. He decided to close his eyes and rest. After about half an hour, Lin Xia and the others finally arrived at their destination. He had expected a village. After getting off the truck, everyone realized it was actually a large estate, no smaller than a village. Goodness. No wonder they needed so many mourners. It turns out the family is loaded. My God, a massive estate, how rich must they be? No wonder they need so many mourners, it is a wealthy landlord. This estate is larger than our whole village. Oh my, it is my first time seeing such a big estate, it is beautiful. Boohoo, I am so jealous, if only I could sleep here for a day. To the person above, do not, if you sleep here, you might just get buried when you wake up. Tahoha, do not joke like that, brother. The viewers in the Chennai were also severely shocked by the grand estate before them. They thought to themselves, the wealthy are just different. Even dying is done with such prestige. Truly impressive. Alright, you all get off the truck and get in the right mood. I will notify you when to start crying and enter. The man who recruited them gave instructions to everyone, then ran off to report to the steward. As for Lin Xia and the others, they just stood there waiting for orders. Lin Xia looked around at the environment and the people. He suddenly had an indescribable feeling. He was not sure if it was the influence of his previous fortune-telling mastery. He had a faint hunch. Today's morning session might not go very smoothly. As for why, he could not put his finger on it for a moment. But then he thought, it is a funeral after all. It is normal for the atmosphere to be a bit strange. Maybe I'm just overthinking it. Shaking his head in self-mockery, Lin Xia stopped worrying about it. Following the techniques from the professional mourning mastery, Lin Xia began to brew up his emotions. Those $500 he had to earn that money. Meanwhile, elsewhere, at the criminal police brigade, ever since they caught those criminals last time, Zhao Ruonan began to interrogate them aggressively, following continuous high-intensity interrogations. They finally managed to get some information, so even though she was exhausted at this point, she still called her team members to hold a meeting immediately. Everyone listened to me, based on the information provided by Scarface. The final source of this batch of narcotics seems to be a man called Second Master. We have dealt with this Second Master before, but due to lack of evidence, we could not detain him. This time it might be our breakthrough, although we are not sure if the goods are still in Second Master's hands. But since we have come this far, everyone please work hard. Let us go over and conduct a thorough search. After Zhao Ruonan finished speaking, all team members shouted excitedly, yes, team leader, good, then let us head out now. Joshing media, Yang Mi stared blankly at her phone screen. For a moment she did not know what to say. Rabaz sitting beside her blinked and could not help but mutter. Should I say he has a wide range of interests or that his brain is wired differently? They never imagined that. Lin Xia actually went to mourn at a funeral today. This man is just way too outrageous. Forget it, let him mourn, at least he will not cause any more trouble today. Yang Mi sighed, no longer wanting to manage him. It is Lin Xia's freedom to engage in any side job. As for making him learn singing, acting, or songwriting, Yang Mi had no such intention at all. Hard work alone is useless for those things. Given Lin Xia's current level, even if he worked hard for 2.5 more years, it is not certain he would improve much. By comparison, it is better to just let him keep doing this. As for what others might ask, would not she be losing money by signing him then? Boss Yang losing money. Do not joke around, Boss Yang might lose in other areas. But when it comes to promoting talent, she will definitely win. She had already figured out how Lin Xia would debut. It is just that, it is still in the planning stages. Back to Lin Xia, after waiting for about half an hour. The funeral finally began officially. Just then, an organizer nearby received a prompt. He quickly turned to the group of mourners and said, you can line up and go in. Hearing this, the crowd quickly formed a long queue. Lin Xia happened to be in the middle of the line, so he could observe how his rivals were crying first. As long as he performs better than his rivals later, maybe the host family will even give him a tip. These days, to make more money, every industry has to be competitive. After the mourners lined up, soon the first person began to walk in while crying. Oh my dear second uncle, you left so suddenly. The man pulled a handkerchief from somewhere. Covering his face, he walked in crying. The people behind were not particularly moved by the sight. This person could only be called average. It was just a very normal way of mourning. So the first one, no threat can pass. After the first person was mostly inside, the second person quickly followed, took 2 steps and also walked in wailing. Oh my dear second uncle, why did you go? Compared to the first, the second could be called a veteran actor. With full voice and emotion, it was clearly much better than the first. You could tell he was closer to the deceased. So he was more sorrowful than the first one, then the third and the fourth. The fifth, as the mourners entered one after another. The scene was filled with a sorrowful atmosphere. The attendees of the funeral also showed sorrow on their faces, heads bowed, wiping away tears. At the same time, the viewers in the livestream were also infected by the atmosphere. They kept sending messages in the chat. Sigh, suddenly I miss my great-grandmother. Damn, I got something in my eye, I want to cry. Although these people are not real relatives and were paid to be here, they are crying very hard. Actually, in this kind of scene, even if they are not your own relatives, you cannot help but feel sad. Yeah, I am almost holding back tears. I cannot stand death and parting. Look on the bright side, maybe the elderly person has gone to heaven to enjoy a better life. Exactly, praying that Grandpa can have a good life on the other side. Grandma, your grandson misses you, you must be doing well. Thinking of my great-grandparents, you guys must be living well up there now, right? The entire livestream chat was filled with sadness. Even many people were secretly wiping away tears in front of their phone screens. It was completely different from the earlier playful and teasing atmosphere, however the next second. A highly piercing sound rang out. The viewers in the livestream were all dumbfounded. Oh my dear second grandma, Lin Xia's voice was extremely piercing. It was like a thunderclap on flat ground. His voice arrived before he did. In that voice there was 30% sorrow, 30% grief, and mixed with 40% reluctance to let go. It instantly shook all the guests at the funeral, making them tremble. They could not help but look back. Because Lin Xia was still some distance away, the guests could not see the specific situation yet. But one thing was certain, this person must have mourned the wrong person. Was not it the second uncle who died? Why is he mourning the second grandma? The second grandma sitting in the main seat had a weird expression. She could not describe her feelings for a moment. The mood was already there, should she just go along with him? Fortunately, the organizer quickly recovered from the sorrowful emotion. He hurriedly reminded Lin Liu, you mourned the wrong person, the one who died is the second uncle. Huh. Lin Xia paused, scratched his head looking very embarrassed. Sorry, this is my first time mourning, I was a bit nervous. That was actually true, although Lin Xia had mastered the mourning skill. It really was his first time doing this job. Being a bit nervous is normal. The organizer's mouth twitched. How the hell can someone be nervous doing this? The other mourners behind him were even more speechless. This guy is obviously not a professional, he can even mourn the wrong person. However, that last cry really was soul-shaking. It made them feel much more sorrowful too. As if it were their own second uncle who had died, and at this moment, the viewers in the livestream reacted. The previous sorrowful atmosphere vanished instantly. Replaced by raucous laughter, PFFFT ha seriously nervous. Mourning the wrong person streamer, are you even capable of this? Damn, that cry just now made me tear up, and now you tell me you mourned the wrong person. You dog of a streamer, give me back my tears, you want to laugh me to death every day, hahaha. Not gonna lie, after that cry I had already decided what I was going to eat at the funeral banquet. The streamer actually has some skills, his acting was suddenly on point. What is the point of that? His acting in movies still sucks. Why bother with movies? Is not doing a side hustle great? I actually thought it was really the streamer's second uncle who died. The host family paying to hire this streamer is worth it. It is just a bit hard on the second grandma. To be fair, the mood was perfect. Why not have the second grandma just follow along? Taha, the one above you have gone too far. Ignoring the teasing in the livestream, Lin Xia quickly adjusted his state. He shouted one more time, oh my dear second uncle. This time it was definitely correct. The voice was even more piercing than before. The sorrow contained within was even greater than before. Besides that, Lin Xia's whole body began to tremble. His eyes were red and bloodshot, as if he had suffered the most ruthless blow in the world. He moved step by step. With every step it seemed as if he used all his strength. It could be said with just a few actions. He performed the feeling of collapse and helplessness of losing a loved one perfectly. Second uncle. Lin Xia shouted loudly again, no extra dialogue. Only endless sorrow. The guests in the front row heard this sorrow. They felt a wave of sadness rush to their heads, making their scalps tingle subconsciously. All the guests stood up. They could not help but want to come over and support Lin Xia. This child is truly too pitiful. Stop him from crying. If he keeps crying, even they want to follow the second uncle and go too. At this moment, a scene involuntarily appeared in everyone's mind. In that scene, there were two figures, an old man and a young child. The child had been raised by the old man since he was little. No matter where the old man went, he would carry the child on his back. When the child cried, the old man felt even worse than the child did. When the child laughed, the old man was even happier than the child. Whenever the child got hurt, the old man would blame himself and secretly wipe away tears every time he went out. The old man would bring back food or toys for the child, while he himself could not even bear to eat a full meal. When it was windy or rainy, the old man would hold the child tightly in his arms. He would use his broad back to shield the child from the wind and rain. When it snowed, the old man would accompany the child outside to build snowmen and have snowball fights. The grandfather and grandson were full of joy. When the weather got hot and the child could not sleep because of the heat, the old man would stay awake all night, fanning the child without stopping. The next day he had to work hard to earn money, leaving no time to catch up on sleep. Even then, he never forgot to bring something to make the child's life better when he returned. Although their life was poor, it was always overflowing with happiness. But suddenly one day, after the old man went out, he never came back. The child waited for a long time, and the smile gradually faded from his face because in the end, he only waited for a cold corpse, my dear grandpa. Lin Xia's another sorrowful, painful cry pulled everyone out of the vision. However, compared to just a moment ago, everyone was now covered in tears. 3 painful cries directly infected everyone at the scene at this moment. Whether they were related or not, a common thought could not help but rise in their hearts. That is, the person lying inside right now is my own dear grandpa. I said it. Even Jesus cannot stop me. Oh my God, the streamer is crying so miserably. Damn, I really cannot take it anymore. I will start crying first. Woo, I miss my grandpa too. My grandpa was so good to me. I grew up with my grandpa, and now that I have grown up, I have not had the chance to repay him, but he is already gone. Teary-eyed, my heart suddenly hurts. I feel like I am not filial at all. Suddenly want to go home to see my grandparents. Have not chatted with them for a long time, even though we used to talk about everything when I was a kid. Although it is absurd, it touches me deeply. Damn, this streamer is really a dog tricking me out of my tears. Damn, with acting skills this good, are you telling me he does not know how to act? Is that possible? Although he cries well, his acting is really hard to describe. If you still do not believe it, let the top tier fan tell you about what happened back then. Top fan, get lost, no time at home, currently crying nonstop. The live stream chat scrolled again, although everyone was complaining about Lin Xia. Their words were full of deep longing for their own elders. Many could not bear the sorrow in their hearts and started crying while holding their quilts. This time, Lin Xia really killed it. It was not just the people at the scene and in the live stream. Even Yang Mi and Rabao were crying like pear blossoms in the rain. Back at the funeral site, as Lin Xia stepped forward step by step, the widow could not contain her own sorrow anymore. She came down from the main seat and hurriedly supported Lin Xia, comforting him. Child, stop crying. Your grandpa left very peacefully this time with no regrets. At this moment, the widow had not recovered from her grief. Her eyes were tearful, so she did not realize at all that she did not seem to recognize Lin Xia. Actually, the others in the guest seats did not know Lin Xia either, but at this moment they all stepped forward to comfort him. It was not until they helped Lin Xia to his seat that everyone gradually calmed down. However, I do not know if he was too deep into the role. But even while sitting in the seat, the sobs Lin Xia let out from time to time still made those around him feel a sense of sorrow. Woo. Grandpa, you left so suddenly. With Lin Xia's unprecedented way of crying at the funeral, the crying of those who followed was clearly not up to par, in the words of the guests. One look and you could tell they were distant relatives, incomparable to that real grandson just now. But that did not matter. Being able to attend the funeral and fulfill the proper etiquette was already good enough. More than 10 minutes later, when the mourners had mostly finished, the funeral officially began. However, it was just at this time that long siren sounds suddenly rang out outside. What is the situation? Why is there the sound of police sirens? Does Grandpa have such wide connections that he even knows the police? No way, I have not heard that Grandpa had any police friends before. The people attending the funeral and the guest seats were confused, not understanding the situation. But the people from the host family felt a sudden tightening in their hearts, a flash of panic appearing in their eyes. But soon they covered it up and replaced it with a look of sorrow again. Lin Xia noticed this situation for a moment. The uneasy felt when he first arrived became even stronger. The audience in the live stream was also stunned for a moment when they heard the sound. But soon they were replaced by excitement because they heard a familiar sound. Does this sound mean Lin Xia might have to go for tea again today? But what is the reason? Is it because he cried too realistically? So some real relative could not take it and called the police to arrest him. There should not be such absurd relatives, right? Ah, this familiar sound, why did it suddenly raise my expectations? Damn, I am crying in sadness. Can you not play this comedic plot for me? In just a few minutes, I went from sad to happy to sad to happy to sad to happy. I am numb. What on earth is going on? Who knows? Why were there police sirens all of a sudden? Maybe they are just passing by. Could there be a fugitive here too? If that is the case, the streamer's luck is incredible. He can meet fugitives everywhere. So does this mean the streamer's continuous tea drinking curse is about to start again? Hiss, can it be this exciting? Who knows? The live stream chat scrolled rapidly. The fans were typical onlookers who feared no chaos. At this moment, emotions like sadness or nostalgia all disappeared. What replaced them was whether Lin Xia could continue to go for tea today, although they knew the probability was not high. Mysteriously, there was still a trace of expectation in their hearts. As police cars stopped one after another at the gate of the manor, teams of armed criminal police arrived at the funeral site. The people at the scene finally realized something was wrong, and a moment later, as a familiar figure walked out, Mai Chen eyes widened instantly and he was completely bewildered. Subconsciously, he directly cursed out, "My God, what kind of damn luck is this?" Lin Xia was very familiar with the person who had just arrived. It was Zhao Runen, the police officer he had met before. But why would people from the Criminal Investigation Division be here? Lin Xia could not figure it out at all the next moment. He saw Zhao Runen take out her ID and say to the person in charge of the manor, "I am Zhao Runen, captain of the Criminal Police Brigade. We suspect that there is a narcotics transaction happening here. Now everyone stay where you are and do not move. Cooperate with the inspection." As she finished speaking, a group of criminal police officers behind her began to step forward and search everyone one by one. Lin Xia was also among those being searched. However, it was clear that nothing would be found on him. At this moment, seeing this scene, the audience in the livestream started to discuss it. My God, a drug deal, is it really that intense? Wait, is not this a funeral? Where would a drug deal come from? I do not know, but this is shocking. Are we really allowed to see this for free? Honestly speaking, the police officer's look just now was so cool. I am so lucky. I never expected to see my wife here. Someone upstairs is delusional. Emergency medical team, get ready for a rescue. It seems the police officer has not noticed the streamer yet, right? To be precise, the streamer is hiding from her, hahaha. No way, no way. He does not think he will not be taken away just by hiding, does he? If everything goes as expected, regardless of whether they find anything, this whole group will have to go back to give a statement. So is the streamer going to be drinking tea at the station today for sure? Basically, that is pretty much what you could say. Hahaha, the streamer is so miserable. Guys, who can relate? Our big star is going to drink tea at the station again. Talk about bad luck, no one can top this. I feel like the streamer's brain has completely stopped working, hahaha. The comments in the live stream were rolling in like a tide. The fans had already started mourning for Lin Xia. Initially, everyone thought it was impossible for the drama of going to the station to drink tea to happen again today, but judging by the current situation, until things are truly over, it is too early to jump to conclusions. However, that said, this really is absurd. Lin Xia came out to take a professional mourner job and stumbled into a drug deal. What kind of god-tier bad luck is this? 10 minutes later, everyone on the scene had been searched. But nothing like drugs was found on them. Captain, we have searched everyone and it seems there is nothing. Also, since there is a funeral going on, should we? Listening to her subordinate's report, Zhao Runen frowned slightly. The others on the scene silently breathed a sigh of relief, thinking this must be a misunderstanding. Lin Xia also had a look of survival on his face and muttered quietly, it must have been a mistake, right? How could there be drugs here? But that does not matter as long as I do not have to go drink tea at the station today. That is better than anything. He had no other requests now, just hoping today's jinx would not trigger. He really did not want to go give another statement and drink tea. If this keeps happening, Boss Yang is going to terminate his contract. However, after thinking for a moment, Zhao Runen suddenly looked at the person in charge and asked, who is the second master here? Upon hearing the word second master, everyone at the scene looked at Zhao Runen with strange expressions. Zhao Runen looked confused. Why are all these people looking at me, and at this time? The previously distraught mistress had finally composed herself. She walked up to Zhao Runen and said sadly, officer, the second master you are looking for is no longer here. Zhao Runen immediately asked, then where did he go? The mistress paused and looked at the coffin on the funeral platform. Seeing this, Zhao Runen finally realized something. The second master is dead. But just after saying it, she felt something was not quite right. Why would things be such a coincidence? They just happened to come to find the second master, and the second master died. Why does it feel like there is something fishy about this? But since this is a funeral, they should not disturb things too much. Judging by the current situation, they seemed forced to retreat. However, driven by a woman's intuition, Zhao Runen still felt something was off. She composed herself and apologized politely. I am sorry for the disturbance just now. I might have startled everyone. The main reason is that we received reports of illicit transactions here, so we had to carry out an inspection. It seems like this might have been a misunderstanding. To apologize to everyone, may I burn some incense for the deceased? The person in charge of the manor actually wanted to chase the police away, but the mistress hesitated for a moment and nodded, sure, go ahead. Zhao Runen thanked her and walked along the path up to the funeral stage. After picking up 3 incense sticks and bowing 3 times to the portrait, she carefully inserted the incense into the burner. But throughout the process, Zhao Runen kept observing the coffin. She discovered that the coffin seemed to have been completely nailed shut, according to standard funeral procedures. Usually, the coffin would not be nailed shut before the burial. Firstly, it is so mourners can get one last look at the body. Secondly, it allows the body to have one last connection with the world, but in this case, it only suggests that there might be something wrong with the coffin. Furthermore, Zhao Runen noticed. The moment she got close to the coffin, it felt like several pairs of eyes were staring at her back. As she turned these thoughts over in her mind, Zhao Runen pretended to be burning incense. Suddenly, she took a giant leap to the side of the coffin and pushed directly against the lid. She decided to go for it. She was betting that there was no one in the coffin at all. Seeing this, the manor's staff shouted out instantly, "How dare you desecrate the second master? Brothers, get her." However, the moment these people started to move, the police officers beside them raised their guns in unison. "Nobody move, hands on your heads and get down." The scene turned into chaos in an instant. Where would these ordinary people have ever seen such a scene? They were all so scared that they crouched on the ground, not even daring to raise their heads. Lin Xia also squatted obediently in the middle of the crowd, looking as submissive as a little chick. He had not seen this either. If he had known that professional mourning was this intense, he would never have taken the job. In comparison, he would have preferred to just run a street stall. This is too difficult. And at this moment, Zhao Ruinen's hands were already on the coffin lid. She tried to push it, confirming it was locked tight and would not budge. She called out to two of her team members to bring the tools to open the coffin. The next moment, the coffin was successfully opened. And inside the coffin there was not the body of the second master, nor was it empty. Instead, it was filled with bag after bag of white powder. Seeing this scene, everyone on the scene was completely stunned. "Take everyone away, do not let a single one escape." Zhao Ruinen shouted, her eyes fixed sharply on those at the scene. Lin Xia. Livestreamer Yang Mi. Dilraba, the way this situation turned out is just plain absurd. Oh my god, is that actually white powder? This is absurd. Truly beyond absurd, a funeral turned into a crime scene for contraband. Holy crap, so the streamer was crying his eyes out just a moment ago over a coffin full of drugs. What kind of insane script is this? Even movies would not dare to film it like this. Forget movies, even novels would not dare to write something like this. Awesome, that is a perfect 6. The streamer is so pitiful, caught in the crossfire again. I feel like he has some kind of inseparable bond with the police station. Just feel bad for the streamer for a second. The viewers in the live stream were shocked the moment they saw the white powder in the coffin. They were all stunned in a law-abiding society. They actually got to witness a scene like this. This is just too crazy. It is just poor Lin Xia. He will probably have to go back to record a statement again, even though he was just dragged into it. But there is no denying it. Lin Xia's record of being hauled in for questioning can already be considered a unique phenomenon in the entertainment industry. Which celebrity goes to the police station for tea every single day? He acts like the police station is his own home. It is just so wild. He might as well just go to the police station and get a job sewing prison uniforms. Meanwhile, Lin Xia, when he saw the coffin full of white powder, he was completely dumbfounded. But at this moment, he knew he had to do something. It is not just about dignity, he was really just here to mourn. He had absolutely nothing to do with this drug deal, for heaven's sake, so Lin Xia stood up from the crowd. With a determined gaze, he walked step by step toward Zhao Ruinen, and just then, Zhao Ruinen finally spotted Lin Xia in the crowd. Is that really you? Zhao Ruinen never expected to run into Lin Xia here. Yes, it is me. Lin Xia nodded with a resentful expression. At this moment, he was no different from a total victim of circumstance. Zhao Ruinen asked curiously, "Why are you here?" Lin Xia hesitated, wanting to tell the truth, but after thinking about it, he felt a bit embarrassed. So he told a white lie. "I observed the stars last night and discovered that this place..." But before Lin Xia could finish his sentence, Zhao Ruinen said to a colleague nearby, "Xiao Liu, come here and handcuff this guy separately. I have questions for him." Lin Xia. Xiao Liu, although puzzled, Xiao Liu still followed orders, and at that moment, seeing this, the viewers in the live stream were also at a loss. They started flooding the chat again. Oh my god, what kind of script is this again? What the hell, why is the streamer acting like such a con artist here? Why will not he just tell the truth? Maybe the streamer thinks it is embarrassing to say he came here to mourn and ended up in this situation. Not gonna lie, this whole thing, it is pretty insane, hahaha. To be fair, this entire situation is explosive enough to be in the history of the Three Kingdoms. The streamer perfectly illustrated what it means to look at the stars and end up in a disaster. To put it accurately, he is just incredibly unlucky. Even mourning for money gets him into trouble, hahaha. The viewers were all enjoying his misfortune, having a great time, after a long while. Once the people at the scene were under control, Zhao Ruinen finally approached Lin Xia alone. And after a massive effort, Lin Xia finally managed to explain the whole story. Zhao Ruinen stared at Lin Xia with a strange expression after listening. "So you took a job to mourn, you just finished crying, had not even been paid, and then we arrived." Lin Xia nodded like a woodpecker. "Yeah, exactly, are you serious?" Zhao Ruinen sounded doubtful. Lin Xia quickly pointed to the other group to explain, "It is the truth. If you do not believe me, ask them. We came together, we are all here for the morning gig." Right, officer, we really have no idea what is going on, we just came here to take a job mourning." Seeing that these people did not seem like they were lying, Zhao Ruinen started to believe Lin Xia's story. But as far as she knew, Lin Xia was a small celebrity. A celebrity who can pick locks, catch thieves, and tell fortunes is already ridiculous enough, but you're telling me you are here to mourn. Do celebrities these days need to master so many skills? She seemed to notice the confusion in Zhao Ruinen's eyes. Lin Xia explained with a bitter face, I am a bit different from other celebrities. In short, to make a long story short, my situation is quite special. If you do not believe me, I can show you my stream. I have been streaming the whole time today. I can truly prove I have nothing to do with this. Watching Lin Xia's desperate survival instinct, the fans in the live stream also started flooding the chat, offering to testify for Lin Xia and things like that, but even so, Zhao Ruonan still insisted that Lin Xia had to go back with her to record a statement. Upon hearing this, Lin Xia instantly slumped. Can I record it here? Why? Zhao Ruonan asked curiously. Lin Xia explained, my car is still parked in town. Zhao Ruonan, it is fine, our officers can help you bring it back. Lin Xia. Fine, you are really forcing him to tell the truth, are not you? Biting the bullet, Lin Xia continued, I am a celebrity after all. Zhao Ruonan smiled and then, I have already been taken to the station to give statements 4 times in a row. If I go in again, my boss is going to terminate my contract. Please, I am begging you, I really do not want to go in again. After hearing this from Lin Xia, and looking at his pathetic little puppy dog eyes, Zhao Ruonan laughed out loud, ignoring the situation. How can this person be so ridiculous? A perfectly good celebrity, dealing with the police station every single day. It is a shame that someone like him does not work for the police station. Watching Zhao Ruonan laugh uncontrollably. Even though Lin Xia was already fuming, he put on a polite yet elegant smile and asked, so, can I record the statement right here instead of going to the station? Zhao Ruonan waved her hand while laughing, fine, fine, you look so pathetic. As she spoke, she could not help but burst into laughter again. Lin Xia felt defeated, but at least he did not have to go to the police station. This could count as not continuing his record of going in for tea. That is already pretty good. After finishing the statements for the morning group, they were free to leave, and just as Lin Xia was about to leave, Zhao Ruonan suddenly leaned in mysteriously and asked with a serious expression, hey, are you really a celebrity? Lin Xia felt defeated again. If you do not love, please do not hurt, thank you. Alright, let us just pretend you are a celebrity. Let us go take our car and we will drop you off in town. Lin Xia paused, wanting to refuse, but then he thought he came here in the employer's car. Now that the employers have all been arrested, if they want to get to town, it would take them hours of walking. He took a deep look at the flashing police car, although he felt reluctant. Lin Xia still bowed his head and got in. A real man knows when to give in. It is just a ride in a police car. It is not like he's going into the station for tea. This is absolutely nothing. Suddenly tearing up, the streamer looked so pitiful just now, Damn it, one cough and he was just one step away from getting inside. The person above is being too harsh. Give the streamer a break, he's still a celebrity after all, he needs some face. Wait, if you had not mentioned it, I almost forgot he was a celebrity. What kind of celebrity takes on professional mourning as a side hustle? And the kicker is, he did not even get paid before the family got taken in by the police. Speaking of which, the streamer really took a massive loss today. Woo, I feel so bad for brother Lin Xia, his back looks so lonely. In the live stream, the audience watches Lin Xia after he parted ways with the police car. Riding his little electric scooter down the road, his back looks lonely and dejected. Everyone feels terribly sorry for him. Of course, behind that pity they are all gloating. Mostly because Lin Xia's side hustles are just so entertaining, not to mention how absurd the side hustles themselves are. Every time he runs into the weirdest things, he always ends up being called in by the police for a little chat. Who can even understand this? This is just too hilarious. Without any surprise, Lin Xia's live stream today was once again edited and uploaded to the internet, and then, naturally, it ended up on the trending list again. How many side hustles does this celebrity actually have? Is this really a celebrity? His acting in the morning segment was so explosive that even the mistress wanted to follow him into the grave. The most absurd celebrity in history. Finished mourning, did not get paid, and still had to go drink tea with the police. What kind of sucker is this? Poor Lin Xia. Mourning scene instantly turned into a crime scene. This time, the topics were clearly much more numerous than before. And after netizens saw the whole story from beginning to end, they were all cracking up. What kind of massive sucker is this? Brothers, is this guy really a celebrity? Why am I having trouble believing it? Search for Jiaxing Media on Baidu. He is indeed an artist just signed by Boss Yang. He was trending a while ago too. Honestly, the morning acting was explosive. You would not be able to pull that off unless you had lost 100 relatives. No kidding, did not you see the mistress wanting to follow him? If I did not know he was a fake, I would have thought the person lying in there was his own grandpa. Damn, the side hustles of celebrities in showbiz these days are just too absurd. I heard a while ago there was one doing anti-theft and fortune-telling. To the person above, did you just get internet access today? This is the same guy, oh my god, really? This is just too ridiculous, right? The most ridiculous part is that this celebrity has been going to the police station for tea for 4 or 5 days in a row, I remember People's Daily even called for the entertainment industry to learn from him, right? Who could actually learn this stuff? Undeniably, Lin Xia's series of operations are indeed a breath of fresh air in the entertainment industry. This has also made more people who did not know Lin Xia start paying attention to him. It is just that when they heard Lin Xia is a celebrity, they still could not quite accept it. Good grief, what kind of celebrity is like this? As an intern reporter for the entertainment section of the People's Daily, Meng, because of the explosive results of her previous reports, has now successfully been promoted to a full-time reporter, according to the original plan. She was supposed to continue reporting on Lin Xia. After all, this person always seems to do positive things, intentionally or unintentionally. He counts as a new benchmark for the entertainment industry, even though his status might be small. But being a good person is more important, it is just a pity. Due to the influence of the tax scandal, Meng received an assignment from her superiors to spend the next few days specifically tracking and reporting on entertainment industry tax issues. Helplessly, she had to give up on reporting about Lin Xia for now. But that did not affect Lin Xia's continued viral fame online. Zhang Zhen is a senior teacher at the Beijing Film Academy. Today, he is conducting a random exam for his students. As everyone knows, acting exams test improvisation, so before every exam, Zhang Zhen looks for the latest hot topics or events online, then lets the students imitate or perform based on their own understanding. Opening Weibo, Zhang Zhen locked onto the word celebrity morning. Subconsciously, he assumed it was a clip released from a movie set. This prompt seems pretty good, right, grounded enough, and can test the students' emotional scenes. Zhang Zhen became interested. He clicked on the video directly, intending to see the full story. However, after he finished watching the whole video, he was stunned in place after a long while. He finally gathered his thoughts. This person's morning was so shocking. This could absolutely be included in the textbook, regardless of the facial expressions, demeanor, or the tension in his body. It was simply perfect, flawless. It was as if his grandpa really died. But soon, Zhang Zhen glanced at the comments under the video. His expression began to turn strange. What? This is not from a movie set. It was just a celebrity who took a job to mourn at a funeral. Then why did he cry like his own grandpa died? That is way too realistic. Is this artist this absurd? With such great acting skills, he does not act. He does side hustles every day. What a waste of talent. I really do not know which company signs such a great talent only to not make good use of him. Zhang Zhen shook his head, sighing. He really does not understand the way young people think these days. However, that did not affect his plan to apply for including this clip in the textbook. At this moment, Lin Xia had already returned home on his electric scooter. He was still completely unaware of the fermentation on the internet, even though there were fans chatting about it in the live stream. But right now, Lin Xia was in no mood to engage. He was thinking the whole way home. Is he having some bad luck recently, running into all sorts of situations while doing a side hustle? For a moment, Lin Xia even wavered. Should he focus his energy on his main career recently? Maybe I should just go to the office and work honestly tomorrow, however. Just as this thought crossed Lin Xia's mind, Boss Yang called. Seeing the familiar number, Lin Xia's heart skipped a beat. Oh no. Could it be that the boss watched today's live stream and wants to terminate his contract? After all, because of him recently, people online are already saying Jiaxing is about to become Jiaxing prison. Calming himself down, Lin Xia answered the phone. Hey boss, is there something you need? The person on the other end was silent for a moment after hearing Lin Xia's sycophantic tone. Finally, she uttered a few words coldly. Just in case, come to the office to work tomorrow. You are not allowed to go anywhere. Her tone was so firm that both Lin Xia and the fans in the live stream were startled. After saying that, Boss Yang hung up the phone directly. Beep, beep, beep. The dial tone from the hung-up call came through the phone. Lin Xia and the audience in the live stream were silent at the same time. That was pretty rude. He had not finished speaking yet. Lin Xia scratched his head. If I go to work at the office, I will not be able to do side hustles to make money. This is so headache-inducing, a live stream. That is not a headache, you are just damn thick-skinned. Waking up the next morning, he turned on the live stream. Lin Xia looked noticeably listless, while the audience had been waiting in the stream for a while. Seeing his expression, they could not help but tease him one by one. Oh, what is going on, little brother? Still have not recovered from the second master crying incident. It is fine, do not be sad. The second master is not dead, you were mourning a pile of flour. Ha, the guy above really knows how to rub salt in the wound. Speaking of which, is the streamer going to continue his side job today? Or are you actually going to work? Probably going to work, right? Boss Yang already gave the word yesterday. Going to work is pretty good too, it is just the right chance to show us the girls at Jiaxing. The guy above is going too far, it is Jiaxing. Oh sorry, typed it wrong, it is Jiahang. Haha, you really have to count on the guys in this chat for top-tier banter. Newbie here is the celebrity streamer taking jobs for funerals today. My great-grandmother passed away and my family wants to hire a celebrity to send her off. Are you taking jobs? Oh my god, streamer, hurry, a job is here. Streamer, hurry up and get ready to serve the customer, a job is here. Streamer, hurry up and cry, you have got a job, looking at the non-stop scrolling comments in the stream. Lin Xia was slightly taken aback. Subconsciously, he wanted to take the job. After all, he had not even finished crying properly yesterday before the police showed up. But thinking about it, Boss Yang's tone yesterday was so firm. He had better go to work honestly today, thinking of this. Lin Xia said apologetically to the fan in the chat, "Sorry this fan, I have to go to work at the office today. So I will not be taking the funeral job for now." After saying that, Lin Xia hopped on his e-bike and set off for work at the company. The fan did not say much else upon hearing this. Just said thanks and disappeared, probably busy with funeral arrangements at home. The ride was smooth and unimpeded. He successfully arrived at the entrance of Jiaheng Media. Lin Xia walked into the company and clocked in, when the receptionist saw Lin Xia arriving for work. She acted as if she had discovered a new world. She shouted to the other colleagues, "Everyone look, Lin Xia is actually here for work." Swoosh, almost in an instant. From the cleaners and security guards to the company's own artists. Everyone rushed over and stared straight at Lin Xia. Their eyes were full of curiosity, surprise, and a hint of shock. Is this the person who has been making waves online recently? The new artist their company just signed. Such a handsome guy, why does not he want to be an idol? Why would he decide to do those ridiculous side jobs instead? What a waste of such a handsome face. Thinking of this, everyone shook their heads with regret. They looked as if they had already sentenced Lin Xia to death. SSSS. A feeling of scalp-tingling awkwardness spread throughout his body. The looks on everyone's faces left Lin Xia completely dumbfounded. What kind of look is that? Why do they act like I have walked down a dead-end road and am about to be finished? But these people are his colleagues after all. Lin Xia could only force a polite and slightly awkward smile at everyone. He greeted them, "Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Brother Xia." A few cheerful girls smiled and responded, clearly very happy, just at this moment. Yang Mi and Aoyang walked out from the office. "You come with me first." Yang Mi gave Lin Xia a deep look, then she said to the others, "What are you all looking at? Go back to your work, it is work hours right now. If you are all gathering here to gossip, do you not want your bonuses this month?" As soon as she finished speaking, the employees scattered instantly. Seeing this scene, the audience in the live stream burst into laughter. Haha, my goodness, that scene just now left me totally confused. As someone with social anxiety, my scalp is tingling. I vaguely remember on my first day of work, having all my colleagues stare at me. It scared me so much I quit. Your symptoms are a bit severe, buddy. Learn from the streamer, look at him. Not only is he not panicking, but he is even greeting them politely. Forget it, you could tell from the streamer's eyes he was definitely spooked, haha. Speaking of which, Jiaheng has so many pretty girls, I wish I could steal one home. What are you thinking? That is something we would have to do together. Criminal, you guys are truly asking for trouble. You guys are getting closer and closer to a prison sentence. Netizen Police Officer 8 has followed you. Oh my god, Lin Xia followed Yang Mi into the office. Wait for me a moment, I have a few things to finish up here. Yang Mi said to Lin Xia, then sat in her boss chair to handle her work. Lin Xia could only sit patiently to the side waiting. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Only the sound of Boss Yang writing on paper could be heard. Fortunately, this awkward atmosphere did not last long. About 10 minutes later, someone dressed fashionably whose gender was hard to distinguish was led by Rabao into Yang Mi's office. Seeing this, Yang Mi stopped what she was doing. Then she said to Lin Xia, "This is the dance instructor I have hired for you. Your task today is to learn dancing with them." How learn to dance? Lin Xia was stunned. He had thought that Boss Yang asking him to come to the office today was simply because he had been doing those ridiculous side jobs for the past few days. He really did not expect that Boss Yang was planning to repackage him. Is she trying to train his skills and prepare him for debut? But he has everyone knows. Lin Xia's dancing ability, is at the same level as his singing, acting, and creative skills, so within less than 20 minutes. The dance instructor had sentenced Lin Xia to death. "Boss Yang, I cannot teach this person, you would better find someone else." Lin Xia, Yang Mi. Rebelling, that was really sudden. Cough cough, so boss, how about I just go back to my side jobs? Sensing the atmosphere had become awkward again, Lin Xia could not help but say. Just now, while pretending to learn to dance, he had secretly drawn a prize. Today's prize was quite good. It was mastery of craftsmanship. In an instant, Lin Xia's mind was flooded with knowledge related to plumbing, electricity, and carpentry. This kind of work really, truly has nothing to do with drinking tea, so Lin Xia was starting to get restless again. However, Boss Yang sounded like an angry kitten upon hearing this. Her voice suddenly rose by several octaves. "Impossible, do not even think about it, you must stay at the company honestly today." Lin Xia, all right then. It is obvious the blow Boss Yang suffered this time might be a tiny bit large, but all in all it is no big deal. Lin Xia believes that as long as he talks it over with the boss, he can definitely make Boss Yang believe in him again. I can tell Boss Yang is going to be so thankful. Haha, Boss Yang is getting anxious. But she is so cute, I love that little high-pitched voice, I am sold. Truth be told, turns out the streamer is actually this bad. I guess not everyone is cut out to be a star. Say, since the streamer is like this, why did Yang Mi even sign him? Maybe she wants to. Screw that, you upstairs, shut up, my wife definitely does not want that. You shut up too, quit talking nonsense. The streamer is pretty bold, still thinking about his side hustle at a time like this, hahaha. Just look at how panicked Boss Yang is. That is illegal, I think that is totally illegal. Seeing Yang Mi's reaction, the viewers in the live stream could not help but burst into laughter again. However, regarding Lin Xia's professional capability, they had refreshed their perspectives on this guy. It is truly ridiculous that he can even be a star, but his side hustle skills are even more ridiculous. Boss Yang did not agree. Lin Xia could not just force his way out, although his professional skills as a star are not great. But as I said before, now that he is signed with Jiaxing, he gets a salary. He has flexible time and can still do his side hustles. This kind of deal is hard to find in other industries. It is already a good thing Boss Yang has not terminated his contract. How could he dare to protest or say anything else? So today's side hustle plan had to be put on hold for now. As for learning professional skills, learning is simply impossible. Lin Xia just wandered around Jiaxing, taking his viewers on a tour of what Jiaxing looks like. It just so happens that Yang Mi does not mind him promoting the company. She even gets employees to post videos for promotion regularly. This is a good thing to increase the company's popularity. It can be done, brothers. Look, this is the practice room at Jiaxing. The daily practice for these artists is actually very hard. 1 minute on stage takes 10 years of practice off stage. It is not just talk. Many people think it is easy for stars to make money, but in reality, no one knows the effort they put in behind the scenes. After all, having streamed for so long, Lin Xia can spout these positive vibes whenever he wants. On one hand, he promoted Jiaxing, and on the other, he let everyone see the hard work of Jiaxing artists. Please stop badmouthing them for having no acting skills. In private, they really work hard, it is just that some things are just helpless. Just like Lin Xia, he was working hard to learn how to dance earlier too. But his body just would not cooperate. What could he do? Seeing this, the viewers in the chat had many thoughts. To be honest, every artist deserves respect. The money really is not easy to earn, it is all built on hard work. There are so many people in the entertainment industry, how many actually make a name for themselves? It is not easy for anyone. Yeah, like the streamer, his side hustles look like easy money, but can anyone really cry at a funeral as realistically as he did? Can anyone really pick locks or stop pickpockets as smoothly as he does? The streamer must have practiced a lot in private, it is just that we only see those 1 or 2 seconds. Yeah, maybe he was beaten up countless times while practicing anti-pickpocketing, we just did not see it. That is right, even my idol practiced for 2.5 years, it is not easy for anyone. Where did this troll come from? Get out of here. Yang Hua looked at the chat, his mouth twitched slightly. What on earth, being beaten up countless times while practicing anti-pickpocketing? Still, this topic is probably not easy to talk about. He would not be able to explain it well if he kept talking, so Lin Xia did not respond. Instead, he continued to tour and introduce Jiaxing to the viewers. Suddenly, Chen Xia noticed a special practice room. It actually had the words weight loss room written on it in big letters. Rebao, why does the company even have a weight loss room? Rebao was not too busy today, so she just tagged along with Lin Xia. She could explain things to him that he did not know. Once she heard weight loss room, Reba's face immediately fell. Our company has strict requirements for female artists. We must maintain a basic physique, so Boss Me sets a weight limit for everyone. Once you do not meet the target, no matter what gigs you have to cancel them all and go to the weight loss room to train. You can only go out to work once you meet the goal. Come to think of it, I might be over the weight limit this month. Oh no, it is all because I could not resist and ate skewers every day. As she said that, Reba put on a regretful expression. The viewers in the stream heard Reba say this. While some were gloating, others were quite shocked. I never expected Jiaxing to be managed so strictly. Oh my, now I finally understand that being an artist is not easy. Feeling hungry is not fun, being a star is too hard. There is no other way. Many female artists in the industry do not eat at all to maintain their shape. How terrible. What is the joy of life if you do not eat? Do you know Yang Lipping, the goddess of peacock dance? It is said that to maintain her figure, she only eats a few grains of rice per meal. I know, I read the report back then. I thought it was truly superhuman. Actually, the eating part is okay, you just do not eat. But once you do eat, losing weight is the hardest part. It is common knowledge that losing weight is the hardest thing in the world, bar none. Me, who has failed to lose weight 100 times, silently raises a hand, while the viewers were shocked by this rule. Lin Xia suddenly stared at a treadmill in the weight loss room and fell into deep thought. A moment later, he smiled at Reba and asked, is it always hard for you guys to lose weight? Reba pouted, it is definitely hard. I have had money deducted from my salary because of this more than once. Speaking of which, Reba lowered her head shyly. She has a little nickname in the industry, Fatty Dai. It is not that she is actually fat, but she loves to eat. The more you eat, naturally you get a bit heavier. The reason she does not look fat It is actually because she grits her teeth and loses it behind the scenes. Hee hee, I have a great trick that can help you lose weight very quickly. How about it, wanna try? Looking at Lin Xia's eager expression, Rabat said uncertainly, really? Of course it is real, do not you know what I am capable of? Rabat showed a suspicious expression, is this one of your side hustles too? Oh, Lin Xia paused for a moment and nodded, I guess you could say that. Then no way, Rabat shook her head decisively, why? Lin Xia was completely confused then. He heard Rabat say softly, Boss Me said that all your side hustles carry a certain degree of danger. For the sake of our company's reputation, it is best not to let you carry out any of your side hustles in the short term. Lin Xia, that is a bit too much, hey. Live stream and well played. Regarding Lin Xia's side hustles, Yang Mi is now suffering from some serious psychological trauma. Never mind the last few times, Lin Xia kept getting taken in for questioning by the police. It all more or less had something to do with the nature of his side jobs, but what happened yesterday? It was just ridiculously absurd. I thought it was crazy enough that he took a job as a professional mourner. I never expected that mourning at a funeral would lead to a drug bust. Could things get any more insane? Yang Mi is now seriously suspecting that Lin Xia's side jobs are cursed, and that is right. They are definitely cursed, otherwise why would they be so incredibly bizarre? And because of that, Yang Mi made a decision. She told Lin Xia to stay at Jaywalk Studio and not to go out, at least. He is not allowed out for the time being. That way he should not get into any more trouble with the police, right? She is truly terrified that if she does not step in, Lin Xia will eventually drag the whole company into the police station with him. That would be a huge disaster. Besides that, Yang Mi also gave Rabat specific instructions. If she finds out Lin Xia is planning any other side hustles, Rabat should stop him immediately and notify her right away, so that is why. When she heard Lin Xia mention it was a type of side project just now, Rabat's first reaction was to shake her head and refuse firmly. Haha, she's got trauma now. Boss Yang definitely has trauma. Just kidding, who would not be traumatized after that? Boss Yang is definitely afraid that if she keeps letting him do this, the streamer will take Jaywalk Studio down with him to get questioned, haha. To be fair, that is not impossible, haha. I'm not saying anything else, I just want to see that day come. Forget it, Boss Yang will not let that day happen. That is not necessarily true, I always feel like that day is coming soon. Phew, you guys should wish the streamer well. Exactly, once the streamer's contract with Jaywalk expires, no one will dare to hire him. What are you worried about? With all the side hustle skills he has, do you think he will starve? That actually makes some sense, but then the entertainment industry would lose a breath of fresh air. Boohoo, teary-eyed, I did not think one day my love for the entertainment world would rely on a D-list celebrity like him. The audience in the live stream were watching Rabat's cute reaction and finding it all hilarious. However, Lin Xia really had nothing to do at the office today. He could not learn to sing or dance, and he was bored to death. Now that he finally found something useful he could do for the company, he could not just give up, so Lin Xia started to constantly persuade Rabat. He kept hinting that he was just making them a weight loss device, and that it was all for the good of the company, and so on. In short, his main point was that he guaranteed there would be absolutely no accidents. It had nothing to do with police trouble whatsoever. Furthermore, Lin Xia pointed out that he was staying in the office and not going out. How could the police possibly come looking for him? Listening to Lin Xia's earnest explanation, Rabat tilted her head and thought about it carefully. That seemed to make sense, so you can really make a useful weight loss device. Seeing that Rabat finally relented, Lin Xia let out a sigh of relief. He nodded confidently and said, absolutely, it will be much better than the equipment you have now. Fine, then I will go tell Boss Yang, wait for me a moment. Rabat nodded heavily, preparing to report the matter to Yang Mi. If this is true, it would be a huge benefit for the artists at Jaywalk. There are so many people struggling with weight loss nowadays. At the very least, she is the one who needs it the most right now, before long. Rabat returned from Yang Mi's office. She looked at Lin Xia and said, Boss Yang seems to have gone out for business. I messaged her, but she has not replied. Why do not you start working on it first? No problem, take me to the office storage room. I need to find some tools and materials. Lin Xia smiled lightly, his expression and tone exuding absolute confidence. Okay, follow me. After rummaging around for about half an hour, Lin Xia came out of the storage room with a dusty face, but his face was full of smiles. Do you have any paper? Get me a sheet of paper. Oh right, get me a few more of these iron rods too. And these screws, see if you can find some more or go buy some at the hardware store nearby. For a moment, Rabat seemed to have become Lin Xia's little assistant. Whatever Lin Xia needed, she went to get. Soon, Rabat brought him paper and a pen. After taking them, Lin Xia lay down on the floor and started drawing and sketching. Rabat curiously leaned in to take a look. But she soon lost interest because she could not understand what Lin Xia was drawing at all. Especially all the formulas on the page, they just gave her a headache looking at them. I really do not understand what goes on inside the minds of tech nerd guys. Rabat pouted and decided to just rest on the side. What is the streamer doing? I do not understand at all. These formulas give me a headache. Is there anyone actually smart enough to understand this? Although I do not understand it, I am genuinely impressed. Can you guys be serious? I do not understand it, but I am blown away. I can understand some of it. These look like some formulas my dad used when he was doing carpentry, but is not the streamer not a carpenter? Either way, he must be making something. Even if it is not carpentry, it is probably similar. Damn awesome, not just us. I feel like even the genius stars in the entertainment industry would be completely confused if they saw this. In any case, this celebrity is absurd. He can do everything except his main job. Are celebrities this competitive now? It really feels like the streamer can do everything. The audience in the live stream was also completely bewildered by Lin Xia's flurry of actions. They were just like Rabat. They had no idea what Lin Xia was trying to do, however. He was definitely making something they had never seen before. Do not ask why. If you ask, it is because they cannot understand it, so it must be awesome. Not paying attention to the reactions of Rabat and the live stream audience, Lin Xia was busy and thoroughly enjoying it. Perhaps influenced by the expert craftsmanship skill he got this morning at this moment. Lin Xia was completely lost in the world of manual labor. Rabat watched from the sidelines as Lin Xia worked non-stop. He did not even notice the sweat dripping from his forehead. A strange feeling suddenly welled up in her heart. Rabat could not help but mutter to herself, "They say a man is most handsome when he is focused. I did not think he would look this good." Finally. After working for about an hour or so, everyone saw many steel gates and steel bars appearing on the floor. And Lin Xia finally wiped the sweat from his forehead and said happily, "Done, let us go assemble it." Saying that, Lin Xia carried the parts himself. He took Rabat and the live stream audience back to the weight loss room. Seeing this, everyone was completely confused. Was not he going to make a weight loss device? What is with all these gates and fences? Lin Xia did not explain much, just said they would know in a moment. Then he went to a treadmill and started modifying it soon. All the parts were installed on the treadmill by Lin Xia, and at this time, everyone finally saw what the modified treadmill looked like. A cage-like fence tightly enclosed the treadmill on all sides, with no gaps between the fence and the treadmill. Lin Xia, what is this? Is not this just adding a railing to the treadmill? Is it so that you can rest your hands on it while running? At this point, Rabat still had not realized the severity of the situation. She naively thought Lin Xia had just added an extra railing to the treadmill as a handle. Lin Xia smiled and said, "Why do not you try it out? I will try it, there is no difference at all." Rabat said, walking inside. "And then what?" And then, Lin Xia's expression was strange. "How long do you usually run for?" Rabat thought about it. 2 hours. "And what do you think is your limit?" Lin Xia asked again. Rabat replied without any guard, 3 hours is no problem." Lin Xia grinned, "All right then, let us get started." Saying that, Lin Xia set the time, then pressed the start button. At the same time, the gate that was still open suddenly closed. A mechanical locking sound rang out, giving the impression that the door was a bit difficult to open. As the treadmill belt began to move rapidly beneath her feet, Rabat finally seemed to realize something was wrong. Oh no, it looks like she's been tricked. Rabat tried to open the door and get out. But she realized she could not get out anymore. At this moment, the viewers in the live stream saw this scene. As if they all realized something, the chat comments began to scroll non-stop. "Oh my god, Dilraba seems to have fallen into the streamer's big trap. What the heck is this grim treadmill? Why is it locked? What, this is a treadmill, is not this just a prison cell?" Honestly, even through the screen, I can feel the sense of oppression Dilraba is facing inside. Revenge, this is blatant revenge. The streamer must have had too much tea and is now retaliating against his company colleagues. But honestly, under this kind of pressure, maybe it really can help you lose weight fast. No way. Is the streamer's gimmick actually a psychological weight loss method? Wait, is this streamer really a proper celebrity? What on earth is he tinkering with? The geniuses in the livestream started letting their imaginations run wild. They were all trying to guess the specific purpose of Lin Xia's modification. After all, from their perspective, it is just a treadmill with a frame added to it. There is really nothing else changed at all. And unlike the viewers in the livestream, Hua was now panicking like crazy. Because she had just tentatively tried to pull the door on the railing and discovered it could not be opened at all. Is she really going to run inside for 3 hours? What happened to just trying it out? So trying it means risking your life, right? At this point, Lin Xia smiled and explained, "Let me grandly introduce to everyone. This is my modified fast weight loss treadmill. I call it the Burn Your Boats treadmill. As the name suggests, once the treadmill starts, you have to be prepared to burn your boats. It will not stop until the set time is up, and the door will not open either. So, Dilraba, enjoy the joy of weight loss for 3 hours." After Lin Xia said this, Dilraba was struck by lightning. What, 3 hours? Was not it supposed to be just a little test? How did it suddenly turn into 3 hours? Wait, Lin Xia, you're joking with me, right? Dilraba forced a smile, trying to soften the cold-blooded Lin Xia. But Lin Xia just calmly shook his head. "I am not joking. This really can help you lose weight fast. You will know when you get off the treadmill, Dilraba." She did not care about losing weight anymore. She just wanted to know if, after 3 hours, she would still be alive to walk out of this room. This man, he really should not have been allowed to dabble in side hustles at this moment. Dilraba felt incredibly regretful. Why did she ever listen to Lin Xia's nonsense? Meanwhile, after hearing the conversation between Lin Xia and Dilraba, the viewers in the livestream also felt their scalps tingling. My god, 3 hours, you have to be kidding me, right? Streamer, tell me, how can you say such cold-hearted words with a body temperature of 37.5 degrees? Burn your boat's treadmill. Is not this even worse than the tortures of the Dali temple? You kid, this is really punishable. You are really something. The streamer must have been a minister of justice in his past life. He is just too much. I do not know if the streamer will be punished, but I do know that Dilraba is about to fall apart. Oh my, brothers, call Boss Yang quickly and tell her to come back and save Dilraba. It is useless to call Boss Yang, call the police quickly, and just like that. Amidst the chaotic discussions in the livestream, Dilraba gritted her teeth and kept running on the treadmill for 3 hours. And Lin Xia kept the phone pointed at her, live streaming for 3 hours. The focus is on companionship. And what Lin Xia did not know was that some enthusiastic fans could not bear to watch. They edited this scene and posted it online. Lin Xia already had some popularity these past few days. Plus the fact that the protagonist was Dilraba, and combined with the plain title the fans gave it. Shocking, in broad daylight, this male celebrity actually did this to Dilraba. Clearly, this generation of fans knows how to clickbait. Without any surprise, the video went viral at a visible speed. And then, countless netizens followed the link in the video and arrived at Lin Xia's livestream. When they entered the room and saw this scene, they were completely stunned. My god. What kind of grim torture is this? You beast, let our goddess Dilraba go. Xingfu Road Police Station. Officer Zhang and Officer Li had just finished teaching their apprentices. With nothing to do, they casually opened Lin Xia's livestream. It was not that they were obsessed with live streams, but they discovered that wherever Lin Xia is, there are accidents. And where there are accidents, many cases can be solved, so Lin Xia has become a lighthouse for their entire station. As long as you follow Lin Xia's lens, you can always find or deal with some public order incidents, making a contribution to social peace. However, when they opened the livestream today, what met their eyes was not Lin Xia, but a cold iron cage. Looking closely, oh my, there's a treadmill inside the iron cage. Looking closer again, my goodness. There's a young girl running on the treadmill, but her condition does not seem right, does it? Through the scrolling comments in the live stream, Officers Zhang and Li finally understood what was going on, so this kid modified the treadmill. But why does this look more like a torture device? They do not even use such large torture devices to interrogate criminals at the station now. Speaking of torture devices, the two of them looked at each other, seemingly thinking the same thing. This thing seems a bit interesting, right? Let us go find Captain Zhao. We might not need this, but the criminal police team could definitely use it. If we put criminals on this good thing, we would not have to worry about them not confessing, right? Besides, this is not torture, we are doing it for the prisoner's physical health. Oh, right, let us call Captain Zhao and go over there. Back at Jaywalk Studio with Dilraba's persistence and the company of Lin Xia and the livestream viewers, there were only 10 minutes left until the 3-hour mark. At this moment, Lin Xia was cheering Dilraba on from the side, and Dilraba did not say a word. She simply had no energy left to talk. She did not even have the strength to look at Lin Xia. 3 hours. Does anyone know how she spent these 3 hours? This was just a number she casually said earlier. Who could have guessed that she would really be trapped in this treadmill running for 3 hours? Oh, Dilraba was about to collapse. Oh my god, heaven knows how she feels all over her body right now. In short, it feels like her body is no longer hers, finally. As Lin Xia counted down second by second, creak tilde. The iron door on the railing suddenly opened, and the treadmill finally stopped. As for Dilraba, she jumped off the treadmill almost instinctively. She really did not want to stay in there for one more second. Thud. As soon as she got out, Dilraba felt her legs go weak and she collapsed onto the floor. Seeing this, Lin Xia hurriedly went over with a towel and a cup of salt water. Come on, you have worked hard, you did it, you broke your limits. You must have lost several pounds by now. Listening to this gentle voice, Dilraba subconsciously looked up. What entered her sight was a sunny and handsome face. But the next second, without thinking, she bared her little tiger teeth and lunged at Lin Xia, biting him. Lin Xia, I am going to bite you to death. SSSS, are you crazy? Let go. No, I will bite you to death. Let go. No, while the two were struggling in the weight loss room, no one knew that a police car had stopped at the front gate of Jaywalk. The employees at Jaywalk were all stunned and immediately nervous when they saw the police walk in. What is going on here? Did someone in the company break the law? Could it be tax issues? What is this? Is Lin Xia here? We are looking for Lin Xia. Just then, Captain Zhao walked up to the front desk and asked. The receptionist's eyes widened, looking completely bewildered. Lin Xia again. What did this guy do this time? Did not he not even go out today? Yang Mi went to sign a contract this afternoon. It was for an advertising sponsorship for a new web series invested in by Jaywalk Studio. Coming out of the sponsor's office, Yang Mi checked her phone and discovered several missed calls from Rabat. Instinctively, she thought Lin Xia had gotten into trouble again. However, when she called back, she found that Rabat did not answer at all. Oh no, did something huge happen? Even Rabat got taken in. Yang Mi's heart skipped a beat as she immediately imagined the worst. She then rushed to drive back without a moment's delay, and when she arrived at the entrance of Jaywalk Studio, she happened to see a police car parked at the door of her company. Instantly, Yang Mi's expression turned grim. Officer Zhao, did Lin Xia get into trouble again? Just as Captain Zhao was asking the receptionist, Yang Mi ran in, her heels clicking against the floor. Seeing Yang Mi's nervous expression, Captain Zhao smiled and said, "Boss Yang, do not be nervous. We are not here for Lin Xia because he did something wrong, and it is not because he is involved in any case either. We simply want him to do us a favor." A favor? Yang Mi was stunned for a moment. She really could not imagine what Lin Xia could help the police with, but then she thought about the side hustles Lin Xia had been doing lately, which seemed like they could all be helpful. Are they asking him to calculate a criminal's location again? Do the police not believe in science anymore? Yang Mi muttered to herself but did not ask further. She said, "Then let me take you inside. He should be in the company." "Alright then, sorry for the trouble." Not long after, listening to the staff's report, Yang Mi led Captain Zhao and his team to the weight loss room. And as soon as the group walked in, they saw Rabat on the floor clutching Lin Xia's calf tightly. She was biting down hard and would not let go. Lin Xia was pressing on Rabat's head, trying to get her to stop. The scene looked ridiculously funny. "Rabat, Lin Xia, what are you two doing?" A sharp cry suddenly rang out. Rabat and Lin Xia stopped what they were doing and looked up in unison. "On Sister Mi, you are back." Rabat saw Yang Mi first and quickly greeted her. But Lin Xia saw Captain Zhao first, in an instant. He became completely tense. "Captain Zhao, I did not do anything wrong today, right? I have not even left the company." This display of survival instinct was top tier, and the viewers in the livestream saw this scene. They were also dumbfounded for a second, but soon they burst into laughter. "My God, what on earth? Did the police actually come? No way, no way." Was it a concerned fan who reported him? "Damn, did the streamer commit another crime? Hiss, that cannot be right. He was clearly at Jaywalk all day." Could it be that the police saw the video and came to rescue Rabat themselves? I think that is possible. There seem to be a few police accounts in the chat. Then the streamer is done for again. Surely he's going in for chat. So what are you brothers waiting for? Keep the music playing, keep on dancing. Celebrating the 6th day in a row of the streamer going to drink tea. Damn, what kind of god tier level is this streamer on? Can he even get the police to come to him while staying at the company without going out? Hahaha, this guy is truly a talent. How can the entertainment industry have a star like this? I am dying of laughter. It took about half an hour, but Yang Mi finally figured out the whole story. It turned out that Lin Xia was bored and said he wanted to do something for the company, so he started exercising his bizarre side hustle skills again. He created a burn the bridge treadmill, and Rabat naturally became the first test subject. Then that led to the scene of Rabat taking revenge on Lin Xia earlier, and Captain Zhao came because he had his eye on this treadmill. He wanted to invite Lin Xia to the police station to help make a few, although she did not really understand why the police would need such a hellish treadmill. Yang Mi still felt the whole thing was a bit absurd. Cannot this Lin Xia just rest for a second? Seriously. When he was out, any side hustle would lead him to the police station for filing. Now that he is not even leaving the company, he can still get the police to come to his door. What kind of god-tier fate is this, still? At least he is not going in for a chat today. That is already pretty good. Okay, sounds good, no problem, I will discuss it for you. Just then, Captain Zhao returned after taking a call. He walked up to Lin Xia and said, "Lin Xia, the fire department wants to order a few of these treadmills too. Do you think it is convenient?" Lin Xia waved his hand and said, "Convenient, of course it is convenient. I will just give you the blueprints and you can just find someone to build them accordingly. Otherwise, if I build them myself, I will not be able to finish in any reasonable amount of time." This, Captain Zhao hesitated. After all, this was something Lin Xia designed. Lin Xia said dismissively, "The police and the people are like family. It is my honor to be able to help you." "Alright, then let me thank you on behalf of the various departments first." No worries, it is only right." Holding the blueprints, Captain Zhao said his goodbyes to everyone and hurried away to find people to build this hellish treadmill. The viewers in the livestream saw this scene. Inevitably, they all felt a little regretful. Sigh, I thought the streamer was going to be invited for tea again. You could tell that for a split second the streamer was a little panicked. Hahaha, it is truly amazing being visited by the police every single day. What kind of god-tier star is this? Though I still want to know, why do Captain Zhao and his team need this treadmill? Why else? It must be for the newcomers to train. Is that harsh? Is not that a bit much? I can already imagine the scene of the newly hired firefighters sweating buckets on that treadmill. Stop, please do not say any more. The image is already in my head. By the way, is the streamer selling this? My wife said she wants one for weight loss after watching. My wife wants one too, is the streamer selling them, my wife. Wait, why do all your wives want one? Are you guys all married to the same person? Damn, that angle of interpretation, truly top-tier wit. After Captain Zhao and the others left, Yang Mi finally had time to properly address the situation with Reba and Lin Xia. She glared at the two of them and said, "You two, come with me, Reba." Lin Xia and the two followed Yang Mi to the office. They expected to be scolded, but instead Yang Mi suddenly turned to Reba and asked, "Reba, how was the treadmill today?" Upon hearing this, Reba thought Yang Mi was going to help her vent and punish Lin Xia. She immediately started putting on a great act. She exaggerated her feelings on the treadmill today tenfold. That expression, that tone, that attitude. It was as pitiful as it could possibly be. If you did not know better, you would think Lin Xia had betrayed her. However, after Yang Mi finished listening to Reba, she did not punish Lin Xia. Instead, she smiled and said, "It seems this treadmill is really good then. In a while, call everyone for a meeting. If anyone's weight is out of control in the future, they will be on this treadmill starting at 5 hours. Reba, what the heck? 3 hours was already killing her, 5 hours. Sister Mi, whose side are you on? She ignored Reba's resentful look. Yang Mi looked at Lin Xia again but did not say a word. Lin Xia. If you have something to say, just say it. What is with looking at me like that? If I did not know better, I would think you were terminating my contract. A moment later, Boss Yang sighed deeply. Lin Xia, you can just do whatever you want tomorrow. I will not ask you to stay in the office all the time. Boss, are you serious? Lin Xia's eyes lit up. Serious? I'm afraid that if you keep staying in the company and the police show up every day, others will think something is wrong with our studio. Yang Mi rubbed her temples, her head was hurting. Oh, Lin Xia scratched his head in embarrassment. He really did not do anything today, but regaining his freedom was good regardless. Tomorrow he can finally go back to doing the side hustles he is interested in. Sister Mi, that is not fair. Reba whispered. Yang Mi glanced at her. Not fair. Go weigh yourself, I will see how much salary you will have deducted this month. Oh, what is not fair, Sister Mi? Did you hear wrong? I said it is pretty good, right? I also think Lin Xia should not stay in the company, he is toxic. Lin Xia, yes. You are a woman, everything you say is right. No surprises there, Lin Xia's daily video stream. It got edited into a clip by someone with added narration too. Check this out, this guy is named Xia, he is a celebrity, but... Check this out, this woman is named Reba, she is a celebrity, but... Soon the video hit the trending charts. Netizens saw the diabolical treadmill in the video, and the final shot of Reba exhausted like a dog. Everyone was laughing until their stomachs hurt. Lin Xia, the man Reba hates the most, bar none. Under this topic, many people were amused by the scene of Lin Xia and Reba at odds today. Good guy, this editor really knows how to narrate, and they know how to pick a title too. I almost thought my goddess ran off with another man. You can tell Reba was truly exhausted. This video is going to be Reba's historic black material. The goddess turned into a tired dog in seconds, hahaha. Lin Xia is really too much. How could he treat my goddess like that? At first, Reba was looking at Lin Xia so intently, I was a little worried she might start falling for him, but seeing her grit her teeth and refuse to give up in the final scene, I am relieved. My wife will only ever love me. Where did this delusional maniac come from talking like that? This is absolutely off the charts. Is this really something a human could come up with? The most absurd part is that this human is actually a celebrity, meanwhile. Under another topic, netizens were looking shocked as well. Lin Xia successfully defines a celebrity's side hustle. It is not the most absurd, just more absurd. My god, this diabolical treadmill, only the ancient Minister of Justice could have designed this, right? Investigate, check his lineage back 10 generations. Someone in his family must have worked as a Minister of Justice. Cruel, it is just too cruel. Seriously, this is absolutely insane. I mean, I thought his previous stuff like catching pickpockets and fortune-telling was absurd enough, but how could there be an even more absurd sink or swim treadmill? Guys, does anyone get this level of absurdity? I thought absurd was already absurd enough, but I never expected someone could be even more absurd than that. Absurdity, I would like to call Lin Xia the strongest here. What kind of bizarre star has the entertainment industry unleashed? Good grief. Maybe he's the king of the underworld. To be fair, if it was not for the official verification, I really would not want to admit this guy is a celebrity. You are wrong there, buddy. What is wrong with a celebrity having a side hustle? Exactly. It is perfectly reasonable for a celebrity like Lin Xia to have a side hustle, right? Besides that, there were actually other topics related to Lin Xia as well. For instance, his record for drinking tea or being contacted by the police repeatedly. There is even talk of fire departments and police stations wanting to buy this treadmill from Lin Xia. However, due to the unique nature of their professions, these topics were somewhat restricted by the authorities, so they did not completely blow up in traffic. But even so, the heat from the first two topics was enough to make Lin Xia viral again. You could say that while Lin Xia is not exactly famous nationwide, he has at least gained some notoriety, especially in the entertainment industry. Although he has not broken into the industry with any actual works yet, he has already been dubbed a breath of fresh air by that crowd. I really cannot imagine What kind of works will a person like this come up with in the future? Song dance, movies rap, basketball anyway. He seems to be an opponent that makes many young idols in the industry start to tremble. Back to Lin Xia at this moment. Lin Xia did not actually care about the online buzz. In other words, he had long since looked past it. Because in all likelihood, he probably would not make it into the entertainment industry in this life anyway. Of course, one could not rule out the system acting up one day. If it actually rolled some entertainment-related skills for him, in that case, he might be able to go back and continue his dream of industry shortcuts. As for now, better to just stick to his side hustles honestly. Although the salary Jiaxing gives him is not low, it is only slightly higher than his previous company. The Tier 18 treatment is worse than a dog's eyeing is not just a joke, so he still has to find ways to make more money. Just in case the contract expires and Boss Yang does not renew it, he will not have the luxury of collecting a salary just by hanging around. And he would not have the chance to mess around with side hustles either, shaking off his weary mood. Lin Xia took a shower and lay in bed to rest, and just then, the phone by his bedside started flashing continuously. Lin Xia, curious, picked it up to take a look. Immediately, a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Well. It turns out Rabad started complaining about what happened during the day, as he looked at the phone screen at that moment. The message count from Rabad already showed a 99+. Lin Xia clicked in and saw that, apart from the latest complaints, everything above was just bomb emoji stickers. Smiling and shaking his head, Lin Xia flicked his finger and muted the notifications. Instead, he tossed the phone aside and started fast asleep. This sleep, Lin Xia slept very soundly. Maybe it was because he was exhausted from making that treadmill at the company yesterday, or maybe because he knew he did not have to go back to the company today. In any case, when Lin Xia opened his eyes, he felt completely energized. Then he could not wait to start today's lucky draw. I do not know if it is just my imagination. Lin Xia felt his state was incredible today. Maybe he could pull out something amazing. Ding, draw successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill. Proficiency in flying flowers and plucking leaves. Lin Xia. Yeah, great. It was all just an illusion. The system really never acts up in a normal way. And he would never draw normal entertainment skills. At the same time, his intuition was right. He really did draw something incredible, my god. What the heck is flying flowers and plucking leaves? What? Want me to film a martial arts movie? Flying flowers and plucked leaves can all be weapons. Grass, wood, bamboo, and stones can all be swords. What era is this? Can you be more reliable? If not, give me a rap or basketball proficiency, that would work too. He would not be picky at all right now, but the prizes drawn by the system are not something he can choose. So he just had to accept his fate. However, this skill might not be completely useless. Lin Xia thought about it and suddenly realized how he could make money today, sometimes looking at problems from a different angle. It actually solves them easily. Another day of making big money from side hustles. Thinking of this, Lin Xia's mood improved greatly. Taking out his phone, he prepared to start the stream, as it turned out. Just as he opened his phone and looked, he saw another long string of emojis in Rabaz's message history. Even more absurd was the time of the last message. It was actually 2 hours ago. This little thing, she really has quite a lot of energy. However, Lin Xia still did not reply. Anyway, Yang Mi was not forcing him to go to the company anymore. He would not see Rabaz for a while. By the time they met again, Rabaz might have long forgotten about this whole thing. Girls right, anger is always temporary. It will pass in a couple of days, he muttered to himself for a bit. Then Lin Xia started the live stream. As the live stream started, a huge wave of viewers flooded into the room instantly. After all, for the past few days, Lin Xia has basically been dominating the trending topics every single day. One outrageous side hustle after another, it is simply mind-blowing. Naturally, he has gained more and more followers. Many people want to come over and see just what kind of ridiculous entertainer is capable of doing such ridiculous things. Wait, let me finish that thought. Hey girls, follow me and let us see who is the one that drove our fat Dilraba to vent on Weibo for an entire night. Is this young man the culprit? He actually looks quite handsome. Oh my, tell Dilraba I am not coming back. There is a handsome guy here. Good grief, are these plastic fans of Rabaz from the comments above coming out now? So funny, I cannot help but laugh whenever I think about Rabaz's miserable state yesterday. Lin Xia is really too ruthless. How could he bear to do that to her? The most outrageous part is the wide range of his side hustles. Damn, he even managed to make that hellish treadmill. I'm curious how his brain works. Nonsense, the most outrageous thing is that he is actually a celebrity. Celebrity, sorry, it is my fault for aiming too high and holding him back from his side hustles. By the way, what job is the streamer going to do today? Working is so boring, why not just fast forward to him going for tea? I agree, I love watching his daily tea drinking routine the most. Wait, I'm a newbie here and I'm confused. What high-end drama are you guys talking about that only VIPs can see? Lin Xia took a quick glance at the chat. His mouth twitched slightly as he automatically ignored the comments asking him to go for tea. He explained to the new viewers, "Everyone, do not listen to the old fans badmouthing the streamer here. I am indeed a contracted artist with dishwashing, it is just that my acting skills are poor, so I do not have any works. As you all know, a D-list celebrity like me certainly cannot rely on the entertainment industry for income, so I have to take on some side hustles to make a living. It is not as outrageous as the old fans say, it is all rumors, so please do not believe or spread them." After saying that, Lin Xia directly changed the title of today's livestream and left his home. He started looking for a place suitable for today's part-time job. Day 38 of experiencing 360 lines of work, today's job is to act for justice and vent everyone's frustrations. The moment they saw the title, the friends in the livestream were a bit bewildered. What do you mean by acting for justice? Are you not supposed to continue doing side hustles? However, some quick-witted friends soon realized what he meant, acting for justice. Venting everyone's frustrations, could it be? Is he going to catch pickpockets again for a moment? The chat in the livestream scrolled by as the veteran fans all guessed that Lin Xia was going to catch pickpockets again. Moreover, enthusiastic fans started explaining to the new ones about how Lin Xia once successfully caught 10 pickpockets in 1 hour. And he even swiped their mobile phones while he was at it. The new fans were all shocked when they heard this. The chat was filled with comments like, "Oh my god, awesome," and 666. But just as they were looking forward to Lin Xia performing his anti-pickpocketing skills again, they noticed that the direction Lin Xia was riding his bike towards did not seem to be the train station. Where is the streamer going? It does not feel like the way to the train station, nor does it look like the way to the high-speed rail station. Why do I feel like he's going to the old town again? Wait, is the streamer going to do fortune-telling again? After all, catching criminals is also a form of acting for justice. That cannot be it, he did not even bring his fortune-telling stall equipment. Fortune-telling stall, thanks for the invite, my tools are at the police station and have not been released yet. Haha, that guy above is so realistic. It seems they were confiscated when the streamer went for tea last time. Speaking of which, the streamer's character reading was truly amazing last time. It is a pity he refuses to do it now. The streamer seems to have stopped. Is this not Tianyu Square? Why is he here? Is he setting up a stall to sell trinkets? This square seems to be one of the few legal places to set up a street stall. That makes sense. Last time he was caught in the new district, this time he is in the old district. The streamer has really studied the market, I am so moved. He really understands side hustles too well. The audience in the livestream was left completely confused by Lin Xia. They really could not understand what Lin Xia was planning to do. He promised to act for justice. He is not catching pickpockets, he is not catching criminals either. Why did he come to the square in the old town to set up a stall instead? Could he really be going to set up a stall again? But what the heck does setting up a stall have to do with acting for justice? The friends were all completely baffled. At this moment at Tianyu Square, the sounds of vendors hawking their wares rose and fell, filled with the atmosphere of the marketplace. This is the advantage of the old town. It has more of a sense of life than the new district. Simply put, it is down to earth, but precisely because it is the old town. There are few young people shopping here. Usually it is just some elderly people taking their children out for a stroll. Naturally, the foot traffic is not very large, but the number of vendors is quite high. There are people selling food and drinks and others selling toys. There are also people selling stationery and people running ring toss games. And there is also balloon popping. The audience in the livestream felt the urge to try their hands at it too, but those with painful past experiences knew it was just a scam. So they just watched others play. Their wallets would not allow them to be scammed again. After Lin Xia took a stroll around the square, while the friends in the livestream were still puzzled, he finally stopped in front of a balloon stall. "Boss, how do you play this balloon popping game?" Lin Xia asked the stall owner politely. 10 yuan for 5 bullets, handsome, want to give it a try, the owner said with great enthusiasm upon seeing a potential customer. Lin Xia did not answer but looked at the darts next to him and continued to ask, "What about these darts?" "Darts?" The owner's eyes lit up and squinted into a slit as he smiled. "Darts are cheap, 10 yuan for 10 tries. Handsome, want to try? Darts are much cooler than shooting." "Yeah," Lin Xia nodded, "then I will start with 10 yuan worth." The owner was overjoyed to see this. He had come across a little money-giving boy. Do not let the fact that the price of darts is half that of the shooting game fool you. The difficulty of darts is much higher than shooting. Otherwise, do you really think they would be losing money by setting up a stall here? It is all a setup. Meanwhile, the audience in the livestream saw this scene. They could not help but start complaining because they were reminded of the times they were fooled. Back then, they also lost themselves to being called handsome repeatedly, and then believed the owner's lies. Whether it was the ring toss or darts, they had contributed quite a lot of money to these kinds of stalls. But their money was not spent in vain, at least it made them realize. In the future, when you see such stalls, just watch others play and do not be the big sucker who plays it yourself. This thing is damn well more money burning than gambling. Streamer, you are losing it. Did you not say you were going to act for justice? Why are you over here giving away money? Did you get too cocky because you made money a few days ago, so you started giving it away today? 9 out of 10 of these owners are traps, even worse than the fishing lake owners. Yeah, their dart needles are made of paper and cannot pop balloons at all. The bullets are not any better. In short, it is all a scam. Take people's advice, streamer. You should just go catch pickpockets. Maybe you can even get some prize money. The comments in the live stream were rolling again. Regarding Lin Xia's behavior today, the audience in the live stream is getting more and more confused. He said he was here to make some extra money on the side, but he ends up playing darts at a balloon stand. Is not that just blatantly handing his money to the owner? Everyone knows balloon stands are a total ripoff. However, a know-it-all in the chat quickly analyzed the situation. I get it now. The host must be stressed from all those recent run-ins with the authorities. He just wants to blow off some steam. That sounds somewhat plausible, but something still feels off. Do you guys really think he is the type to just throw money away like that? I do not think so. Besides, who goes to a balloon stand to relax? He would definitely go visit some pros for a good time. Exactly, getting some, is the best way to relax. Bro, check your DMs, tell me more. Meanwhile, back to Lin Xia. He watched the comments scrolling by but did not answer directly. He was not stupid. He knew full well that balloon stands are designed to scam people. He also knew the darts were even more rigged because he had picked one up and felt it a moment ago. The tip of the dart felt hard, but it was actually made of rubber. This kind of dart works fine on balloons that are inflated to their max. But if the balloon is slightly underinflated to make it more elastic, it becomes very hard to pop. In fact, you might even hit the balloon perfectly with the dart, only to have it bounce right off. And when that happens, the stall owners usually have a standard explanation. Oh, I have no idea. You guys must be throwing too softly. I am running an honest business here, not a magic show. Why do not you buy a few more darts and try again? Of course, that scenario rarely happens. Even if it does happen, hardly anyone complains because they are just out to have fun and do not care about the rigged game. Usually when that happens, the customers just sigh in frustration and go back to throwing their remaining darts. But now that these darts are in Lin Xia's hands, things are going to be different a second later. Just as the viewers were debating whether or not Lin Xia would lose his shirt, Lin Xia suddenly flicked his wrist, swish. The dart left his hand at a speed barely visible to the naked eye, pop. Followed immediately by the sound of a balloon popping. Clearly he hit it pretty lucky. Oh, nice throw, handsome, the owner said with a token compliment. He was not worried though, because balloons at these stands are usually arranged from the center outward, small to large. The easiest ones to hit are the ones on the outer ring, and those prizes are just cheap plastic trinkets worth a few cents. The owner was basically laughing all the way to the bank. As for the inner circles, the prizes were toys worth about 50 cents. Only the balloon at the very center was worth 100 yuan prize. In other words, the only way to make money here is to hit that middle balloon. But that center balloon is about the size of a fingernail, and it is made of extra thick rubber. It is the hardest to hit, and even if you do hit it, the rubber tip of the dart usually just bounces off. So when he heard the pop, the owner naturally assumed Lin Xia had hit one of the outer balloons. Pocketing those few cents again, this is such easy money. The owner felt completely at ease. But the next second he glanced over and froze right where he stood. His eyes widened like saucers. My god. Am I seeing things? He hit it. Holy crap, what kind of divine luck does the host have? This guy, he threw that dart so fast I did not even see it. Yeah, the host shoots so fast the balloon just popped in an instant. As a newbie here I am shaking. Is this live stream always this explicit? Damn, is this the kind of conversation a 17-year-old girl should be reading? You two clowns, if you are going to pretend to be girls, at least change your avatars and gender settings. So did the host just jump from losing everything to hitting the jackpot? No kidding, the center prize is worth 100 and you can even sell it back to the shop for 80. Awesome, that is 80 in one shot. Will not he make 800 with 10 shots? Damn, I thought the host was just out there throwing money away, but it turns out I just did not see the big picture. I think I finally understand what he meant by doing justice for the heavens. The comments in the livestream flooded in instantly. The viewers were all stunned by Lin Xia's skill. However, nobody thought too much of it. They just attributed it to pure luck. Including the stall owner. Handsome, you have got some good luck, although the owner kept a smiling tone. Attentive viewers clearly noticed the slight twitch in his face. He was visibly pained. Do you want the toy or the cash? The owner asked Lin Xia after replacing the center balloon. Lin Xia smiled. Let us just settle it all at the end. All right, the owner nodded, not thinking too much about it. He just hoped Lin Xia would finish the remaining 9 darts quickly to minimize his losses. Ideally, he'd get carried away and buy another 80 yuan worth of darts, and then he would earn it all back. Yeah, nothing to worry about. However, the next second, swish pop, the familiar sound rang out again. The owner quickly turned to look. Then he could not help but curse, my god, is this for real? He hit it again. Boss, replace it again. Lin Xia still had that same smile on his face, as if he had just done something completely mundane. "You kid, you are not cheating, are you?" the owner asked suspiciously. Lin Xia laughed helplessly. "You set the balloons, you gave me the darts, how could I cheat?" Lin Xia even let the owner check the darts. The owner looked them over uncertain. "There is no problem, but how is he doing it?" Still suspicious, the owner placed a new balloon in the center, this time secretly swapping it for one with a much thicker shell. "You could not tell just by looking. Alright, let us keep going, I want to see if you can keep this up." Before the owner could finish, Lin Xia had already flicked another dart. Zwish pop. The owner watched helplessly as the thicker balloon he had just put up popped again. "Boss, replace it again." Lin Xia's cheerful, sunny voice rang in his ears, but to the owner it sounded like a death sentence. "Damn it, I'm going to lose everything today." But business is all about integrity. Since the 10 darts were not finished, the owner had to keep setting up new balloons. After 3 more tries, Lin Xia hit the center every single time. Zwish pop. "My god, that is incredible. I think the host is trained for this, too cool. Did a master swordsman possess him? A bit handsome, I will admit." "So handsome, how can a guy be this talented?" Girl in the chat, keep it together, look at the crazy things you're saying. "Brothers, this host is legit. I have been playing darts for 3 years and I cannot guarantee this level of skill. Wait, for real, what did this guy do before he was a celebrity? Is it possible he practiced after becoming a celebrity? Forget it. Would a celebrity practice darts instead of singing, dancing, or basketball? Could it be that the host practiced some deadly martial art, like the flying daggers? Kill who? What century are you in? Even daydreams have limits." The audience in the stream could not stay calm. If the first time was luck, maybe the second time was luck too. But 6 times in a row, only a naive person would call that luck. So the bottom line is, Lin Xia must have secretly practiced darts for years. But another question arises. As a celebrity, why would he practice darts so hard? The viewers were baffled. Meanwhile, the stall owner seemed to notice Lin Xia interacting with the stream. He suddenly realized, "Hey kid, that is not cool." Lin Xia looked confused. "What is wrong? You must be a professional darts athlete, right? You are live streaming just to tear me apart. I have seen people do this online. This is cheating, it is unethical. Do you have any idea how hard it is for small vendors like me? No way, I am not giving you the money from before. At most, I will give you 100. The owner started wiping away fake tears. If Lin Xia had not seen him swap in a solid-filled balloon earlier, he might have actually believed it. Lin Xia explained, "Boss, first of all, I am not a pro athlete. Second, I am not here to tear you apart, I am just lucky. No, I do not believe you. Anyway, you can only shoot the other balloons for the remaining darts. If I keep giving you new center ones, I will go broke." Using Lin Xia's livestream as an excuse, the owner was clearly starting to play dirty. The viewers filled the chat with complaints about the owner being a sore loser. Lin Xia felt a bit helpless seeing this. Besides, seeing the owner's attitude, he probably was not going to get his 500 yuan anyway. Thinking of this, Lin Xia's eyes twinkled and he had an idea. He said, "Boss, how about this? For the remaining 4 darts, give me a playing card instead. If I can still hit that balloon, you give me my money. If I cannot, I will waive the money for the previous 6 shots. Deal." "You are serious?" The stall owner stopped crying instantly, even flashing a radiant smile. The speed of his change in demeanor made both Lin Xia and the viewers gasp in awe. Seriously, his acting was better than Lin Xia's. Soon, the owner impatiently pulled out a playing card. He took the 4 darts from Lin Xia, seemingly worried that Lin Xia would change his mind if he could not hit it. The owner said generously, "Kid, go for it. If you do not hit the center and hit something else, I will still pay you." "Really?" Lin Xia's eyes lit up, slightly excited. For some reason, seeing Lin Xia's expression, the owner suddenly felt a pang of regret. But he had already said it, and he was the one playing dirty first. So he nodded. "Really, go ahead. Alright, then thanks to the boss for all these little prizes." As he spoke, Lin Xia loosened his wrist, and the playing card flew out at a bizarre angle. It spun 360 degrees as it left his hand. Pop. Pop 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 pop. A series of artistic sounds echoed. The balloons on the board started popping off like firecrackers during the new year. One by one, they all exploded. The scene instantly fell into an eerie silence.